The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Lennon Degree Kennedy and some guy with her from House District 30.
All right, ready? Say, please join me in the pledge.
Please go join me in the pledge.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives of Mabile, Armagast, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld is excused, Basenecker, Bottoms is excused, Bradfield, Representative Bradfield,
Excused.
Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Clifford, Doherty, DeGraff, Rep. DeGraff,
Excused.
Degree Kennedy, Duran, English, Rep. English is excused, Epps, Representative Epps is excused, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Hamrick, Hartsook, Hernandez, Representative Hernandez is excused, Herod, Rep. Harrod's excused, Holtorf, Judah, Representative Judah is excused, Joseph, Kipp, Leader, Lindsay,
Here.
Lindstedt, Rep. Lindstedt,
Excused.
Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Marvin, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Ortiz, Rep. Ortiz,
Excused.
Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutnell, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Story, Rep. Story,
Excused.
Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Rep. Wilford, Wilford's excused, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
With 52 present, 13 excused, we do have a quorum. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Friday, April 19th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we are going to handle an announcement first. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If everybody could take their seats or come up and stand, I would like to honor the victims of Columbine High School, and I welcome all who would like to attend. Members, Columbine is in my district, and I would like to take a moment to honor the victims of the Columbine High School shooting as it is the 25th anniversary. The victims of the Columbine High School shooting, we shall not forget. Casey Bernal, 17. Stephen Kurnow, 14. Corey DePuter, 17. Kelly Fleming, 16. Matthew Kechter, 16. Daniel Mauser, 15. Daniel Roba, 15. William Dave Saunders, 47. Rachel Scott, 17. Isaiah Scholes, 18. John Tomlin, 16. Lauren Townsend, 18. Kyle Velasquez, 16. Please keep their families in your thoughts and prayers today. We shall not ever forget. Thank you.
The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on Saturday, April 20th, 2024 at 9:50 a.m. House Bill 1129, House Bill 1280, House Bill 1445, House Bill 1342, House Bill 1338, Senate Bill 180, House Bill 1075, House Bill 1308, and House Bill 1438.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar on Saturday, April 20th at 9:50 a.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move to limit debate on House Bill 1129 to 90 minutes, House Bill 1280 to 1 hour, and House Bill 1338 to 90 minutes during special orders on Saturday, April 20th, 2024.
Members, the motion before us is to limit debate on House Bill 1129 to 90 minutes, on House Bill 1280 to 1 hour, and to House Bill 1338 to 90 minutes, pursuant to House Rule 14. Pursuant to House Rule 15E, this is a non-debatable motion and requires a majority vote. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Taggart, please close the machine. With 38 aye, 19 no, and 8 excused, the motion is passed. Representative Lukens. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objections, Representative Lukens will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed.
Do you want to do the motion?
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1129.
House Bill 1129 by Representatives Vigil and Mabry, also Senator Hendrickson, concerning protections for drivers engaged with delivery network companies.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1129, the Appropriations Committee report, and the House Business and Labor Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The appropriations members, we made a couple of amendments in there. We struck a couple of things from the bill that bring down the cost of implementing it. We removed the disclosures that the companies would be required to make to Division of Labor Standards and Statistics, and we basically just cut the due date for the CDLE enforcement for the parts of the bill that they enforce, so that the date was pushed out. And ask for your yes vote.
I also forgot to mention that we have started the 90-minute clock. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report passes. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. Folks, we did a strike below in Biz and Labor. So go over a little bit about what we accomplished in the strike below, and then speak to this quite a bit more because, of course, this will become the bill at such time that we adopt this report. We did a lot of negotiating and stakeholding with the companies who own these applications. Just trying to get to a good place with them to make sure that what we were asking for could be implemented, that it was workable for them, and that we were meeting in the middle wherever we possibly could. We struck a lot of things from the bill that we had initially introduced that we thought were pretty important, but that we're willing to work with them on, including looping in the merchants on these provisions. A lot of the, again, we struck the disclosures and appropriations, but a lot of the kind of finer points of things we were asking to be disclosed to drivers and to consumers. If they weren't workable, we negotiated them to a better place, and eventually it was so much we did run a strike below, and we do also have a few amendments to that committee report. Did you want to say anything about the committee report?
Representative Mabry.
Oh, and not the amendments first?
Well, we'll do the amendments after that. Is that cool with you?
Yes, go ahead.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to speak briefly about the committee report because the committee report is now the bill as it was a strike below. We also intend to bring 3 amendments to the committee report to clarify some of the things that we've gone over in stakeholdering. I do want to emphasize the extent to which we have been working in good faith with those who were opposed to this legislation. We've probably had 25 to 30 hours of meetings on this legislation, making sure that we are crafting a policy that both provides meaningful protections for Colorado workers and is something that is workable for the DNC network. So I'm assuming we're going to have a lengthy debate today about what is and what is not workable for these companies. We have been speaking with these companies for dozens of hours, and the amendments that we're bringing today are going to bring the people that design these apps to being neutral about the legislation. What this legislation is about providing basic protections for drivers and transparency for both drivers and consumers. App-based employment has changed the market and the dynamic between workers and corporations, and our laws must change to keep up and provide the protections that the labor movement has fought for. Just because a corporation has implemented a new technology or algorithm does not mean that workers should not have basic protections. Right now, companies get to have it both ways. They get to say that their drivers are independent without the benefits and protections of employment, while still retaining immense control over them through opaque or altogether hidden algorithms. Drivers are at the mercy of these corporations, and companies that depend on a business model of hidden control without responsibility should be providing these basic protections. If these companies are going to characterize drivers as independent, then at the very least, drivers must have transparency and basic protections so that they can truly control their work, if they're independent contractors, truly. Gig workers spend a median of 38 hours a week working on these apps, and 60% of Denver drivers rely solely on gig work to pay their bills. These are the jobs that mean people can put food on the table and keep roofs over their heads. This is not simply extra income or a side project, but the means by which many Coloradans, including my co-prime here at past points in her life, can earn their livelihood. Driving for a delivery network is also an accessible job for immigrants and new Americans who face language barriers because the work requires limited customer interactions. These drivers must be able to meaningfully engage with their work, and the bill requires that companies provide different language options in their apps. All drivers should know that they can safely complete their tasks without being distracted. That's a big part of this legislation and a big part of our negotiations. Right now, drivers are just given seconds to accept a task or stack tasks, often distracting them when they are on the road and putting drivers at risk, posing a safety risk to people that are sharing the road and pedestrians. This bill addresses those safety concerns by giving drivers time to pull over and review their task offers instead of blindly accepting them or being forced into distracted driving. Companies like DoorDash say that drivers are independent, but honestly, that is not true. They are controlled by hidden algorithms, forced to take on tasks without any meaningful control, and at the mercy of companies for their livelihoods. We need some transparency. We need some basic protections. That's the very least drivers deserve in this marketplace.
controlled by algorithms for these companies' profits, and I'm honored to co-sponsor this legislation, and again want to thank the opposition for their good faith stakeholding. I think we've reached a good place with this, and I think now we're going to be moving some amendments. Or did you want to say something? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I'll go ahead and share a bit about what this bill means to me as well. I'm really excited to bring this bill for all of you. As my co-prime mentioned, I have experience in this industry. To my knowledge, the first gig driver elected to the People's House of Colorado. The thing to understand about this is just how much this technology has changed the way that we work. So I'm really excited to bring this bill. It has badly needed transparency measures and takes steps to protect the autonomy and safety of independent drivers who access their work on these platforms. I want to say a few things for context up front because I know this industry is not super well understood in the general public and perhaps not necessarily by all of you as well. We're not here to argue today about the classification issue, and no doubt you all have heard about this in other states about trying to get companies to move drivers to W-2 and all that sort of thing. We're not arguing any of that today. A lot of the drivers really prefer to be able to work this way. They're not eager to become employed. So what we're dealing with in this bill is fair and transparent practices on the part of big tech to ensure that independent drivers have all of the relevant information they need and deserve to make decisions about their own work, because that is what this industry has promised. And they have made some big promises to create flexible work opportunities, more choices for consumers, and expanding a market for restaurants. And a large part of the reason why I started was for that flexibility, so I could maintain multiple streams of income or just do that and be able to flexibly go from one to the other. These drivers bring a lot to the table for all of our communities. Our labor, of course, but also these are our own vehicles, electronic devices, all the costs associated with that overhead, the mileage, accelerated wear and tear on our vehicles, higher insurance premiums, and any additional supplies we need. We also absorb all of the lost earnings if volume dies down unexpectedly or if a merchant is running long ticket times and we have too much downtime on an order. So I want to be absolutely clear about this so that there is no confusion. There is no compensation from these companies for any of a driver's overhead cost and no pay for downtime. We are not their employees. We work for ourselves. We bring all of this overhead. We provide an on-demand workforce, and we've been promised autonomy in exchange for that. But to my co-prime's point, that's how it's supposed to go. And then in practice, too often what happens is that we are being supervised via algorithm. Because these companies, it's a big tech company. We all know they have a lot of clever ways that they interact with us on these devices for everything else that we use, from banking to social media to news sources. And they have found clever ways to influence driver behavior, usually referring to them as incentives and rewards and the like, to get us to say yes to offers that a discerning driver would ordinarily not accept on its merits alone. And this is a really big departure from what's been promised. So that's what we're trying to address with the bill, is to get that balance back so that we are getting the information we deserve and need. The choice to accept or decline every work offer as an individual offer is the essence of this industry's model, and we are already holding up our end of it. So a couple of the big things that are in the bill that I want to address, and this will be in the committee report, is displaying the full and accurate amount of every tip, not concealing, withholding any part of that tip, or altering the amount of the base pay because a consumer has added a substantial tip, allowing for adequate task acceptance time, as my co-prime said, so that you have the opportunity to make decisions, and critically, not retaliating against a driver by limiting access to future offers based on how quickly or slowly you decided within that 60-second time frame. We also will have in here something we didn't get into a whole lot yet, a deactivation process. Currently, these companies may or may not have a standard process that's knowable and predictable. We believe that every driver has the right to know what might get them deactivated from the app and what it might take to get reinstated if that's a possibility. We also will have some fairness in contracting, putting a little time between when a new contract is offered and when it's enforceable, and ensuring that it's in plain language. And all of these things are really important to get our drivers to a good place where this industry will continue to work for us as it's been promised. And with that,
Let's move 11 first.
Okay. I move L011 to House Bill 1129 and ask that it be displayed. Do you want to talk about it, or you want me to talk about it?
You can do it. I'll do the next one.
It is properly displayed. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So folks, L11 changed, make sure I know which one I'm looking at here. We redefined or defined a specific provision that we wanted to be clear. It was kind of implied every step of the way here with this bill. We wanted to be clear that we're not talking about employees who are like actual employees. We're not talking about employees who have a W-2 who aren't interacting with this app on a 1099 basis. And also to add some clarity about what happens, what the difference is between a driver who's compensated for like a block of time where you just take all the deliveries during that block and a like per task, per delivery on demand basis. And ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L11. All those in favor say aye.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Madam Chair, can I just say real quick? I move House Bill 1129 to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. I think I said that incorrect. Or L11. L11 to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That is a proper motion. Is there any further discussion on L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L11. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L11 passes. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for giving me a pause there to correct course. I move Amendment L012 to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
I can speak to it.
And ask that it be displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Vigil. Or Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment, like the last one, came from our extensive stakeholdering with the DNC companies. In particular, what we're trying to do here is make sure that these workers who are independent contractors and might not understand what their responsibilities are in terms of filing their taxes have the IRS mileage rate so that they can count that as an expense when they file their 1099s. What we originally had in the bill was too extensive for the companies. They asked us to narrow it, and that is what this does.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, according to Rule 7C9, I move to refer this bill back to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee for further review so that we can actually hear testimony from the DNCs and understand to what degree they are comfortable with the amendments in this bill and the changes that have been made in this bill. I think that this is an important matter, and we need to be thoughtful about how we proceed.
Representative Frizzell, we're currently discussing the amendment. You may have to do a substitute motion once this amendment passes or not. Okay. So is there any further discussion on L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L12 passes. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L013 to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment.
You want to describe it? I can do it.
I got it.
L13 is properly displayed. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this is the third of the amendments that we negotiated with the stakeholders on this bill to come to an agreement about the policy. One of them is to ensure that full tip amount, to ensure that the driver is keeping the full tip, that it's not redacted from the base pay, and also so that the task acceptance time that's being used does not count against the driver for further opportunities if they take less than the full 60 seconds. And again, these were negotiated heavily with the companies. They came to an agreement on the bill based on these amendments, and I ask for your yes vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be clear, members, this amendment significantly cuts down the burden on these companies. Should be a no-brainer for either side. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L13. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L13 passes. Representative, and we're still on the Business Affairs and Labor Report. Representative Frizzell.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now, in a more timely fashion, move that this bill be referred back to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee according to Rule 7C9. I already talked about why I think this is important, but we really need to hear more from industry as far as the amendments that have been brought before us. Also, I think it would be beneficial to understand if there are any impacts to the fiscal note due to these dramatic changes. I would ask for your aye vote on that motion.
Is there any further discussion on sending House Bill 1129 as amended? Oh, Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I respect my colleague's thoughtfulness. I will say again, these amendments were heavily negotiated with the stakeholders, with the companies on the bill. They drastically reduced our fiscal. It's as low as it goes with these amendments, as well as the amendments we adopted in appropriations. And I ask you for a no on this motion.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the hard work you continue to do on this bill. However, we need to hear, we as a committee and the Business Committee need to hear confirmation that this was actually stakeholdered and gone through. We don't know, we're just taking your word for it. I think the proper thing to do is run it back through the Business Committee, and I would be in support of this motion.
Is there any further discussion on sending HB 1129 as amended back to the Business Affairs? Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am the chair of the Business Committee, and we did hear this bill, and we knew right from the beginning that there was a strike below. We were all given that amendment well in advance of the hearing, and we took testimony that was relevant to the strike below, and everybody in the room knew what we were talking about, and so I asked for a no vote on this motion.
A division has been called. A division has been called. The question is to re-refer House Bill 1129 as amended back to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of sending House Bill 1129 as amended back to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. The motion to re-refer House Bill 1129 as amended back to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee is lost. Back to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Business Affairs and Labor Committee report passes. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1129 of Representative Lynch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a fun bill. It's great sitting on the Business Committee because you get to see all the wonderful things that America and Colorado have brought to us. And part of that is capitalism and a free market. And the free market actually has created wonderful, ingenious ideas like this gig economy, if you will. And that didn't come from the state of Colorado. That came from smart people working in the state to come up with ingenious ideas that, and I'm going to say a dirty word here, make money. And they make money for these folks. They make money for the employees. They make money for the people that are smart enough to come up with these ideas. And unfortunately, I'm not one of those, but I respect those that are able to do it. I really don't believe we've got a role here in getting in the middle of messing around with these ingenious ideas. If you have a complaint with these folks, we have a legal system that allows you to, go after them legally. This bill just continues with the theme of placing regulations on businesses in the name of transparency. These regulations force a business to adhere to provisions that are directly against the business model that made it successful. If we do this enough, we'll see these folks lose their ingenuity. We'll see people decide that, I'm not going to come up with a creative idea because somebody, quote unquote, smarter than me under the gold dome is going to come up with a way of constraining my creativity. Really, the free market is all about creativity. Creativity comes from the freedom to do that and take a chance and go and try to make a living for yourself. So these particular companies offer part-time work as an opportunity for individuals in the community to make extra money. I think the bill sponsor, not sure, has benefited from that. And through that, decided that there's modifications that need to be made, but I'm not sure that we've got the right feedback, especially when we're continuing to write the bill on the floor. We asked for the consideration to take it back to the Business Committee where the people that know about business can talk about it. Those stakeholders, I'd like to hear from those stakeholders. I'd like to know how these amendments affect the strike below that came to the committee. So we're making this up on the fly, potentially impacting the folks you're trying to help by constraining these companies. This business model of large delivery network companies like DoorDash and Uber Eats is contingent upon drivers wanting to participate. If you don't want to participate and you think that it is a bad deal, start your own delivery company. We can do that in America still. Or not employ yourself with these folks. If we put these regulations on these folks, they're going to They're going to go away. We've seen this happen in industries in this state. We perpetually try to say that we're smarter here, and so this is not what you should do. You should do it this way. We're going to run these businesses out of Colorado. We're going to stifle the free market if we keep on doing things like this. I mean, if this model was unsuccessful, we'd see drivers and these companies go out of business. We're not seeing that happen. So there really just shouldn't be legislation that regulates businesses and enforces a particular agenda. This is a real overreach. This is us playing around with the free market, and it's dangerous. I know if you work in that industry and you've got a bone to pick with them, I don't think this is the place to do that. And this bill is pretty clearly an individual effort from a small number of people to try to stifle that industry. This is not a good idea. So with that, I would like to say this is a bad bill. Vote no.
Representative Hartsook.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's pretty interesting. We heard the sponsors say that we don't understand because we're not gig drivers, that we really don't understand the issue. Wow. A lot of folks on our side of the aisle, which was told that this is a no-brainer, have run businesses. And it does take a fair amount of brains to run a business. You have to look at the employee side and your side of profits. You have to look at how are you going to cover your expenses, how are you going to cover your income, and can you pay your bills? That requires a little bit of brains, a little bit of business acumen, a little bit of skill. So the fact that we really don't understand is pretty insulting. Many of us have worked really hard in businesses as owners, general managers, marketing. That requires a certain amount of skill set to go out there and become successful. You know something else? There's nothing left here in this country that's a draft. We even did away with that in the United States military. You're not drafted. You're not required to work someplace. You're not required to accept a contract. You're not required to accept a wage. You can go somewhere else. That's the beauty of Colorado and the United States of America, is you get choices. And the more this body runs pieces of legislation like this, that hammers away at businesses and places restrictions, and you're going to start wondering why businesses leave. We've seen numerous businesses scale back in this state, scale back in many other states where this kind of legislation is put in, and then they ultimately just shut down and leave. And what does that do? Who's the net loser in that equation? The consumer. Because what does it do? It drives up costs. It decreases options. It limits our ability as consumers and citizens to make choices because we're mandating from this body of what's going to go on. But yet our side doesn't understand it because this is a no-brainer. We should just comply. We keep hearing that stated from this well. Well, you know what? Our side is not going to comply. Our side does have brains. We do understand how to run businesses. We do understand balance sheets. We understand income. We understand expenses. We understand clearly that if legislation keeps limiting abilities of business to do things, large, medium, and small, that they will start shutting down and they will lay people off. And all these kinds of pieces of legislation and the multitude that are related to it will have the net effect of shutting down options, jobs, careers, business opportunities, lots of negative things. The whole point to the American dream is freedom of choice. Nobody said you had to be a gig driver. Nobody said you had to work construction. Nobody said you had to join the military. Those are all options. Those are options that we as individuals chose. Those are our careers. Those are what we choose to do. And when you start legislating things for pet peeves, then that starts having detrimental effects on everyone and everything. I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to hear this bill in the Business Affairs and Labor Committee. It was fairly contentious. We heard from a lot of drivers. We heard from drivers who wanted additional transparency and really supported this bill. We also heard from drivers who they do this, they participate in this endeavor, this means of of earning income for lots of different reasons. Sometimes they're a college student and they're just earning some extra money. Some moms stay at home. They do it to earn extra money for their kids and to contribute to the household. People become drivers for lots of different reasons. And one thing that we heard a lot of was, we really like this flexibility. We don't think this is necessary. And we're perfectly happy with the way things are. And we're also concerned that regulation by the state on these businesses will cause them to become less flexible in how they contract with drivers, one. Run them out of the state, because if we overregulate and place undue burdens, they could leave. The margins are slim. You need to understand that these DNCs are not making tons of money on every transaction. They're reliant on a large number of transactions in order to make money. So I think it's really important that we understand all the ins and outs. I did make a motion earlier to return this bill to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee so that we could better understand where the DNCs are at with this bill today, because they sure as heck were not happy with it going into or coming out of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee. And I think that matters, because we're having conversations here. We're having conversations about the DNCs, and we heard some really inflammatory testimony on the part of the bill sponsors and on the part of some of the supporters of this measure. And these DNCs they're mean, and they take people's money, and they are not dealing fairly, and they're not dealing with drivers equally, and they're bad business. And that's just not. If we legislate from this room with the assumption that businesses are always out to get people, and they're out to put the screws to their employees, and they're only in it to make money, well, I don't think we're going to come up with great legislation, candidly. And we are going to drive businesses out. I'm going to reiterate something I said yesterday from this position, is that a poll by the Colorado Chamber of Commerce recently of businesses, their biggest issue that they have here in the state of Colorado is government regulation. It's a problem. It's a problem for businesses, and what we continue to do day in, day out for 120 days is pass regulations that further inhibit our businesses and business owners from doing what they need to do. And what they do is they provide goods and services and they employ people so that they can live their lives with a roof over their head, raise their children, and go on about their lives. That's something to really be worried about, right? We need to stop this. We need to stop. We need to think about what we're doing for 120 days and stop. We are punitive to the business community. We are not supportive of them, and that's what we should be. We should be supporting the business community and the business committee. Why not? Can we, instead of coming up with bills that seek to regulate, can we come up with bills that make it easier to do business in Colorado, to be more attractive to do business in Colorado? Without a tax credit, possibly? Can we just stop over-regulating our business community? This bill is an onerous burden on those businesses that participate in delivery. We talked about, the bill sponsors talked about how the people who design the apps are neutral after the amendments. Well, great. The thing about it is they weren't coming out of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee, and sometimes businesses have to hold their nose and take what crumbs they are given through the amendment process, and that's not okay. That's enforced coercion. Members, I ask that you consider your vote on this bill very carefully. And I also ask that you consider one other thing that has never been talked about in this conversation. And those are the citizens, the customers of these businesses. And what this actually means to them, because we don't talk about that enough, for sure, in this building. We don't talk about what our citizens actually think, because we don't, a lot of times we're not asking that question, because apparently we're here to work on policy that is very one-sided, in my opinion. I ask for your no vote.
Representative Hernandez.
Good morning, colleagues. Happy Saturday. I rise today in deep support of this bill, and I want us to think critically about some of the pieces that are happening in our debate this morning. I understand folks' hesitation to, the ways that maybe improving conditions for workers might feel like a step away from business. But I do want to make sure that we're very clear that regardless of whether you are working in a full-time job or a part-time job in the state of Colorado, that is not an excuse for exploitation. That is not an excuse to exploit workers, because guaranteed wages are a part of worker dignity. People deserve to be able to know how much they're going to make so they can plan to buy their kid a birthday present, so they can figure out what they're going to make for dinner that night. And this is about basic everyday Coloradans being able to go to a place and expect expect their income to be matched up with what they were anticipating. I'm hearing debate about how guaranteeing worker dignity would constrain a company. But I want to just remind us also, again, very quickly, that there are no companies without workers. You will not have a business if you exploit your workers. And I want to just be very, very clear because I'm hearing in parts of our debate that folks don't have to have these jobs, that the American dream is about choice. I want to remind us of the current economic conditions that we're within, that today, more people in the state of Colorado and in the United States will have to work a second or a third job than any other time in United States history. And that's because we're in a place where you have to work more than one job to survive. And many people in my district, the north and the west side of Denver, have had to work as gig workers who are teachers, who are nurses, who are people who already have a single income but are needing supplemental income because in the city and county of Denver, our average home price has increased by 300% in the last 5 years. I, as a teacher in my public school district, I only make 60% of my public school income is spent on my rent, which means that I'm housing burdened, which means if I want to do the radical thing like afford groceries, then I am going to need a second job, which is not an excuse to exploit the wages that I would anticipate, so that way I can figure out if I'm going to buy Maruchan or ramen, right, or if I'm going to buy maybe a good piece of chicken to eat that night. I want to remind folks why I'm in favor of this bill, because there was just a study released this week that to live affordably in the city and county of Denver, you would have to make, on average, to live comfortably in the city and county of Denver as a renter, as a homeowner, what have you, you would need $103,000 a year. My combined salary as a public school teacher and in this legislature still does not allow me to make an average income that would allow me to live comfortably in the neighborhood that I grew up in. And this is no more exacerbated than it was during the pandemic, where everybody in here used a gig worker to get your groceries, and everybody in here asked a gig worker to pick up your meals and asked them to pick up your toilet paper and your tissues. And I want to remind us of the dialogue that happened as I watched in this chamber, as many folks in here described how essential workers were needed in our economy, and they were essential to how our community stayed safe, how we fed ourselves. But I want to just remind us that those workers were working under conditions where they did have to work a supplemental job. I want to make sure that we give workers time for negotiation's sake to be able to get to a place where they can, I want to make sure that we can give time for negotiation's sake, so I'll get out the well. The prime sponsor gave me a quick note, but I just want to voice my deep favor of this bill and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam. Whoa. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Being told again that we that lead companies exploit the people that work for us couldn't be farther from the truth. Good leaders of companies know two things, two components that have to exist in a business. One, we have to have very loyal customers, and we have to treat them with the utmost respect, and we need to continue to build brand equity for those consumers. And secondly, we don't have a business without our people. We have to have both components. And so the discussion at this well about exploiting our people couldn't be further from the truth. And if you think that there isn't an executive out there that doesn't realize that one of their most important assets, their most important assets are their people, you must think we're ignorant. We are not. And we know how important they are, and we know how important their compensation is and how fair we need to treat them in everything that we do. So I would appreciate it if we could stop using this term that we as leaders exploit our people, because we do not. Secondly, every individual that signs a contract with an organization can review that contract, can review the compensation side of it, can review what's expected of them, can review what's expected of the company. And they can choose whether they want to sign that contract or not. They are totally free to make that decision as to whether they want to sign that contract. And when it comes up to for renewal, if they're not happy, they do not have to sign that contract. That's the way contracts work. But what we're doing in this body right now is we're deciding as a legislative body as to what should be in the contract and what should not, and what's transparent in our minds. That's not how business works. The contract is between the individual and the company. And they had the freedom to decide, is this a contract that's in my best interest or is it not? And I don't know where we come off as a legislature saying that we have a role in that contract. Where does that start and stop? What's the next industry that we're going to regulate contract terms? Where does it start? We're starting here. Where are we going with this? If you're not happy with your contract, you have every freedom to leave. Thank you. This is not a good idea under any circumstances.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, echoing what we saw with this in committee before, basically the strike below and the edits that were made to this bill, we haven't come far in the fact that we're still overstepping, we're still overreaching. And I was even quoted in comments I made in committee by an article. We do a lot of overreaching and government overreach legislation in this body. We've seen a lot this session, but with this bill, we're basically saying, hold my beer, and here's the next. This is not how we should be managing anything. This is not how we should be making laws. I, too, was a private contractor in private security. I own my own business. And I know the ins and outs of this. I took offense to the comments of us not being able to navigate through this as too complicated for somebody that would contract or otherwise own their own business. That's ludicrous. The fact of the matter is, like my colleague that spoke before me said, if I had a contract that didn't work for me, I find another contract. If I have a job, if I'm employed and it doesn't work for me, I can find another job. It's not about trying to make laws to make a job work for me as an individual or a contract work for me as an individual. The fact that we're legislating for that is wrong. So, like I said in the committee and say it now, this is still something that's very overreaching in government. This is something where we're reaching into a realm that is simply trying to put our thumb on something that we don't need to have control of. This is something that the market can work itself out with, that an individual can work it out with. On something that doesn't work for them, find something else. If it doesn't work for you, address it. But there's no reason to legislate something into working for you as an individual. So again, this is something that goes beyond the government overreach and a level of free market. This is something that we don't need to have our thumb in, and we need to do better in this chamber. I encourage a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to start with some things that the sponsor said, and that is to the to the point of that these businesses are influencing behavior by incentives and rewards. And they're also limiting future opportunities by motivations based on prior compliance. And that this violates the agreement of independence. And I just think that is really ironic from a party that violates independence, uses penalties and rewards to manipulate behavior
Representative
to the tune of
DeGraff,
20.
to the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but it is to the bill because it is discussing the policy of this bill. The sponsor said this is about the manipulation of individuals and denying their independence by the use of rewards and incentives and even, in a sense, the lack of punishment. And that's how legislation is done in this building, so it's just an ironic thing to bring forward. And I think hypocritical is the actual word. So I wanted to touch on some other points. I had some others, and I appreciate my colleague demonstrating why the public school system's failing our children. But what we're looking at, the implications that we are opposed, that anybody that opposes this bill is opposed to worker dignity. I am just really surprised that was not gavelled down, because we're not opposed to worker dignity, actually. We're for worker dignity. And the implication that we are for the exploitation of workers is just the actual opposite. There were some very good points in there, something about workers being guaranteed wages, and of course, that is how that works in a free market society where you have an exchange of good for good, a voluntary exchange of good for good. And apparently that's a plus, and I agree. A voluntary exchange of good for good is a positive thing for the market, as opposed to the more heavy-handed approach of the withholding of bad for compliance, which it would seem in this case the sponsor is opposed to, but not in general. So workers are guaranteed wages, and what we're talking about here is a business model. We're talking about a business model, and that forms the basis of a contract. And why did these businesses all come up? And there's not just one, there's multiple. On the ride share apps, there's Lyft, there's Uber. I don't know what other ones there are. And I like those companies. I think they're a neat idea. I mean, their idea is eventually that they'll get rid of their drivers entirely, have self-driving cars, and so people won't not only not need cars, they'll not need drivers for the cars that they no longer need. So, I mean, going into this, their whole object is to eventually get rid of the driver. Now that is based on policy that's done here. Now, I like the Uber and Lyft. I like these models. I think they're fantastic. But ironically, they're social justice warrior companies in order to get people out of their car. And one of the things I like about them is when I looked at this is that they were about $1 per mile. Whereas our Bozone system, our public transit system, is at $2 per mile, and it goes in the wrong direction per passenger. So we have to look at why these companies exist, and the companies exist largely to circumvent just really costly government regulation, government intervention. And so these companies were formed to get around, like the medallions that were required for, say, taxi drivers, and that limited the number of taxis that were available. So that limited your options to get a ride whenever you wanted, and you had to go through a specific I guess really it would be a guild company if you look at the if you look at the feudal system that we're trying to model through the legislation. So you would have, so these companies were set up to get around this, and that opened up this whole gig economy for individual workers so that they would have the worker dignity, that they would be able to choose the number of hours, that they wouldn't be working off a medallion that cost, I don't even know how much. They're thousands. I know they were. I've heard numbers, and I don't want to say it because but I know they're really expensive. But they did not have to work that off. They could show up in the market, and they could disappear from the market whenever they want. But they have a contract with the provider. They have a contract with the provider of this service who has a business model. And that business model, in this case, in the examples that are given here, are based on a 120-second response time. So you have an employee that has the ability to step in and out of employment whenever they want. And during that time of employment, during that time on the job, it kind of makes sense for the person that's paying them and doing that there is some sort of an agreement. Now, why 120 seconds is bad, I don't know. Maybe I should just stand here for 120 seconds and we'll see how painful that is. I'm sorry, what? I said do it silently. Well, I would have to do it silently. Maybe I should just stand here for the 120 seconds. Oh, you didn't offend me. Okay. Try harder. And it was kind of a double dog dare situation, so.
Yeah. I appreciate it, actually. Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
Don't worry, I didn't. So I think that's 120 seconds. I think it's 120 seconds. Well, we can stand here for 120 seconds again. But the point is that there's a contract. There's a contract, and the provider is making the provider of this service that is contracting has individuals on both sides of this contract. The people, the workers, the gig workers who have been given the opportunity to circumvent the government's requirement for a very expensive medallion in order to provide delivery services so that they are not stuck, so that they can jump in and out of the market. So this is a problem that the government made in the first place. That's not surprising. So I think you also have to look at what the options are going to be. You start doing this, and then the provider can just say, well, if you're not going to abide by the contract, then we're just going to have to terminate, and then that becomes another problem. And as the previous colleague with the executive experience, and I've had this experience even in the military, if you don't like the terms, there are times that you have to vote with your feet. You might have to leave. And so in the gig economy, what everybody can do, what everybody has the perfect opportunity to do is to leave. I'm not saying that's the optimum, but they might have to. They don't owe any of these companies their allegiance. They're not compelled, they're not bound to them. They can leave. And I know that. I left the military. I did not like the terms of the agreement that they had, and I could either, and I had the option of leaving. Strangely, the military did not continue to pay me when I left. But I voted with my feet, and a lot of other people voted with their feet, and guess what happened? The problem got fixed. So the government created a problem, the market created a solution, and now the government, in order to foul it up again beyond anything recognizable, is wanting to jump in again and impose the same heavy-handed tactics that it uses in legislation every day to manipulate the behavior of the citizen. Incentives and rewards, and withholding of punishment. That's how this body legislates. So what you have is you have this legislative warfare, and we don't even know who's actually putting this forth. Sure, on the worker side, but that's done often. I think if you looked at who funded, say, the kiosks, they probably put a lot of money into demanding minimum wage because it put a lot of people out of work. So I think there would be unadvertised consequences. I don't think there are unintended consequences to this. But the market created a solution to a government-created problem. The government is stepping in again to create that problem. So this is not, so if you want to talk about worker dignity, $103,000 per year. Yep. A lot of that comes from the fact that the state charges a family of 3.5. Now you can say that it doesn't come from them. You can say that money doesn't come from them, that family of 3.5, that costs about $25,000 per year. To do what? And in the past 5 years, for a family of 3.5, since I think the average child ratio is 1.42 or something like that, in the last 5 years, we've increased that tax burden on a family of 3.5 by $10,000. So if you want to have worker dignity, where they don't have to raise $103,000 to live comfortably in the family home in a neighborhood that used to be very affordable with very good schools, then I think we need to look at a little bit deeper, because this is papering over a symptom. This is papering over a system of a series of problems that are created by this body, this tax and spend body. And now and what is worker dignity? If you legislate these businesses to the point where they just go, we've had enough. We've had enough. And they leave, does that support worker dignity? Or they are just unwilling to offer the flexibility to somebody because there's no cost benefit? If somebody doesn't want to be on the clock, they should just be off the clock. If they want to be on the clock, then they just have to adhere to the rules of the contract that they've set up. Now, I'm not saying that they can't do things better, but this is not, this group of individuals that really does not understand what's going on in this space is probably not the place to solve it, because as per normal, there is no problem that the government can't make worse with a solution. We'll go in, throw our ignorance and arrogance at a problem, create a bigger problem, and then in general, well, not even in general, but as a rule, the solution to bad legislation is more legislation. And it goes round and round. So if you want to worry about exploiting workers, get your hands out of their pockets. $25,000 per year coming from this General Assembly, from this body, when we spend $43 billion per year for a population of 6 million. Yet, we are trying to figure out, you are trying to spend more money for the greater good. Always something more, always more money. Did we roll back? Did we cut billions out of the budget to recognize the fact that our citizens are having to spend having to earn $103,000 a year? Did we cut back the spending on that and say, man, we've really got to tighten our belts because the people of Colorado sure have? Nope. This legislation went back to the buffet table, all you can eat. More and more. Two leeches that are never satisfied. Give and give. So if you want to make things affordable, if you want to make it so people don't need to jump in and out of the gig economy, if you want to make it so that they can only work one job, and a lot of that working one job, let's just be honest, that was part of there were some good things I like about the Affordable Care Act, but one of them was that full-time benefits had to be for people over 28 hours. So everybody got cut down to 28 hours or close there too. And so now they have to have two jobs. Two jobs to afford their own benefits. It was a neat idea, it was a noble idea, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It was a good intention. Everybody gets benefits if they work more than 28 hours in a week. That led to everybody needing two jobs and more expensive health care. More expensive health care is predicated on the fact that we have socialized medicine of Medicare and TRICARE. That drives up the cost of medical. That makes it so so instead of fixing the problem and fixing the internal processes that are imposed by government, your solution is to foul up the market even more. It's not a free market. This is not a market where the free market has left people hanging. This is a market, again, that has been fouled up beyond anything recognizable. And this is another example. This is the example of too many participation trophies. Everybody wins. Nobody leaves with hurt feelings. Everybody gets what they want. Businesses are bottomless sources of money. Well, we get that out of this body too. Individuals, businesses, anybody, that they're just endless fonts of money for our pet projects. We barely even blink if something is in the millions of dollars. And we just add it to it. Monty Python's skit talking about that it's wafer thin is incredibly apt. So it's this body, it's this type of legislation that is in opposition to worker dignity. The majority party.
Representative DeGraff, to the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But these were things that were brought up about this bill, why this bill is important. Worker dignity, having to have multiple jobs, needing $103,000 per year, and I'm not disputing any of those. I'm certain my colleague has done plenty of research in that area. But this problem is the government inserting itself back in. And is this going to solve the problem? No. So what are we going to do? We're going to be back. What other precedent does this set? This sets a whole bunch of other precedents. What other jobs? What else needs to be regulated? Housing here, that's driven by prices that are, driven by good intentions that are, and that goes into the rent cost, the cost of creating housing, the energy, adding $25,000 per unit. Fix the problem where you can, and if you want to find where to fix the problem, look in the mirror. So I find these incredibly hypocritical when the criticism is limiting, influencing behavior by incentives and rewards and removing punishment for noncompliance or withholding punishment for noncompliance, because that's what this body does. And it's hypocritical to criticize a company that created a solution to get around the government-created problem, and then to solve that problem is to reinsert the government and to create, and this will create just a foothold. It'll maybe address some problems. We don't know what the interim ramifications are going to be, but it creates a foothold, and it's the camel's nose under the tent. And the camel gets its nose under the tent, and then it lifts up its head, and the tent comes down. That's why that's a problem. So vote with your feet. You're not compelled. If you are compelled, say by insurance. That's another way that companies compel their employees to work, by being able to provide the insurance that negotiates the price down to the cost of Medicare level. So the way that you create wage slaves by your Medicare costs, your insurance cost, created by the government. That's how you create wage slaves. But I can see that there is no appetite in this room for solving the problems that the government creates, just creating more problems to Band-Aid over. And jumping into a system. And I note that the sponsor is a gig driver, and I think that level of credibility is very good. But there's a lot of other expertise out there that is not reflected in that ability, in that space. So I definitely think I think we need to stand up for worker dignity. We definitely need to stand up for worker dignity. We need to drive down the amount of money that they have to earn in order to live decently. Nothing that this legislation has done will do that. The rent control nonsense, drive up price, drive down availability. It's going to drive up that $103,000. If not, and completely eliminate the ability to even own a home with just one family. We feel good about that. You feel good about that. So this is more legislative warfare. Just like the legislative warfare that will drive property renter into corporate renterships. And it's just going to keep this problem going. I would like to see the ability of a family to afford a house. I don't know how that's going to happen after this year. I would like to see it where they only have to have one job, even just something crazy like one job in an entire household. But until you fix the medical system, until you fix the single payer system, you're not going to have that. And you're going to continue to have wage slaves that are tied to market, that are tied to these jobs. So I'm not opposed to worker dignity. I'm definitely against the exploitation of workers. I think that exploitation ought to stop at this level. I think the government should stop. I think the General Assembly of Colorado should stop exploiting workers. Before we go meddling and muddling, before we go muddling into a space of which the General Assembly has a cursory knowledge. Is this going to help workers or it's going to help lawyers? I'm guessing lawyers. But that's common. That's the legislative warfare that is being done and coming out of this body. No, I'm done. So I would ask you to vote no for this. I would ask you to vote no on this bill to protect workers, to preserve worker dignity, and figure out, I can tell you 99 million places that you can find money that's going to absolutely no productive purpose whatsoever. 99 million. You could start there. We're looking at putting energy places out of business at the cost of maybe 32 million, at the cost of billions of dollars per year. That's going to drive up the costs. That's going to drive up. And the sponsor feels great about that. Because we live in a magical land of good intentions. So I think there should be something more than just uninformed good intentions that goes into this. We should probably spend a little bit more time. We should get to a point where we have actual hearings, where we listen and we look at what's really behind this. And some of this is, I come from a previous place that I lived, had this kind of idea. And there was a prominent industry in that area, and they pushed and they pushed and they pushed, and the union told them, and they said, you can get more money, you can get more money, you can get more money. And the company said, no, we can't, no, we can't, no, we can't. And one day what they did is they left on a Friday, the company came in, locked all the doors, and that plant never produced a single thing ever again.
Representative DeGraff, I'm just letting you know there's only 10 minutes left in this debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And guess what the intent of that was? The intent of that push by the people that said they were representing the workers was to put that business, they found this out later, was to actually put that business out of business so that they could consolidate their representation in a little bit closer to home. So I don't buy into the notion that this type of legislation is always for the people, for the workers. This is not, maybe it is, but I think you have to look at what else is in that space. In that same county, that same town, they had an iron workers place. They pushed that too hard. They pushed it right out. What was the reason for that? So they could move it down to Detroit.
Representative DeGraff, to the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point is these policies that purport to do one thing. It's what I'd call legislation 101. What it says it is, it ain't. I don't think this is about worker dignity. This doesn't support worker dignity. This doesn't support lowering, making Denver or Colorado, any place, more affordable for the workers. This doesn't do anything that it purports to do. But it's good intentions. Ill-informed good intentions.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of this bill, House Bill 1129. I remember 2 years ago when I was called by the ride-shared members, Uber and Lyft drivers, to come and talk to them about issues they were facing with Uber and Lyft. These drivers who are independent delivery drivers, they are independent companies, were having problems where they were being locked out of the app by by Uber, by Lyft. They had no idea why. Usually it was based on a complaint that was made by a customer. Maybe they made a complaint to Uber or Lyft, and in that same scenario, they would just be cut off. There was no due process within the system to allow them to state, okay, there was a complaint against you, how do you respond, what happened, or any of that. They also had issues where there had been baited, basically telling them that they would get a bonus if they would take this ride or take that ride, and then at the end, once they completed the ride and asked, where's my bonus? They would say, oh, sorry, you didn't qualify for that, but they did not inform the drivers. So these are independent delivery drivers who are working their own businesses. These are new models through rideshare, which is called the gig economy. And we do need to have regulations and standards in it to how we manage this, how do we maneuver this, how do we settle disputes within this industry if things do arise. We can't just let everything just run by itself. That's where the government does need to step in, because unlike, or just like when we started off with factories and workers and labor laws, federal standards come in to regulate and to set a standard on how people are going to engage in these industries. So it's important that we as this body, the General Assembly, are able to help workers and these companies come together and solve these issues as they arise. It also creates more worker dignity, like we said. There needs to be more transparency within these industries, whether or not you're going to make, you need to know how much you're going to make if you're going to take a job, and know that that money will be available for you when you complete your duties. Once you do your delivery, we need to know that. There needs to be standards for that. They can't do a bait and switch on you. They can't cut you off without asking your side of the story, and all of that is what we call due process. And labor laws and standards need to be, very, very prevalent within this industry. So I ask that you support this bill to help our workers. Usually these workers from the gig economy are like students. There are a lot of immigrants, people maybe who speak a second language and don't even understand all of the contracts that they're given. So they're in this situation, they're getting this, app. Oh, okay, you go pick this person up, they pick that person up, and they need to know that they're getting a fair share of the money. I've heard complaints where, in the past they were making about 60% of the ride. Now it looks like their portion of the ride, the revenue that comes out of this has decreased. So we really want to ensure that people are getting their fair share, and Lyft, Uber, and all of these companies that are participating in this industry are treating these independent labor workers very, very fairly. And that is where we step in. I ask for your yes vote on this bill.
Representative Holtorf. And there's only 4.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to use all that time up. Let me know if I'm a little short. I'd appreciate that prompting. I think DoorDash and other companies are affected by this. And I do appreciate the bill sponsors actually listening to the businesses that are most affected and saying their issues and then running and offering amendments. Because if you overregulate any business sector, then they may not be in business. And then all these gig workers don't have a gig. And then they suffer like the person that can't pay their rent with their one job because inflation has gone up 20, 30, 40%. For example, the average rent now is $2,000 in this country just for a regular apartment. A little old apartment, near $2,000. For many reasons, many of them free market forces of supply and demand. So we want to increase business activity. We want to allow for businesses to flourish and also work with the employees so we have some level of harmony and not an adversarial relationship where labor is always fighting against management. You see, my colleague from Grand Junction pointed out very clearly that there are many, many companies that know the importance of employees and want to work with and take care of employees. So the employees deliver their part of the bargain, which is to do the labor, and the employers deliver their part of the bargain, which is to employ the laborers and give them a job. Because if you don't have jobs, people can't make money. If they can't make money, they can't live. So in the country, we say don't get the cart ahead of the horse. The cart can't pull the horse. So be very careful as you want to regulate and or over-regulate industry. To the bill sponsors, it's really important that they understand that. Now, I am glad that they brought a couple amendments forth. There may still be objections from the companies that do this. My colleague from Wellington did point out that you want to have a healthy and open business environment that creates an environment that will allow for more business to want to operate in your space. So, ladies and gentlemen of the chamber, when you create legislation that makes business want to leave, stop. When you create legislation that wants, for example, insurance companies to want to leave the state, stop. Maybe gig employers and those businesses that want to leave the state because it's no longer profitable, and profit is not an ugly word. Because if you don't have profit, you don't have business. Unless it's run by the government, and that's called socialism. And we all know that's incompatible with the American way of life.
Representative Holtorf, we have about 45 seconds.
Well, I was just getting started. Doggone it. Just getting started. But I am glad that there's a couple amendments that help. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, don't kill the goose that lays the golden egg, or you don't get any eggs. And the nest is empty. So understand that. As people in this chamber want to over-regulate, or they want to be over-activists with respect to those people that are the laborers without consideration for those that provide the labor.
Representative Holtorf, time has expired.
Did you say my time has expired, sir?
Yes, your time has expired.
Okay, so my time has expired.
The House will go into a brief recess.
Got it.
The House will come back to order. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1129 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1280 to the end of the special orders calendar.
House Bill 1280 will be moved to the end of the special orders calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1445.
House Bill 1445 by Representatives Bacon and Armagost, also Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, concerning measures related to supervision conditions.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1445 in the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you. Members, we got some feedback from the Judicial Department who runs probation about some clarifying language, but we do have an amendment, and with that, I move L3.
Give us one moment. L3 is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is clarifying language sent to us by Department of Corrections who runs parole. And so what this bill does is just make some cleanup language. It also cleans up the language that we tried to add to help the Judicial Department on probation. They sent back more technical terms. And lastly, we add a petition clause.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
Okay.
The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the committee report. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report passes. To the bill. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you so much. Members, House Bill 1445 is a great opportunity to address some policies, particularly around parole and probation, that supports not only our communities, but supports our parolees and probationees in regards to being able to achieve their rehabilitation goals. We know that folks who do well in these programs are committed to doing well, but sometimes the ability to actually get to probation or parole meetings are hindered just literally by lack of transportation, geography, and so forth. And so we believe that it's good policy that folks who are committed to doing well in low-level risks should be able to check in virtually. During the pandemic, all of the judicial districts kind of opened up this option to check in with folks. I say this all the time. People joke at how far away that I live in Denver proper. It takes me 47 minutes to get down here, and I have a car. So you can imagine if there is a probationer or a parolee who has to, go 1.5 hours one way just to check in. It's kind of hard to do that in the middle of a workday. It's kind of hard to do that when you got to take your kids to the doctor or to school. And so what we're really hoping here is that probation and parole opens up the opportunities. It is not mandatory. It is still discretionary that they can be able to do parole and probation checks-ins virtually. The bill also does say, though, too, that the folks who are on probation and parole can also ask and put in the information with their officers to let them know what they've got going on so that they do have the ability to request a virtual check-in. And so, again, if you really want to check through the bill, the language does leave it up to both of the agencies to determine if virtual is an option. It says the board, this is parole board, may grant, deny, defer, suspend, revoke, or specify or modify the conditions of any parole for any defendant committed to the Department of Corrections in a manner that is in the best interest of the defendant and the public. And so we believe that sometimes there is actually really great policy that we can all agree on, and we hope that we can earn your support on this bill.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Before I get to the bill, I wanted to point out something I think everyone should be able to recognize when we're talking about legislation. My co-prime and I on this, if you ever sat in on judiciary, we don't usually see eye to eye on really any policy as it pertains to this, as it pertains to the criminal justice system, law enforcement, et cetera. So we have differing opinions on past legislation and even upcoming legislation, but this is where being a person of my word, I know she is of hers as well, where when we do see good policy that fits in both of our perspectives of what is good to prevent recidivism, to better our criminal justice system and keep people from reoffending on petty things or otherwise technical issues, this is that policy. This is something that has been in place since COVID has happened. It's something that we can continue, but it doesn't mandate anything. It doesn't require anything. It's an option for our jurisdictions and our judicial districts to be able to take up or not. This isn't going to apply to everybody. This is only going to apply to those that qualify, that are the better or good performing, low risk people that are on probation or parole. So those high risk are still going to have their requirements of where they have to be and what they have to do to meet those requirements. And they can violate, and they can end up back in incarceration. But this bill will help prevent that recidivism in a way that doesn't affect the public safety. It doesn't affect law enforcement. They are all neutral on this. There's no position where this is going to hurt or harm anybody. So this is something that can help solve the problem that we're trying to fix on all ends of the political spectrum. So I also encourage and I vote.
Representative Holtorf.
I just have a question to the bill sponsors with regard to the probation, where these individuals are to stay in a certain location or geographical location, or they're restricted from going to certain parts of the state based on any kind of situation or restraining order or whatever may be in place. How do you know, with this virtual technology, how do you know that people are where they're supposed to be? How do you know they're in the state or in the county or in the area versus in some other state participating remotely, or maybe in Mexico at a 5-star resort, all inclusive? How do you know? So can you explain that?
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In talking to Judicial, they informed us that this is going to be the people that wouldn't be of a risk of doing that, of a risk of offending where they're supposed to be. They aren't the people that are going to be on any kind of a house arrest or anything where they're going to be required to be in a location. These are people that can be anywhere, that are low risk, can attend in person. If they're attending in person, if they aren't going to be the high risk individual, this is more of an incentive for them to be able to have that remote option.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
So I would also add that it's during the course of standard probation where they're checking in if they're going to work every day, if they're going to any meetings they need to go to. And it doesn't necessarily also mean that they can check in virtually every time, perhaps one or few of the time. So it will be under the standard care of parole and community corrections. If they have any other conditions like an ankle bracelet or monitor, that is still upheld. And again, it's up to the discretion of the probationer and the parole board.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1445. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1445 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1342.
House Bill 1342 by Representatives Soper and Bacon concerning testing accommodations for Coloradans with disabilities.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move the House Bill 1342 and the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report. Representative Soper. Representative Soper. Yes, you guys look a lot alike, so it's hard to tell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, it's a joke.
So in appropriations, we stripped the appropriations.
The question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Business Committee report. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you. In the Business and Affairs and Labor Committee, we made an adjustment to the bill with some feedback from some proctors to be sure that there were breaks during an assessment. Folks, our bill is about recognizing accommodations during time tests that are issued by the state. And so what we did there was pretty much make some amendments and adjustments to make that more practicable, and we encourage an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Business Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank Representative Bacon. It's great to be on this bill with you. This is a bill that solves a problem that's been happening throughout Colorado, everywhere from the CDOT Flagger exam to the medical boards to the law exam. And that's where testing administrators are not granting the ADA accommodations, or they're asking for additional evidence. We're presenting this bill which ensures disabled Coloradans are able to compete on a level playing field as their peers when sitting for a timed licensing exam, certification exam, or credentialing exam. These standardized exams are the gateway for being able to enter the workforce and ensuring to the general public that individuals has the knowledge base to be able to perform the job in which they were trained. Individuals make a significant investment in time studying, money paid for their education, and exam preparation. Coloradans who are disabled, whether the disability is visible or invisible, are protected by the Americans with Disabilities Act. However, the problem that exists here in Colorado is where disabled Coloradans are being asked for expensive medical and psychological diagnostic testing and reports for disabilities that are permanent and will not go away. These medical and psychological evaluations can cost the individual between $5,000 and $8,000. And this is on top of past evaluations and reports that prove the disability and lifetime's worth of documentation, which may include IEPs, 504 plans, being in special education, accommodations on previous timed exams, and other medical and psychological assessments. The economic discrimination of asking for more documentation when the individual can provide lifetime evidence of a disability means non-wealthy disabled Coloradans are likely to not be able to comply with the request and will be denied the accommodation they need to compete on a level playing field with their peers. Even with the additional evidence, exam administrators have been denying professional recommendations of disabled applicants, diagnosing medical or psychological providers. These denials of reasonable accommodations means the only recourse is filing a complaint with the U.S. Attorney's Office for violation of the ADA or expensive litigation. The U.S. Attorney's Office has long backlogs and often shows little interest in these claims. Civil litigation also means that, once again, non-wealthy disabled Coloradans are still economically stymied in being able to be granted testing accommodations in order to be on the same playing field as other test takers. The disabled applicant will still need to pass the exam, which is meant to be challenging to ensure they know the material the state expects them to know. Often these exams are only given a few times a year, and being denied means it could take a disabled Coloradan many months or years to be able to have study prep and the accommodations line up. This is not fair, and it means employers are unable to employ a disabled Coloradan in the profession or industry in which they were trained. Our bill requires private and government testing entities to grant an individual's request for testing accommodation on a licensing, certification, or credentialing exam if the person has a disability recognized under the ADA, provides proof of having received an accommodation on similar standardized or high-stakes exam for the disability, a letter from the applicant's treating medical or psychological provider recommending the accommodation, and the request is the same as previously granted accommodations. If the disabled applicant meets these requirements, then the testing entity may not ask for additional medical or psychological documentation. If an applicant is denied an accommodation, our bill grants the Colorado Attorney General's Office the ability to investigate should they deemed to do so, and bring a civil action. Additionally, we wanted to clarify the remedies and would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you so much, members. I'd really like to thank my co-prime sponsor for his diligence and commitment to this area. If you hadn't heard just a couple of minutes ago, this issue is very real for a lot of people. I came to the bill mostly because I was just as frustrated as my co-prime sponsor was on it, as having dealt with this in the K-12 space. We spent a lot of time in, everything from kindergarten up to senior year of high school, working with young people who have individualized education plans or IEPs. And one of the things that we noted in all of this is disabilities don't just stop because someone is no longer in high school, but there isn't as much support in recognizing the disability and providing accommodations, particularly for things that feel educational, like taking an exam. And so it was really important for us to recognize that this is an in-between space, that people who have dyslexia in high school will also have it when they're trying to take the MCAT or the LSAT or the bar exam. And while we may still have some work to do with some other tests, in regards to the assessments that this state administers, what we are saying is that if we have received comparable accommodations, then those should be accepted. And like we heard, that we shouldn't have a requirement to go receive extra information, which is also expensive. To ask a physician for an assessment is not free. And so essentially we are putting a cost on top of being able to access something which defies the spirit of the ADA. The Americans with Disability Act requires accommodation to allow people to be met where they're at with their abilities so that they can have access. And so the lack of being able to accept this information is tantamount to putting up barriers and limiting access. And so again, members, I want to say thank you to our co-prime, as well as all the stakeholders and the families and the brothers and the sisters and the nieces and nephews and the aunts and uncles and the parents who have had to have these fights with their family for their whole lives. So thank you all for listening. We encourage and I vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the bill sponsors with respect to the policy decision on page 5, lines 7 through 11. It's section 3 of what the test taker has to provide. Oh. Yes, absolutely. So what I'm looking at is a question related to page 5 of what I have as the introduced bill, line 7 through 11, that's section 3 of what the test taker has to provide. And I'd like to understand why impose this requirement on these test takers if they already have to provide proof under section 2. Why make them go and get a doctor's note in addition to providing proof that they already had received these accommodations?
Is there further discussion? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Representative Luck. And this is not additional. This is if they're providing, but if they're providing this, then the testing entity must grant the request for the accommodation.
Yeah, Representative Luck.
So what I'm reading here is that a testing entity must grant an individual's request for a testing accommodation on a licensing exam if the individual does 4 things. 1, has an ADA recognized disability. 2, provides proof of having received that testing accommodation previously. 3, provides a medical note, right, a note from their doctor. And 4, requests the exact same accommodation as on the previous test. So my question is, why require number 3? If we already are saying that the proof of you getting this test is sufficient, why make them go to their doctor again and get this note for this particular test? Why not just strike section 3? I'm just trying to understand the policy.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is not necessarily a new letter from their treating medical professional. They would have received some type of letter from their treating medical professional at some point, and that would be this letter. So it's not new additional information. It's just what would have already been in their file from the previous exam. So it's being able to see from the testing entity's perspective, passed exams, they do meet the ADA, a medical professional has evaluated, and that they have received something similar.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that. I just think that there's an inconsistency in my mind that if they've already provided all that they needed on that initial exam for medical substantiation, that to require that again, it just either feels onerous because they may not have a letter kept, or it feels invasive. So I just put that on the record.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill, and I'd like to tell you why. I have very personal experience with a family member who needs accommodations such as deliberated by this bill. My brother is very severely dyslexic, both visually and auditorily. And a lot of people don't realize that that's a thing where the words come into your ears and your brain has to unscramble them. Just like with dyslexia that is visual, your brain has to unscramble the words as you read them. And he was diagnosed when he was at the beginning of third grade, and it was because he couldn't read. And the teachers told my parents that he was very severely disabled. They used to use a much more pejorative word for it back in that day, and that was really hard for my parents to hear, and they got him some help. And he was able to learn to read, and he went on to do amazing things. He actually graduated with a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Colorado and was truly a rocket scientist, as it turns out. And then went on and got his master's degree and has been an industrial engineer, but also in management, manufacturing management. He's an extraordinary person. But all through his journey, whether it was applying to graduate school or taking tests in high school, he has had to have accommodations. When he sat for his PE exam, he had to have an accommodation. And every single time, it was a horrific process. It was demeaning. And difficult. And that's not okay, because these are people who are made to feel marginalized because of a disability. And I think that we have well identified in this chamber that that is not an okay way for us to be here in Colorado. I was shocked when this bill came to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee that this is actually still a thing. My brother's 60 years old and has been dealing with this his entire life. And I was shocked. I was like, are you kidding me? People still have to go through this for basic exams that they need to take for professional purposes or licensing. So, members, I do stand in support of this bill because it is important that we make sure that we raise people up in this state and not make them grovel to take exams that they need to excel. So that's my story. Thank you for your attention.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1342. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title. Oh, sorry. The next bill is House Bill 1338. This bill will be confined to 90 minutes of debate time. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1338.
House Bill 1338 by Representatives Rutinel and Velasco, also Senator Michelson Janae, concerning measures to advance environmental justice by reducing cumulative impacts of air pollution.
The 90 minutes of debate will start when I recognize the first representative in the well, Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1338 and the Energy and Environment Committee report and the Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So in the Appropriations Committee, we got our funding for our bill, and we also have an amendment for the Appropriations report that I would like to share. So I move Amendment L5 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask for it to be displayed.
Give us 1 second. The amendment is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So this amendment, what it does, it just gives us the rollover authority so that we are able to use the funding for the environmental equity cumulative impact analyses. These analyses usually take multiple years to be finished, so we wanted to make sure that the funding was able to roll over as the work gets done, and we ask for a yes vote.
Any discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment report, Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Energy and Environment Committee, we made a few slight changes. Part of it was ensuring that the environmental equity and cumulative impact analysis can be used for evaluating different projects and mitigation options. It also ensures that the ESHAs, the environmental equity and cumulative impact analysis, are transparent and translated. It prevents conflicts of interest between industry interests for the production of the ESHAs. And it also requires CDPHE to create a report for the different ways that the ESHAs can be implemented across different agencies, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Energy and Environment Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I'm really excited to be presenting on HB 1338 alongside Representative Velasco. This is a really important bill that will help us better protect environmental justice communities from toxic pollutants. People in my community in Commerce City and communities across Colorado have experienced disproportionate pollution burdens for far too long. Tragically, my district has one of the most polluted zip codes, not just in the state of Colorado, but in the entire country. It's probably no surprise to many of you that this area has one of the highest rates of people of color and working class families in the entire state. Over the last few years, we've made significant progress towards advancing environmental justice, and this bill will help us continue that progress. The Environmental Justice Act, passed in 2021, included many transformative changes, like creating the Environmental Justice Advisory Board, Environmental Justice Ombudsperson, and the Environmental Justice Grant Program. But rather than requiring specific policy changes, it referred to a list of policy topics, including how we can act to address cumulative impacts. And it created an Environmental Justice Action Task Force and charged it with developing recommendations about each topic. This legislature and the governor appointed 22 diverse experts from communities, state agencies, labor, and even industry itself to the task force. Despite their differences, the task force members came together to engage the public through a series of 40 public meetings held virtually and in person across the state in Commerce City, Grand Junction, Greeley, and Pueblo throughout 2021 and 2022. Ultimately, the task force reached a unanimous consensus on nearly 50 pages of recommendations about a wide range of topics, including how to evaluate and address the cumulative impacts of pollution. This shows that what we can achieve when we find common ground on solutions to our most challenging problems. Now that we have the task force recommendations, it's time to act. That's why we're here presenting HB 1338 to you today, to implement the recommendations and address cumulative impacts of pollution through three main concepts. First, a refinery expert. I know the state government has taken steps to reduce pollution from the refinery over the past few years, but it's time to do more. That means our state government needs broader resources and direction to protect the health of my constituents by requiring more pollution reduction and increasing transparency through better pollution monitoring. That's why this bill directs the Air Pollution Control Division to hire a petroleum refinery expert to study the root causes of refinery pollution. The expert will advise on the best approaches to address excess toxic emissions from refineries and help determine whether the Air Quality Control Commission should take new regulatory approaches, including rules specific to petroleum refineries, to fill in any gaps in state authority. This bill also requires that petroleum refineries maintain 6 community monitoring stations that monitor ambient air quality for benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylenes. All of these air toxics are known to cause harmful health effects, even at low concentrations. The bill also requires refineries to relay all emissions and community monitoring data to the Air Pollution Control Division in near real time, improving transparency for my constituents. This bill does even more to address the cumulative impacts of pollution, and for that, I will turn it over to my co-prime sponsor, Representative Velasco.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My district that I represent has a county that is the second county in the state that has the most oil spills. Our state, we are already number 4 when it comes to oil and gas operations. And we know that there has been many community members who have experienced adverse effects from oil and gas operations. In committee, we heard from community members who came to share how their kids' noses were bleeding. In my community, schools have been shut down because of broken gas lines. Water has been contaminated, and we have felt the impacts from oil and gas operations. So we also heard from industry, and they told us that as we continue to work on rulemaking, as we continue to work on regulations, that they wanted to make sure that regulations come from data. So that's why we are working on these ESHAs. And an ESHA is an environmental equity cumulative impact analysis, and I wanted to share what that is. So it would address combined impacts from oil and gas operations on public health, the environment, including the impacts on air quality, water quality, noise, odor, wildlife, and biological resources to disproportionately impacted communities, and continue the work of rulemaking. We also have a rapid response team, and as I shared, oil spills continue to have an impact on communities. So it's very important to be able to have these rapid response teams helping address those impacts. This is also very exciting that we're gonna have an Office of Environmental Justice in public health that will continue to address these issues. So we are very excited to bring this bill, and we believe that it will have a major impact for the better for our communities. So we urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Lynch.
Happy Saturday, Madam Chair.
Happy Saturday.
My comments will be brief. This is a bad bill. Vote no.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1338? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot I like about this bill. I think the focus on actual pollutants is a welcome change. But what I got from the committee hearings largely was that this is being cranked up before we even get to the position where prior solutions were in place. And we want to get to these solutions. We want to make sure that we have this in place because there are pollutants that we actually need to take out of the environment. Now, a big problem that I have with this is so much of our money is focused on removing a non-pollutant, which is carbon dioxide. And that money goes towards, that money detracts those expenses, those drags on these economies. They have an impact, and they preclude, that spending precludes actually addressing real spending. I mean, real pollution mitigation. And I know that a lot of people just think, well, we should do all of it, and we should do more of it. And that becomes a non-solution, because what is happening is we are pushing these businesses out of the state. And I know that for some people, that is something that's welcome, and I think that is something that is unfortunate, because I think this is truly a baby with the bathwater. So we want to deal with these actual pollutants, but a lot of these actual pollutants are being made worse by the actions of the government, by the Energy Office, by the governor, in terms of focusing on carbon dioxide. So I would like to see more of this, and I talked to some of the members that came in and were witnesses dealing with some of these things. And interesting things that I had that I heard was one of 350 Colorado, I won't say the name, that environmental injustice is the leading cause of the climate crisis. So we have these really conflicting ideas that are going out there that are based largely on misinformation, either intentional or just ignorance. And so we're dealing with different things, and I think that is a matter of policy. That's a matter of education. So I would like to, like I said, I would like to see these issues be more dealt with, like where we actually remove the toxins. But our current actions, the current focus on carbon dioxide is precluding from actually doing that. And then we're forcing these businesses out, and we're neglecting, we're way too eager to neglect the benefits. And there are no, I mean, it's great to find an actual solution, like where everybody is happy, everybody gets what they want. And right now we're not there. I get it. We want these pollutants to not be impacting our people. But when we ignorantly go to restrict carbon dioxide in order to reduce a brown cloud, which has nothing to do with carbon dioxide, then we're taking away from these programs right here.
Representative DeGraff, I just want to point out the bill does not have any specifications on carbon dioxide removal, and we provided a lot of latitude. And so since we're talking about ignorance and things like that, I would ask us to come back to the bill and perhaps not include any characterizations, particularly about things that are not in the bill.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Like I said, there is a lot I like about this. I was just making a comment around when the bill and when the witnesses come in, and clearly there's a breakdown in the communication that we're not going to be able to actually solve these problems. So I think we do need to recognize that oil and gas provide a lot for us. There was a lot around the testimony in this that turns into being racially charged redlining, and as if these facilities that they were moved into districts and into areas where there's minorities, as opposed to they were put out in a place and then the community surrounded it. That doesn't mean the pollutants are okay. It doesn't mean it's, but in a lot of areas with this legislation, it gets lost in the rhetoric. So I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that dialed back in so we can have legitimate conversations.
AML Winter.
Good morning, AML. Thank you. Spoke a little bit about the amendment that helps some of the concerns that we have around how this will affect industry. But it creates more and more regulations on oil and gas industry without consideration of the contributions the industry makes to the state's economy. I'll say it, I've said it before, when 181 was passed, it decimated my community. We saw massive amounts of families have to move out of state and find work other places. And it's just hard to see that happen in my community. There are already strict regulations in place for the industry to follow, and by creating the opportunity for more regulations, it continues to move the goalposts for the industry. When they can't keep up with what they're trying to comply with, I mean, the goalposts are constantly shifting on them, moving constantly, and just about the time they get their feet settled and are able to push forward, something else changes. The state should not be able to continue to regulate an industry that's already so aggressively regulated and expect the industry to comply. Expecting businesses to stay in Colorado and comply with so many unnecessary changes is wrong. It's disingenuous to business that already works so hard to keep our air clean. This expands government authority over something that is already heavily restricted. Colorado's oil and gas industry is some of the most heavily regulated in the nation, if not the world. Further restricting these businesses is punitive to the workforce that drives them. Once again, I said I've seen how it's impacted my community and the families in those communities having to sell off their homes and vehicles, with the only other option is to leave their community and their families and travel outside the state for work. A lot of my friends ended up in Texas, South Dakota, North Dakota, Oklahoma, states that are more friendly to their type of industries. It hurts rural communities. It hurts House District 47. And it also hurts the state. I mean, DNR is mostly funded by severance tax. Once again, we saw how severance tax was swept in the long bill to fix holes. I mean, it helps fund DOLA grants. It helps pay for schools and pave roads. In the short term, we talk about bills and what they're actually going to be effective. I was in the short term, this bill is fairly benign. But in the long term, the impacts of the bill are endless. It opens up Colorado to more legislation on regulating the oil and the gas industry. Just adding more to the foundation to go after the industry that, believe it or not, whether we all want to admit it or not, funds a lot of the pet projects that this government has and how we feed the beast. We really need to look into regulations and how it affects overall. I mean, the issue I have is like in my school districts. That severance tax was huge for school districts. There's one school district that's funded mostly by severance tax. And it makes it hard on those industries. The bill also talks about environmental justice. And we want to make sure that the air is clean for these communities. We want to make sure that we have the ability to let our kids be able to go out and play outside, and I don't disagree with that. I mean, I grew up in a town that had coal mining, and oil and gas was huge because, of course, the coal bed methane. And being a rural Coloradan, I always say the air is clean, the grass is green, the water. I mean, we all, I think, strive for the same things. I just think we all have different ways on getting there. What makes it hard for me is there's not a whole lot of opportunities in my communities. I mean, these are good paying blue collar jobs, and in committee all the time we've had people come and testify and say, well, you need to move forward. And we all know that it's not that easy. In our own different ways, we're all fighting to move forward in one way or another. But what makes it tough is I literally see how it affects my communities and how it affects the people in my communities. I come from a real strong immigrant community because of the coal mines, Italian, Hispanic communities, and everybody knows how tight those families are. I mean, most of the time, grandma still lives in the home. We're close-knit, and it was just hard to see how some of this legislation just pulled families apart because they had no choice. It was either lose everything that they'd worked for or move out of state. And it was just hard to see those families be torn apart. It was just tough for me. And, like I said, I think we're all working at goals. And I mean, statistics show that the oil and gas industry in this state, they are the most heavily regulated. And I do believe that there are a lot of good actors. And unfortunately, like everything we do, the bad actors wrap everybody into things. And I understand that we're trying to protect from the bad actors. But what makes it hard for me is, so when we did a tour last year, we did a agriculture and energy tour, and they stopped at one of the gas producers in my county, and to see like the produced water that they bring out of the wells, because the water is so clean. I mean, it's created wetlands, it's created water for agricultural producers, it's fire mitigation. They used to be able to keep the dust down on the county roads, and this is water that tested. Actually, an individual from Arkansas who tested the water said the water that comes from that production was cleaner than the water that they drink, the potable water that they drink in Arkansas. And to see what it has done for that community, and to be able to help those ranchers and farmers, because we all know water is our most precious thing. And since that's slowed down, it's slowed down the produced water that comes into this community, and it's hurt those wetlands and other things. So, it's personal for me. Like I said, I've seen it tear families apart. I've seen it hurt the economy in my local community. Like I said, I know everybody's trying to move forward, but just, turnkey jobs aren't what happened. I mean, I know when we looked at like Vestas down near Pueblo, people are like, people are just going to be able to jump from one industry to the next, and that leap wasn't there for those people. So they had to chase jobs all over the country, and we all fight fiercely for our districts. And if I didn't come up here and be real with you about the impacts that I've seen in my district, then, I feel like I wouldn't be representing them well. So I've seen what it's done. I understand the goals that you have to do. I just think to constantly move the goalposts on somebody that's trying to get their feet underneath them is also tough to see, because I saw where one individual at this company literally started using solar to run his pumps. And to me, that's moving forward. That's looking and seeing what you all are saying here in the state on how you want to regulate. And that's somebody saying, okay, not only do we hear you and we're moving one step forward, and then, he contacts me later and says, this year something else is under attack. So I can understand that frustration from them as well, because the good actors that are really trying to make the difference, they feel like the rug's pulled out from underneath them all the time. And when that happens, unfortunately, it affects my community. So that being said, I understand you're representing your community as well, but I had to get up here and speak for House District 47. So for those reasons, I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, my friend.
Colleagues, I don't have any polished remarks, but I did want to come up and speak on behalf of this bill. My district is a district that has been heavily impacted by oil and gas activities. If you ever have a moment, I invite you to stop by my office and see the map of oil and gas activities on my wall from my district. There is hardly an untouched area of ground in my district that does not have an active well, an active bore, or is it within the radius of that. And my communities are feeling the impact of that every day, to the point where even my communities that benefit greatly from the income that comes in from oil and gas are really starting to question whether or not those benefits outweigh the risks to health and environmental safety in our communities. And I've had the pleasure of teaming with them on multiple times over the past year to fight irresponsible oil and gas activity in our district in front of the Energy Carbon Management Commission. My communities are starting to be recognized as disproportionately impacted communities, despite the fact that we do not have the same demographic, racial, or income disparities that the bill sponsors have in their communities, simply because of the significant health impact that we are seeing in District 19 related to oil and gas activities. Don't quote me on these numbers, but just reading the reports, even just in the past 3 weeks, I think we have seen 4 new well leaks identified in the town of Erie alone. These are both historic and emerging leaking wells. We know that leaking wells push out a significant amount of pollutants, both into our ground soils and into our air. These are not legacy problems. These are problems that are emerging every day. They are also historic problems that are just being discovered. This is a significant health and safety impact in my community. We also host the largest landfill in the region. So when you think about the pollutants and the impact on air quality coming off of the landfill, combined with, I don't even know the count of active oil and gas leaks, but I can tell you it's in the dozens, just within my town's limits alone, and that doesn't include the known active leaks that have been going on in the eastern part of my district, one of which is only a few dozen feet from an elementary school and has not been remediated in over 5 years. We have a significant problem with responsible oil and gas activity. I want to be able to support this industry because it's important to my district, but it is not overall behaving in the way that we need it to in order to protect the health and safety of our many residents. That's just a fact. And when we look at something like a federally declared non-attainment zone, which means that air pollution has gotten so bad that the federal government had to come in and declare, hey, this whole region has air quality that is so bad it is dangerous to the residents who live here, and yet we still fight opportunities to not stop all oil and gas development, but just to regulate new development, to say, how about we not have any more wells go into this area? How about we clean up all the orphaned wells? How about we clean up all the plugged and abandoned wells, the low producing wells, so that we can start to make real improvements to the air quality in this region? These are reasonable conversations to have because we have to prioritize the health and safety of our residents above all else. We just have to. That is our mandate as human beings, to protect health and safety first. And that doesn't mean we have to end all oil and gas activity in our state or in our communities, but it does mean that we have to hold them to account and give our local governments the ability to apply stricter rules when it's appropriate for those local governments. There's a great map on the CDPHE website that I really encourage everybody to look at that shows very demonstrably where we are talking about the predominance of oil and gas activity in the state. And it's not in the rural areas, and it's not typically in those areas that we think of outside the Denver metro region. But I can tell you that for those of us in the northern, and particularly the northeastern Denver metro region going up towards Wyoming, areas like my district in Weld County, this is a significant health problem. We need to give local governments more power, leverage, instruments to try to protect the health and safety of their residents. Let them be accountable. If they make bad decisions for their community, the community will let them know. And because of all those reasons, I just urge a very strong yes on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you. So here we go. Another environmental justice bill. Another bill targeting oil and gas. So let's have a discussion here. Let's talk about oil and gas. Right now we're sitting in a building that has lights and heat and it's snowing outside. That happens to come from oil and gas. You're using laptops, computers, cell phones, manufactured and powered with the use of oil and gas. There's not a single thing that we do in this world, how we got to this work, how we're doing our jobs, how we're serving our people, that doesn't rely on oil and gas. We want to talk about the health care of people. Let's talk about that. In the healthcare industry, those plastic bags that contain IV solutions when you go into surgery, where does that come from? Oh yeah, it's a derivative from chemicals from oil and gas. Cosmetics, tires on bicycles, tires on vehicles, tires on electric cars, batteries that run electric cars. So we're going to sit here and condemn everything about oil and gas, and we ignore all the benefits. Our society has progressed. We've gone through a series of energy sources as we progressed, not only as the United States, but humankind in general. We went from burning trees, timber, coal, other heat sources, nuclear, oil and gas, all kinds of things. Right now, aside from science fiction movies, there is no energy source that can defy the laws of physics. So right now we have oil and gas.
Representative Hartsook, I would invite you to connect this to the components of the bill,
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
could.
So we sit here and we look at pollution. Now, I wish, as I'm sure everyone else does, that pollution didn't exist. But we have landfills because we use things. We have air pollution because we drive. We have industry. So either we like the things that we have, to include the warm building we're sitting in, or we can go back to the proverbial Stone Age. The oil and gas industry has made tremendous strides. I mean, Colorado alone has one of the cleanest energy sources in the entire country and the world. Having been overseas many times in Saudi, Kuwait, a few other places, I can talk to you about pollution. Having grown up in Los Angeles, I've seen pollution. Been stationed in DC, seen it. Denver's not that bad. Is it perfect? Nope. But you know what? It's not that bad. Do we want it to be better? Sure we do. But do we want it to be better at the expense of the industry that provides it, the jobs they create, and what we have to pay out of our pocketbook? Well, let me know how that works out when the regulations keep driving up the costs, and we're back in here arguing about the expenses that people are paying for heating and fuel to get to their jobs, and why they have to work extra jobs because they can't pay their bills. We are creating a redundant cycle that is becoming vicious and more vicious with each piece of legislation that we pass. Environmental justice is an interesting acronym to describe how we're trying to do things in this world. I will believe and assume that all of us want to do what is the right thing. We want clean air, we want clean water, we want clean food. But right now, aside from the science fiction movies, there's no way to generate the perfect energy source. Yet we have a pretty darn clean energy source sitting here with natural gas. Far better than coal or oil that's used in many parts of the country and the world. And our air is not our air alone. It constantly moves from west to east. And we have pollutants that are brought in globally. This is not the entire making of the oil and gas industry contained within the little confines of the Denver metro air basin. No more so than the confines of the Los Angeles air basin. We are subject to the whims of Mother Nature and our own needs that are out there. If we wish to do away with all of our needs and want to do away with all of our conveniences, well, then we could probably do away with oil and gas. I personally don't see that happening anytime soon. As we create more regulations with this bill, more impacts upon the industry, the net result will be an increase in prices, cost to consumer for heating their homes, their vehicles, the cost to the government via the taxpayers of this building that the taxpayers have to pay. All of that goes up because we keep passing legislation that puts on more regulations that increases costs. Industry is reeling because we pass regulation after regulation, and before the rules are even implemented, this body is throwing new regulations on top of that. You know, maybe we should just take a pause, see what's going on out in the grand old world, and let things stabilize. Because right now, businesses, large and small, cannot adjust with the speed of the legislations passed out of this chamber that impacts their jobs, the way they do business, and consumers that ultimately pay the bill. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heard this bill in committee, had lots of conversations about this bill, have continued to have conversations about this bill. And when I talked to my colleagues who are bringing this bill, we talked about, do we want to start off good and then go downhill from there, or end on a good note? And we decided we were going to start off good. So I move Amendment L010 and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you for that consideration. It'll be displayed shortly. Please, to the amendment, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we'll talk about in this bill in a little bit is it creates this rapid response team that can go out and respond to any complaints that folks have about suspected emissions or pollutions or something like that. And so through the conversation, we said, fine, if we're going to have this rapid response team, that's great. We just want to be able to know what the results of that team finds are. And so this amendment takes care of that. It just says that when the rapid response team goes out, they have to report what, if any, formal enforcement action was taken as a result of the complaint. I think that's important for transparency, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I do want to thank our colleague, Representative Evans. And we believe that this is a great idea. It also doesn't impact our fiscal note. Oh, so sorry. Thank you so much to Representative Evans. We accept this amendment. We think it's a great idea. We urge a yes vote. And it doesn't impact our fiscal note. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. L10 is passed. To the bill, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so this bill here, it was amended in committee, and I did appreciate that amendment, but I mean, you know, if we're going to use Rule 14, I'm going to have to talk for a little bit and make sure that we get good usage of our time. So here we go. All right, so we're talking about House Bill 24-1338. What do I got left? 50 minutes, 55?
We have 51 minutes
Wow,
remaining,
51?
kind sir.
I might have prepared too much material here. All right, so what this bill does, couple of key pieces that we're going to talk through for the next 50, 51 minutes, something along those lines. It's talking about, as the title says, measures to advance environmental justice by reducing the cumulative impacts of air pollution. Now, as those of us that work on the Energy and Environment Committee know, one of the big tools that is used in this space when we're talking about cumulative impacts, definitions, things of that nature, is this tool called EnviroScreen. So on page 3 of the bill, lines 9 and 10, don't y'all hate it when I start doing paragraph and line number? Or page and line number, we call it paragraph and line number in the Army. Page and line number, 9 and 10, it talks about Colorado EnviroScreen tool, has the meaning set forth in, and it gives you the citation. So let's talk about Colorado EnviroScreen a little bit, because I like the concept of it. California has something similar to it, and it makes me sad that I believe that after looking at this, and I actually requested an audit of EnviroScreen. We didn't move forward with that audit. But it actually makes me sad that California's tool, I think, is much better than Colorado's tool, this environmental justice mapping tool, because California's tool has actually been peer-reviewed. Colorado's, as I was digging around trying to figure out how all of this data that feeds into EnviroScreen works, where it comes from, how it's all weighted, and does it give us decision-grade information, I really couldn't find anywhere that this had even been peer-reviewed. And so if you go look on the EnviroScreen website, they'll tell you that, hey, we're working busily to roll out EnviroScreen version 2.0. We're currently on 1.0 right now. But 2.0 is coming, and 2.0 will hopefully fix a lot of the issues that I have and a lot of the concerns that I raised in that request to look at EnviroScreen a little bit more in depth. And so EnviroScreen is important to understand when we're talking about this bill, because EnviroScreen really does lay out for Colorado. If you go to the website, it pulls up a map of the state of Colorado. And that map of the state of Colorado has a lot of different ways that you can sort it. You can sort it by county. You can sort it by a couple of different methodologies that are used in census. And what EnviroScreen does is it takes a variety of different metrics and it feeds them all into an equation, and that was the piece that I wanted to look at a little bit more, was the equation, and then it spits out a number from 1 all the way up to 100. 100 is the highest, so that would be the worst EnviroScreen score. That would mean that it is the most heavily impacted by pollution, things of that nature. And then a 1 on the score would obviously be the lowest score that you can get in EnviroScreen, and that means that it's the least impacted. And so EnviroScreen is critically important when we talk about cumulative impacts, disproportionate impact, because EnviroScreen is the tool that is used by the state of Colorado to determine whether or not a community meets those certain definitions. So if a bill says somewhere that a community is disproportionately impacted, there's cumulative impact, that ties back to EnviroScreen, which we see here on page 3, lines 9 and 10, because EnviroScreen is the tool that determines that through all of those different metrics. And on the website, if you go to the website, I'm on the website right now, it actually will tell you what things EnviroScreen looks at. And so that's important because obviously whatever the data is that's fed into EnviroScreen is going to dictate the response for EnviroScreen. And this ties to something a little bit later in the bill where we start talking about, as the sponsors mentioned, the ESHAs. But in EnviroScreen, and I'm on the website here, there's a lot of different factors that feed into EnviroScreen. You have what are called the health and social factors and the pollution and climate burden factors. And then within health and social, you have sensitive populations and demographics. It's broken down further by that. And then finally, you have 9 health and age indicators. So this is where EnviroScreen goes from being like the mapping software to being like actual, rows of data on Excel spreadsheets or some other sort of database or something like that. So there are 9 health and age indicators that feed into EnviroScreen. These would be, if you wanted, I could give you a bunch of examples. 6 economic and race indicators, 9 environmental exposure indicators, and now we're jumping over to like the pollution and climate burden, 7 environmental effects indicators, and 4 climate impact indicators. And so one of the questions that I have was, there's 9 plus 6 plus 9 plus 7 plus 4. So off the top of my head, whatever that number is, I know it's in the 30s. There's 30 some odd different indicators that are all feeding into EnviroScreen. And then at the end of however the equation inside EnviroScreen crunches those numbers, then it kicks out that EnviroScreen score. And the question, 35, it's 35 total indicators. And so the question that I had was, how does that equation decide how to weight each one of those unique 35 different indicators that goes into EnviroScreen? For example, the way EnviroScreen is broken down, as we just talked about, you got health and social factors and then pollution and climate burden. Health and social factors accounts for 50% of the score. Pollution and climate burden accounts for 50% of the score. Well, the question that I have was, if this is predictive, if this is supposed to be decision-grade information, where did we come up with 50-50? How do we know that the health and social factors are not more or less indicative of a negative health outcome than perhaps the pollution and climate burden? Because you guys have all heard the story before. I got a kid with asthma. I want to make sure that we have a good environment for him to grow up in. I want to make sure that we're taking steps to improve our air quality. And so I want to make sure that when tools like EnviroScreen, page 3 of the bill, lines 9 and 10, are mentioned and are built, that these tools are using the best information that we have to accurately predict and give decision-grade information to policymakers so that we can accurately identify those best ways to be able to clean up our air and to make sure that we have a good air quality and good environment quality, not only for us, but obviously for future generations. So, as we talked about, health and social factors, that gets 50% of the weight in EnviroScreen, the 15 different factors that are considered under health and social. Pollution and climate burden, that gets the other 20. They have 50%, that category has 50% of the weight as well. And so I asked a question. I said, well, there's 4 climate impact indicators. The 4 climate impact indicators are given 12.5% of the total weight of EnviroScreen versus the health and age indicators, which receive 25% of the impact, but there's 9 health and age indicators getting 25% of the total weight compared to only 4 climate impact indicators, which get 12.5% of the weight. So what that means is that climate impact indicators are weighted more heavily in EnviroScreen than health and age indicators. And if there's a scientific basis for that, that's fine, that's fantastic. But I want to know what that scientific basis is. And so those were the questions that I asked last year when we were talking about an audit for EnviroScreen. Obviously, that didn't go anywhere, but I wanted to lay that groundwork since EnviroScreen is mentioned in the very first part of the bill, as it correctly should be, given that EnviroScreen is the environmental justice mapping tool that is used in Colorado whenever we're having conversations in this space. So being able to lay out that groundwork for EnviroScreen, to me, is very, very important because that is going to play a big part of the conversation that we are going to continue to have around this piece of legislation. One of the reasons that I had concerns with how this data feeds into EnviroScreen is because when I pull up maps of EnviroScreen, again, you can look at it at the county level or a couple of different census tracts level. There are certain situations in which EnviroScreen seems like it just gives weird results. There are certain neighborhoods in Colorado, in the Denver metro area, there's one up by 104th and I-25, in which you have a tiny little corner of that neighborhood that is deemed to be not disproportionately impacted, even though everything around it is disproportionately impacted. So when I look at EnviroScreen in this bill, that makes me scratch my head a little bit when I say it seems like it's the data, the way all of the data is being crunched here is giving random and sporadic pockets of either false positives or false negatives, because as we've all talked about repeatedly, we all share the same air. Air doesn't respect jurisdictional boundaries. Air moves back and forth across neighborhood streets. And so when I see random spots in EnviroScreen of places that are not disproportionately impacted, surrounded by places that are disproportionately impacted, I think to myself, did the pollution just not cross that neighborhood road? Or is the data that's feeding into EnviroScreen and the metrics and the equations that are crunching all of that data, are they in fact giving us false positives, false negatives? Are they creating a statistical anomaly? But we're basing millions of dollars worth of government decisions on something like EnviroScreen. So if you want, it's obviously harder to talk about when I'm standing here and I can't, show you a map. But I've sat down and I've dug into EnviroScreen. There's lots of places where EnviroScreen, I would argue, gives false positives and false negatives as indicated by isolated, very localized census tracts showing up as not disproportionately impacted, having a much lower score in the, maybe the 60s, versus every surrounding area around it having a score above 80. By the way, for EnviroScreen, anything above 80 is automatically presumed to be disproportionately impacted. So now that I've laid the basis for EnviroScreen on page 3, 9, and 10, we can keep going through the bill here. Obviously, the bill talks about the disproportionately impacted community, and if you look on the actual citations here in the bill, you can see EnviroScreen is in 24.4.109, sub 5, sub A, sub 2, and you have the disproportionately impacted definition right next door to that in 24.4.109, so the exact same title, article, and section. We're just in some different paragraphs, but they're integrally linked to the definition of disproportionately impacted and Colorado EnviroScreen's, the Colorado EnviroScreen tool. Moving on, line 16 on page 3, the Environmental Equity and Cumulative Impact Analysis, or the ESHAs. So that's really the first big part of this bill that we're going to talk about. After you get through all of the definitions, you move over to page 4, line 15 through 17, where it talks about the department. So now we're talking about CDPHE, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. The department shall select one or more contractors to develop 2 or more environmental equity and cumulative impact analysis, the ESHAs. And so what's happening here is that these ESHAs are going to go and do a much more in-depth, as it says on the top of page 5, a scientifically rigorous analysis about what is cumulative impact, what does that look like, how do all of the different facets of air pollution, water pollution, ground pollution, industry, hopefully jobs, economic output, how do all of these things work together? Because as my colleague before me stated, quite often when we're down here and we're having these conversations, there's a lot of emphasis that's placed on the pollution that results from jobs and from industry, but there's not a lot of conversations, it feels like, around the positive benefits that those particular industries bring to Colorado. The fact that, compared to even 100 years ago, our life expectancy is way up, infant mortality is way down, and a lot of those things come about as a result of the modern industries, modern science, modern ways that we have to produce energy in Colorado. And so that's a thought that comes to me when I see that we're going to do this scientifically rigorous analysis of these, with these ESHAs. So there's 2 of them, to figure out what is cumulative impact. And so my hope is that these ESHAs will include not just an analysis of all of the negative stuff out there, but will also hopefully yield a little bit more information about the positive things that these industries and jobs bring to Colorado. Because it's important to remember there's 50 states in the country and somewhere around 178 nations in the world. Just because something doesn't happen in Colorado doesn't mean it might not go happen somewhere else. We'll talk here in a little bit about some of the air quality issues in Colorado and some of the data that comes from CDPHE around that air quality. So, ESHAs, we're going to do 2 ESHAs. How are these ESHAs established? Well, they're going to cover a geographic area of the state that includes a group of mostly contiguous census block groups. So it's talking about census block groups there because that's one of the ways that EnviroScreen maps and breaks down the state of Colorado. They may be conducted for a community located in the Ute, Mountain Ute, or Southern Ute, but you got to get the permission of the nations there. And then they can be used, once developed, these studies can be used for the purpose of analyzing cumulative impacts. Again, I've hit on it a couple of times before, scientifically rigorous. I asked this question in community. Why do we have a mapping tool that looks at the impacts of pollution in Colorado that gives an actual score for these, for how communities are impacted by pollution? And then this bill comes and says, oh, well, all of that, I don't know. I guess we need to have a scientifically rigorous analysis that backs that. And that was one of those questions that I asked about EnviroScreen. What is the scientific backing? How do we know that this is decision grade? As California has an environmental justice mapping tool as well. Theirs is peer reviewed. Where's the peer review for Colorado's EnviroScreen tool? How do we know, based on an outside independent assessment, that EnviroScreen is actually based on a scientifically rigorous analysis, as it says here on page 5? Because when I read that we have to do 2 ESHAs, we have to do 2 studies to study this at the scientifically rigorous level, that makes me ponder, is EnviroScreen, in fact, as scientifically rigorous as, is it as rigorous as the amount of weight that it has in making these multi-million-dollar decisions in Colorado? And so that's a big concern that I still haven't had fully addressed, which is, if we're relying on EnviroScreen, but we got to go do these ESHAs, why? How am I supposed to have faith in EnviroScreen if it seems like we built we're building the plane as we're flying it here? So moving on down, now we're getting to some of the parts that were amended in the energy and in the environment report here. So page 5, when you start on line 5, if you pull to your energy and environment report, which we've adopted, so now it's part of the bill, it talks about cumulative impacts, how those problems and indicators can be avoided, minimized, mitigated, but should not recommend solutions to individual agencies. And it should empower agencies and local governments to score, evaluate, or compare alternative mitigation options proposed for future projects to ensure that the future projects are effective while considering the potential unintended consequences. So that last part there, potential unintended consequences, that was something that I was happy to see in the bill, in the committee amendment that is now part of the bill via the adoption of the Energy and Environment Report, because we do need to consider the unintended consequences of this. I have had lots of conversations with folks in my community, to include minority folks who work in industries that seem like they are often not favored by the policies that come from this building, industries like oil and gas, transportation, things of that nature. And quite honestly, a lot of these folks are in a panic about the unintended consequences that is happening in communities that I represent when jobs are impacted. My church used to have 150 folks in it, and it's down to about 50 folks, and that all happened around the time that a piece of legislation a few years ago that really clamped down on oil and gas went into effect. They all went down to the Permian Basin in Texas. That's an unintended consequence, and I want to make sure that those unintended consequences are heard and that lower income and minority communities in my area are not disproportionately impacted via the loss of jobs. That is important. As I said before, Colorado is one of 50 states. If some of these industries leave Colorado because of the overregulation, that doesn't mean that we lose the impact of any pollution that might have been produced. And what leads me to believe that is a comment that was made by the chairman of the Regional Air Quality Council last fall. Again, we're talking about unintended consequences here. Chair of the Regional Air Quality Council said, "There is no one solution. If we went to zero driving today, we wouldn't achieve the summertime ozone standard. If we shut down the entire oil and gas industry, we wouldn't achieve the summertime ozone standard. There is no one magic bullet." And I think that's critically important, because if we add too many regulations to these industries that are critical to Colorado, you just heard the chair of the Regional Air Quality Council say, we still won't meet our summer ozone standards. By the way, those summer ozone standards dropped from 75 parts per billion to 70 parts per billion. That was courtesy of the federal government. So when we say we're out of attainment, that doesn't mean that our air pollution is getting worse. What that means is the feds are lowering the standards. And so while we actually would have been mostly in compliant with the 75 parts per billion standard, but it was dropped down to 70 parts per billion, and we're actually getting close to almost being in compliance with that one as well. I'm looking at the chart in front of me that talks about these air quality standards. And of interest is that all of the ozone monitors in Weld County are actually all in attainment. The 2 ozone monitors with the highest level of ozone are Chatfield and Rocky Flats north. Not really an oil and gas country there. So I think that's critically important that we're having this conversation to make sure that while we're talking about doing these studies and considering potential unintended consequences, that the record reflects what some of those consequences might be if these industries are overregulated to the point where they leave Colorado, so Colorado loses the economic benefit, the jobs that are associated with those industries, but because of our air currents, because of how air moves, a lot of that pollution ends up right back in Colorado. And by the way, that's not my data that says that. That's actually CDPHE's data that says that 70% of the air pollution in Colorado originates outside of the control of Colorado sources. So, now that we've talked about that part, moving on down, we're back to the ESHAs, those two studies. The Office of Environmental Justice is going to select somebody to go do these studies. They're going to have to go out, and they're going to have to do these studies by prioritizing locations that are most impacted by environmental contaminants, have the potential for widespread human exposure, and include a greater proportion of individuals with heightened vulnerability to the environmental contaminants. You can keep reading through the bill here because I will put it on the record that I've skipped lots of parts of this bill already, so I'm not reading this bill at length. I'm skipping lots of pieces of it. But this is establishing what the scope of these two ESHAs are. You flip over to page 6 and it talks about using Colorado EnviroScreen to help prioritize locations within the disproportionate environmental health burdens. Again, we're back to EnviroScreen. So if we are targeting areas to do these studies using EnviroScreen, I want to make sure that the tool that is helping us to be able to define the location where these studies is going to occur is actually a rigorously vetted tool that is going to give us actually accurate and decision-grade information and not, as we've talked about before, false positives and false negatives, which is a big concern that I have with EnviroScreen. And it's why, this would be speculation on my part, but it's why we have an EnviroScreen 2.0 that's coming out. I had asked the question, well, if we're going to have to update this thing so heavily, why are we using it now? Didn't get a good answer to that question either. Moving on. On to page 7. So again, we're still talking about these ESHAs here. So page 7, line 10 to 12 is an area where it is continuing to talk about these ESHAs, these two studies. We've talked about what they're supposed to do, what the scope is, how the geography in the state is going to be identified for these ESHAs. And so there was some additional amendments that happened in committee that talked about ensuring that the ESHA is crafted to be comprehensible, easy to utilize, and accessible. Accessible, including ensuring that the data supporting an ESHA is transparent, translated from English into the two most prevalent other languages spoken in the relevant community, and readily made available. I think that's actually important. Again, there was certain amendments in committee that I actually really did like. And this was one of them because I think it's important that if EnviroScreen's not easy to understand. It took me several months to really wrap my brain around it. So if we're going to be doing these studies, if we're going to be investing the resources, as it said on page 5, to do these scientifically rigorous analyses, I think it's very important that the results of this stuff be readily available so that folks in our community can actually see this analysis and have a solid scientific basis for understanding the true state of pollution in Colorado. So if you've noticed so far, the bill is broken into several different sections. We've almost wrapped up section 1 here. Section 1 is all about these ESHAs, these two studies. I actually don't really have a problem with the studies. You'll notice that most of my comments have been tailored toward EnviroScreen, which appears several times throughout section 1 of this bill, because EnviroScreen, I am very worried, does not have the scientifically rigorous basis to be able to provide good decision-grade information. I do think that the ESHAs will help with that. It definitely makes me wonder, though, why we are currently using EnviroScreen if we have to go do studies to help round out that picture with a scientifically rigorous level of confidence when we're already using EnviroScreen. All right, we're done with section 1, folks. Only a few more to go. Section 2. So, Office of Environmental Justice. Page 7, Section 2 now, there's created in the department, so that's CDPHE, the Office of Environmental Justice, the head of which is the director of the office. So creating a new Type 2 entity. The office is a Type 2 entity. You can go look up the definition in 24-1-105. I won't read that to you right now. But we're creating more government, more bureaucracy. I think you folks know how my side of the aisle tends to feel about that stuff. We want to make sure that it's efficient, that we're actually using money. And by the way, this bill does require some money. In the original fiscal note for it was about $1.8 million in the 24-25 budget year. I know that fiscal note has come down a little bit. I think it was about $300,000 or $400,000 that it went down. But this is still this is still right around $1 million bill, I believe was the appropriation that we ran earlier. So $1 million, we're spending $1 million to create another office, another Type 2 entity to go out and monitor and do things. I'm always very concerned about these things because not that I dislike government, I worked for the government for 22 years. But I want to make sure that government is efficient. And having worked for government for 22 years, I can give you examples of how government is not often efficient. And so whenever a piece of legislation is creating a new office, a new entity, more FTE, more government, I'm always going to be concerned about the efficiency that is being built into this new Office of Environmental Justice that we're creating. If you flip over to page 8, it talks about what the office shall do. Increase state government engagement, develop and manage environmental justice goals, metrics, objectives, work with other environmental divisions within the department, work with the Division of Administration, coordinate environmental justice work. It keeps going on up to G, so 7 different things there. Identify disproportionately impacted communities. Now we're back to EnviroScreen. Because if I hadn't made the point yet, that was supposed to be the point of EnviroScreen, was to identify disproportionately impacted communities. But now we're creating a new office that is also supposed to identify disproportionately impacted communities based on the best available data and spatial analysis technology, including the Colorado EnviroScreen tool. So why do we need a new office to identify DI communities when we already have the Colorado EnviroScreen tool that's supposed to identify DI communities? To me, this seems like it's redundant. And you know my side of the aisle, oftentimes we don't like redundancy in government because that redundancy is ultimately paid for by the taxpayers. So, definite issues with that particular goal that was given to this new office that's being created. And again, it all ties back to EnviroScreen. Have I mentioned that I'm not really a big fan of EnviroScreen? Again, on the bill, page 9, it talks about EnviroScreen some more. It talks about disproportionately impacted communities some more. I don't understand why it is that we are creating this redundancy in our government, which is being done at taxpayer expense. Fortunately for everybody that has to listen to me talk right now, if you move on down to page 9, we get to the very best part of this bill. And that was an amendment that was brought in committee that struck the bottom part of page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, and most of page 13. So you don't have to listen to me talk about all of those pages because they were struck in committee. I do appreciate the sponsors working with a lot of stakeholders to find that good point of collaboration and a path to move forward that was more acceptable to a lot of the different folks that were involved. So now that we've talked about EnviroScreen, the ESHAs, and the creation of a new government entity that is supposed to do what EnviroScreen is supposed to already do, we move on to Section 5 of this bill. Section 5 of this bill talks about petroleum refinery pollution. And the petroleum refinery pollution, per this bill, page 13, starting line 22, it says, on or before January 1st, 2025, the division shall hire an expert regarding air pollution control regulations for petroleum refineries. And so obviously, we all know that whenever we say petroleum refineries, there's only one refinery in Colorado. Everybody knows what we're talking about here. And so the division hires this expert. This expert's going to go out and they're going to do a lot of analysis around refineries in Colorado. And so in order to ensure that, and that's all it says, it just says an expert. It doesn't define what an expert has to be. It doesn't put guardrails in place, the piece of legislation. It doesn't, to me, it didn't really have a whole lot of guardrails. And so in order to add some guardrails to that, I move Amendment L007 and ask for it to be displayed.
Okay, the amendment is now properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we were going to discuss, this expert has a lot of influence over any sort of rulemaking that goes on in the space around refineries in Colorado. As we've talked about before, we know that we need to make sure that we are having the most rigorous pollution control measures that we can do in Colorado. So I don't really have a problem with having this discussion. I just want to make sure that this discussion is informed by a true expert. We've seen legislation come forth in this building that seeks to outright ban oil and gas. And so I don't think it's a big stretch of the imagination to say that there is a potential, a motive for this expert to potentially be someone that isn't a huge fan of industry. So we bring this amendment to ensure that the expert that is contemplated here, that's a Judiciary Committee word, thanks to the rep from Arapahoe County, the expert that is contemplated here at the bottom of page 13 is in fact an expert and does not have any sort of, as the amendment says, conflict of interest with oil and gas development and processing in Colorado. And then we have some examples of such conflict that include, within the last 5 years, having been registered as a lobbyist, having served in the General Assembly, or having served in an official capacity with an entity that educates or advocates, and we wanted to be fair here, so either for or against an oil and gas activity. And I want to focus on that last one there. An entity that educates or advocates for or against. So we're ensuring that this expert cannot also be someone that works for oil and gas, because that wouldn't be fair either. You've heard it once from me, you've heard it a million times. We want to ensure a level playing field. This amendment ensures that the expert that is hired to provide all of this recommendation to the department for potential rulemaking is in fact an expert that is going to be unbiased and neutral and is not going to be within the last 5 years affiliated or having worked in a capacity that advocates for or against oil and gas. This is an amendment that establishes that neutrality, and I would ask for your aye vote on it.
Representative Rutenell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we don't think it's appropriate to limit the pool of available candidates for this position, and we also want to make sure that the refinery expert has experience in this space, and for that reason, we urge a no vote.
Is there any, Representative Weinberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I'm listening to my fellow colleague over on the Weld County side, this seems to me like common sense. I don't understand why we wouldn't want to put guardrails and guidelines. This is not my field of expertise in any way, shape, or form, but I'll tell you one thing. If this had to come to my industry and an amendment like this were to be brought to where I was an expert in the field, I'd give it some consideration. I don't see why we wouldn't want to block somebody that's been a lobbyist in this, which would have an agenda. So I really think we should look at this a little bit better. I see what the bill sponsor tried to do with the bill, but with this amendment, I don't see any reason to not accept. And I would ask the bill sponsors for their input as to why they would not want guardrails and guidelines to protect this industry, and I'd be very curious to hear their answer.
Representative Rutenell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, the pool of available experts is probably fairly limited for what would be a refinery expert. The proposed amendment was discussed previously. I want to thank the amendment sponsor for allowing us to see this previously. Unfortunately, we analyzed this amendment, discussed with CDPHE, and understand this to limit the pool of available candidates in a way that is unnecessary and in ways that would limit the quality of the potential expert. And for that reason, I urge a no vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your answer with CDPHE. I would just, for a second, I don't like that the thought is not there. I see that this is very important. An individual should not be appointed as a refinery regulation expert if the individual has a conflict of interest. That immediately spurs for me a very important subject. As legislators, we have to protect conflict of interest. That's why 21C, we come down in the well when we have a problem. Adding guardrails and protections, we're trying to come on to the bill with you guys and see what you guys are doing. And again, from my colleague, introducing such I would say, a very good amendment, this makes sense. It's everything we're sent down here to do, in my opinion, which is fight conflict of interest. It's the last thing anyone would do. So I would urge an enthusiastic aye vote on this one, and let's get back to the business of the people with good amendments such as these.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007?
Division.
A division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L007. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L007, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing or your hands raised in one place until the count is taken.
I'm not quite 40 yet.
You may be seated. L007 is lost. To the bill, Representative Evans.
Oh, man, I told you we were going to start good and then go downhill from there. So, but you know me, I never come down here with one amendment. I move Amendment L009 and ask for it to be displayed.
Okay, L009 has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard previously the sponsors express some concern that this would limit the pool of applicants the way the previous amendment was drafted to prevent any sort of conflict of interest for this expert who's going to be analyzing and assessing and making recommendations about rulemaking in the area of refineries. So we've got this amendment now here. All this amendment does is points to existing law pursuant to section 117. Again, this is existing law. The petroleum refinery regulation expert shall not engage in any employment or activities that create a conflict of interest with the expert's duties as a state employee. We would ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Representative Evans. This is already existing law, and there are already many guardrails when it comes to this issue. I do want to elevate another point is that we might not be able to have a full-time employee. It might be that we are contracting the expert, and the expert might be working as a consultant with a refinery because of their expertise. So this is already existing, and we urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. L9 fails. To the bill, quickly, there is 9 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in debate. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, well, I think we've kind of introduced that topic here. We are creating this petroleum refinery pollution assessment entity. The division, they're going to hire this expert. That expert, who now might have a conflict of interest, will go out and assess the feasibility, costs, and benefits to the division to propose to the commission a rule establishing a petroleum refinery control regulation, and then you have some more conversation around this rulemaking that is being contemplated here. So you can read that at your leisure here, because again, I'm not reading the bill at length. I'm skipping most of page 14 here, and honestly, a lot of page 15, and a lot of page 16. Not that I couldn't speak about it, but we only have a few minutes left here. I do want to talk about what we have on the bottom of page 17, which is our rapid response inspection team. So this is something that we hear a lot about whenever we're having these conversations in the Energy and Environment Committee. And it talks, one of the concerns that comes up is, what is pollution? What is emissions? What is an allowable amount of emissions? When do we get to be too high for those emissions? In fact, we've just had very recently a massive rulemaking in Colorado around emissions. We call it the GEM 2, the Greenhouse Gas Emissions and Energy Management for Manufacturing 2. So the GEM 2 rule, as was approved by the Air Quality Control Commission. And so through the GEM 2 rulemaking, there are a series of facilities in Colorado that were specifically identified as being subject to this GEM 2 rule. And the way it relates to this rapid response inspection team is quite often some of these facilities, or just the oil and gas operations or other entities in Colorado, are subject to complaints by individuals who want to know whether or not they are meeting their emissions requirements. And so that conversation in committee, whenever we hear from communities and community stakeholders and things such of that nature, that conversation oftentimes revolves around some very, very technical science and some very technical analysis that has to occur. I actually started to learn about this in that other life that I sometimes talk about, where I was supervising the code enforcement unit for a major metro area municipality. And we would get very similar complaints to this that would be called in. I think we all are familiar, or most of us are probably familiar with the action alert days, in which you can't do any sort of indoor burning in your wood stove, your fireplace, unless you have an EPA certified stage 2 filter, or 2-staged filter, to be able to screen out some of the wood smoke emissions. Well, as code enforcement, we would actually react very similar to what's contemplated here at the bottom of page 17. Folks would call us and they would say, hey, I think my neighbor is burning and they're burning on an action alert day. Well, the problem is I can't go into somebody's home to go see if they're burning or not. So we would have to have what was called, and I didn't even know this was a thing, we had to have somebody that was certified in being able to detect smoke opacity, like a smoke opacity, basically how thick the smoke is, because whenever we have these action days in the Denver metro area, they are tied to how opaque the smoke is. Obviously, the thicker the smoke, the more pollutions that are being emitted, but if you have those EPA two-stage filters installed on your wood stove, then you have a hotter burn, you have a cleaner burn, and so those are permitted to be used in the Denver metro area even on an action day. But the reason they're permitted is because the smoke opacity is so low as to effectively be not there. It's really a non-existent emission. And so this rapid response inspection team was very similar to one of we actually didn't have anybody on staff with the city in my department that was able to do this, because it is such a scientific and technically intense and technologically intense thing to be able to do, to be able to go look at some form of gaseous emission and determine whether or not that emission is within compliance or not within compliance. There's a lot of technology that's involved. There's a lot of very rigorous scientific training that has to be involved in analyzing these situations. And so on the bottom of page 17 here, where we're talking about the division establishing this rapid response inspection team to respond quickly to air quality complaints filed with the division, I just want to make sure that we understand the scientific and the technical level of expertise that is required to be able to go out and do this. It's not something that you can go onto Amazon and buy a $500 camera, infrared camera, and be able to accurately identify an emission, what was emitted, the volume of what was emitted. It's a lot more in depth than doing that. You can get a heat plume of just hot air that comes off of something and see that with an infrared camera that you bought off of Amazon, but that's not necessarily scientifically valid data to speak to any of as it talks about on the previous pages, all of the actual identified pollutants and air toxics that we want to make sure that we're monitoring here. So I wanted to lay that foundation for this final conversation about the rapid response inspection team, just because it is such a scientifically rigorous thing to do and to monitor when we're having these conversations in the space of air quality. It's not really something that can be done accurately and efficiently to modern scientific standards without a lot of training and basis and a lot of very sensitive, technologically advanced tools that are associated with it. So we have this rapid response team, and it says on page 18 that they're going to develop processes and best practices for quickly responding to air quality complaints and giving priority to air quality complaints related to adverse effects in disproportionately impacted communities of the state. And then the next sentence is one that gave me some pause when I read it. It says that this team shall also develop and implement outreach efforts to educate and engage with communities about events and conditions that lead to excess emissions within the communities. So we've just had conversations about industry, specifically here refineries, but refineries are one of the GEM 2 specifically identified industries.
There are 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's many other industries, specific facilities. Some of them are in my district. For example, I'm looking at the list here, Golden Aluminum. It always throws me for a loop because you would think Golden Aluminum would be in Golden, Colorado, but it's not. It's actually in Fort Lupton, Colorado. Golden Aluminum is one of the GEM 2 listed industries. Another one up in Greeley, Colorado. The JBS Swift Beef Company, they do a lot of the meat packing around here. That's another GEM 2 listed industry. These industries are specifically identified under GEM 2. And as we saw here, the air quality this rapid response team is supposed to develop outreach efforts to educate and engage with communities. I want to make sure that these industries that are listed in GEM 2 are not having state taxpayer dollars going to a rapid response team that is then going to talk about events and conditions that I basically want to make sure that we're not having some sort of state-funded education occurring that speaks ill of these industries when these industries are in compliance with all of the different laws and rules with which they're supposed to be in compliance. If they actually are violating something, fine. Let's fix the problem. But if they're doing everything that they're supposed to be doing, I want to make sure that we are not using taxpayer dollars via this rapid response team to go out and create a false sense of anxiety and even fear in our communities about these industries when they are doing what they're supposed to be doing, when they are complying with all of the laws and all of the rulemaking that we've talked about, such as this GEM 2 rule, which specifically identifies by location precise actual facilities.
The time for debate has expired. Thank you. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1338. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. 1338 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the, please read the title of the Senate Bill, Please read the title of the Senate Bill 180.
Senate Bill 180 by Senators Fenberg and Smallwood, also Representatives Lindstedt and Winter, concerning the repeal of the Colorado Digital Token Act.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 180.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we bring you the Repeal Colorado Digital Token Act. Thank you for considering it. NFTs are a unique digital identifier that is recorded using distributed ledger technology. This certifies the authenticity and ownership of an associated right or asset. This bill will cut unnecessary government regulations surrounding the registration of NFTs when they are purchased in Colorado. We're the only state that has this regulation. It's unnecessary and needs to be repealed.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be on this bill with my colleague. It's good to slash government and cut through bureaucracy. And I love reducing government with you, sir. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Soper.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I heard this in finance, and we had a lot of questions about this bill. We give it a very thorough grilling, but there still remains some concerns. I feel like members have not read this bill or taken it serious, and I ask that the bill be read at length.
That is a proper motion.
Second regular session, 74th General Assembly, State of Colorado re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 24 to 1058.01 Claire Hafner X 6137 Senate Bill 24 to 180. Senate Committees House Committees Finance. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the repeal of the Colorado Digital Token Act. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The Colorado Digital Token Act provides limited exemptions from the securities registration and securities broker-dealer and salesperson licensing requirements for persons dealing in digital tokens. Digital token is defined in the Act as a digital unit with specified characteristics that is secured through a decentralized ledger or database, exchangeable for goods or services, and capable of being traded or transferred between persons. Senate third reading unamended April 2, 2024. Senate second reading unamended April 1, 2024. Senate sponsorship Fenberg and Smallwood, Bridges, Gardner, Lundeen, Priola, Rich. House sponsorship Lindstedt and Winter T. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Without an intermediary or custodian of value. The bill repeals the Act. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, Repeal 11-51-308.7. 3 Section 2. Act subject to petition, effective date. This Act 4 takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 590-day period after final adjournment of the General Assembly, except 6 that, if a referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1(3) of Article V7 of the state constitution against this Act or an item, section, or part of this 8 Act within such period, then the Act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 10, 2024. And, in such case, will take effect on the date of the 11 official declaration of the vote thereon by the Governor. Dash 2, 180.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Members, if you're like me and the heaviest thing you lift in the day is a statute book, this bill will delete 4 pages from our statute books, which means that our ability to actually get a workout is diminished if this bill passes. I want every member to think about this before they vote.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm going to have to rise in strong opposition to this bill. This bill purports to support and protect NFTs. But instead, it harms the very NFTs that we are fighting for here every single day. The NFTs in my district, in Denver, need to be registered. How will we find them if they're not? Colorado has led the way in making sure that NFTs were findable. And this bill, I don't know how any progressive or social justice-minded person could support the hiding away and the disregard of these extremely fungible tokens. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 180? Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And after hearing every word of this piece of legislation, I think the only way we could improve this in this well is if every member of this chamber added their names to this legislation after third reading. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 180? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage of Senate Bill 24-180. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 24-1075. Excuse me, just for clarification, Senate Bill 24-180 has been adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 24-1075.
House Bill 1075 by Representatives McCormick and Basenecker, also Senators Marchman and Hawkes Lewis, concerning consideration of a statewide universal health care payment system and in connection therewith creating an advisory task force for the purpose of advising the Colorado School of Public Health and conducting an analysis of draft model legislation concerning a statewide universal health care payment system.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the, I move the appropriations report to House Bill 1075.
Do you also want to move?
Health and Human Services Committee report as well.
Thank you. That is a proper motion to the Appropriations Committee report. Representative McCormick, we're going to need you to redo that. We need you to remove the bill, and then the appropriations, and then the Health and Human Services report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I knew I was messing that up. I move House Bill 1075 and the Appropriations report and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we brought some amendments that will lower the overall cost of this analysis and the overall impact to the general fund with some creative problem solving. We also changed the setup of the advisory committee to simplify the process and to make any and all meetings virtual to also save us money. I urge an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there further conversation? Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Health and Human Services, we also brought some great amendments that address some of the concerns we heard from the Hospital Association. We also clarified language that the Colorado School of Public Health asked for, that they would be able to consider the Colorado Option Plan as part of their analysis. We brought an amendment that addresses labor's concerns, considering impacts on their ERISA large group plans. We also had the School of Public Health, their ability to use an actuarial consultant at their request during the analysis, and we added some important members to the advisory committee, and I urge an aye vote on the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L008 and ask that it be displayed. These are all what I said.
Amendment L008 has been displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam
Representative
Chair.
Soper.
So within the bill, it allows the School of Public Health to consider the Colorado option as a potential model or vehicle for implementing a single payer health insurance system for Colorado. The Colorado option has largely been, in my opinion, a failed system here within Colorado. It's led to us passing a handful of bills around the edges, but it's led to really the driving up of healthcare costs. We actually haven't seen the cost savings like we would enjoy here in Colorado. The other path that it's put us on is if insurance companies can't meet the rate reductions by the end of the period that we're currently in, it allows the insurance commissioner to allow for rate setting, or to engage in rate setting, I should say, with hospitals and the takeover of insurance. So there's already a model in place that is being fast-tracked, but it scares the life out of me to think that we could take the Colorado option that's already on course for rate setting in hospitals, when currently government payers like Medicaid and Medicare pay pennies on the dollar. And that has been very frustrating to me. I do not feel that it's appropriate to have the Colorado option really considered here. If the School of Public Health wants to consider other models, I would say that's fair and reasonable. But here I'm just a bit concerned that we're taking a model that is really set up to really harm our hospitals and to really take those that have been struggling, who've been efficient with the dollars within their system, and really push them out of business. So I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L008? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of my colleague's amendment from Delta. With respect to the committee report to Health and Human Services, by having the language in lines 11 through 13, and I'll read it, evaluate the feasibility of implementing a universal health care system by expanding or modifying the Colorado Option Health Insurance Plan. It really is opening the door to allow that Colorado Option Health Insurance Plan to become the model for the universal health care system. This amendment highlights, and my colleagues' comments highlight the problem with that. Universal health care and socialized medicine is a less than optimal delivery of medical care. If you don't believe me, go to Canada, go to England, go to other countries. So I have strong objection to the committee report, and I believe that the amendment that my colleague offers helps, incrementally helps. Overall, it's a bad idea. We keep knocking at this door here in Colorado. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle keep knocking at this door. The governor keeps knocking at this door.
Representative Holtorf, can we keep your remarks to Amendment L008, please?
Certainly, and I will tie it back as we keep knocking at the door. This particular amendment is going to cause this to not go down the proverbial black hole of socialized universal medicine. Incrementally, in a small measure. Now, how many people, raised by hand, serve on a hospital board? Raise your hand. Oh, there's one. One that actually knows what the heck he's talking about. Oh, wait, where's the other one? Oh, there's two. There's two. Well,
to the amendment, Representative Holtorf.
I would like for that other individual to come talk to the amendment then, because the people that are creating this system and peddling through this amendment, now this amendment actually avoids and kind of takes an exit from what the Health and Human Services Committee report is peddling, which is Colorado Option Health Insurance Plan, the Colorado Option Health Insurance Plan. That's what we're peddling. Now, back in the Old West, Madam Chair.
To the amendment, Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am. To the amendment. Back in the Old West, we didn't have the opportunity to offer these amendments. We didn't have that opportunity. To the Health and Human Services Committee report. But I will tell you that this is a good idea. It's a good idea that comes from somebody that is actually has to support these hospitals and keep them on a pathway of solvency. Because in the end, for the socialized medicine advocates and the socialists that believe in that, those hospitals won't have to worry about anything because the government will run them. Because, and this amendment, if we vote yes, will help support these hospitals the way they are and not allow for this elements of this committee report to come forward. So I encourage an aye vote on this in the strongest measures from people actually that know what they're doing and know why this amendment is here, other than people that are carrying a pail of water and they may not know what that pail of water is doing and where it's going to go.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, the language that's in the bill that this amendment would like to strike is under the list of things that the Colorado School of Public Health may consider as they do their microsimulation modeling. And it was language that the experts at the School of Public Health asked us to actually put in the bill. We didn't originally have it in the bill. They wanted to be able to look at the Colorado option, which consequently, for those of you that don't know, over 85,000 Coloradans have gotten health care through the Colorado option since its inception. So it's not failing. It's actually doing as it was intended. But the language was put in there as a consideration that the School of Public Health experts could look at if they want to as they do their analyses. So with all of that information, I will ask for a no vote on this amendment because the more parameters they have, the more different things that they can look at, the better the analysis report will be when it comes out. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I still continue to ask for an aye vote on this amendment. if you think about the Colorado School of Public Health, what about the idea of the Colorado School of Private Health, supporting private health care versus as the thesis, versus the antithesis of that, which is the socialized type model, where it's controlled, governed by something other than the private sector. As we migrate farther and farther away from this, now this amendment encourages us to not look at that. Now, I'm going to agree with my colleague from Delta, that back when the public option was peddled, it was going to save people all kinds of money. The premiums were going to get cut by 30, 40, 50%, and it was going to be the Valhalla of solutions for the cost of health care. Well, it has turned into nothing of the sort. Nothing of the sort, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, I was here.
Representative Holtorf, let's keep it to the amendment.
So to this amendment, this says, hey, Colorado, in this study to the Committee on the Health and Human Services, let's not really look at the evaluation of the feasibility of implementing a universal health care system by expanding or modifying the Colorado Option Health Insurance Plan. And yes, as a subsidy, it has provided insurance for others, but not at a lower cost. And ultimately, people have to pay for that. Who pays for that? Somebody else. Other people's money. Other people's money pay for it. Well, that's what we do. That's what we do here. Now, to the amendment, this says, hey, and my colleague from Delta, I think he knows, and also Grand Junction, although I don't know if I can get him to come up and talk, but I'm really trying hard to encourage him to come speak intelligently, because I may not be speaking as intelligent as I know he can. But I will tell you that when you offer the opportunity to analyze and consider a less than optimal model for those of us that have any level of education above the high school or undergraduate degree level, you know that now you're going to impart bias of less than optimal solution in the solution set that you seek, including those folks that are working in the Colorado School of Public Health. What is the end state? What is the goal? What are we trying to accomplish?
Representative Holtorf, are we speaking to the bill, the committee report, or the amendment?
We're speaking to the amendment that backs up into the committee report on Health and Human Services that actually backs back into the bill. But to this committee report, I encourage us to say aye in this regard, because I don't think that that public option is the optimal solution. So I think it should be discarded as we look for a better solution. And that is my position. Now, I don't know how long I'm going to talk, but it might be a long time until my colleague comes up to speak. But as I do drone on and on, I really want to get the perspective of someone that really knows, that really, really knows. And so I see that I have the pleasure and good fortune of my colleague from Grand Junction coming forth to speak, so I can sit down and listen and really learn why this amendment is such a good amendment, which we should all support.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Brown is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say a few words. First of all, this amendment would keep the School of Public Health from being able to analyze a program that has 85,000 people enrolled in it in Colorado. That's a pretty successful program, in my opinion. And it probably ought to be part of any study that we're talking about when we're talking about reworking our healthcare system potentially. The other thing I would say is that, again, I don't know what I hear personally that many people are afraid of this bill when it is really just a study about how we can have a better healthcare system that works for everybody. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. Let the School of Public Health do their work and analyze all of the different options that are present in our healthcare system.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the consideration. I do just want to make, and I'm going to make a very short point before I give this over to people much more intelligent on the subject than I am. This bill and this amendment and the committee report is almost $500,000 just to get started. And what my good colleague from Boulder just said is all of this affects 0.14% of the state population. 0.14%. If it's such a great program, how does it only affect less than 2/10 of the population? At great cost, by the way. That's all I have with this, and I'm going to go sit down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L008? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, Representative Taggart.
I was actually waiting to talk about the bill, but I will speak for a moment on this amendment. First off, I need to correct my esteemed colleague. I think he got a percentage, a decimal point wrong there. It's actually 1.4% as compared to 0.14. So I apologize for that, but we were kind of doing that on the fly. My worry, and I appreciate the reason that this is in the committee report. My concern, though, is to state that this is a success. This program is not a success. And we have to be honest with ourselves that it's not a success. It's set out to reduce the cost of insurance for citizens of this state. And it was very specific. It was to be 5% in the first year, 10% in the second year, and escalating from there. It didn't hit the first year. It's not going to hit the second year. And it's never going to hit the ultimate objective. Because you can't do that with that small of a group of individuals, because the actuarial information won't support it. And on top of it, when these plans were developed, they were supposed to be developed to give base health insurance. At some point, take a look at all the incremental benefits that are a part of this plan that are well beyond base level insurance. It'll shock you what's provided in this as compared to what it was intended to do. So to stand up here and say it's a success, really? It is not meeting the objectives whatsoever that were set out. Thank you.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Just a quick, helpful point of clarification, or at least I hope it's helpful. The language that this amendment strikes just simply says that evaluate the feasibility of implementing a universal healthcare system by expanding or modifying the Colorado Option Health Insurance Plan. I want to just be clear that the bill does not contemplate or make a claim that any existing system is successful or unsuccessful. I heard a previous speaker say that. I do want to quantify, though, that our approach in having this language in there is, one, not to debate the Colorado option, because I think that is a separate topic. This, however, simply says that it is implemented policy at present, and I feel it would be irresponsible to not at least acknowledge that inside of a study if we're looking at the impact on the healthcare delivery system overall. So happy to have that conversation about Colorado option, but certainly want to just ground us in what this amendment and what this language is.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate hearing that answer. I guess one question I'd like to ask, really the sponsors, is why is it that only one health plan is called out, the Colorado option, but the state-regulated plans aren't specifically called out?
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the 2019 study that the School of Public Health had a more of a 60,000-foot view of our healthcare costs in the state. They did consider exactly all of the health plans that are current in the state, the number of people that are covered, looked at the costs of that versus a kind of a blended system versus a publicly financed but privately delivered option. And so those factors have been in the original calculus that this analysis would build on. So good question. It has been taken into account and will be part of what this analysis builds on from the 2019 study.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to conclude that the 2019 study did say they could control healthcare costs and that Coloradans supported single payer, but that conclusion rested on an analysis of personal interviews with fewer than 100 people and 550 responses to an online survey based out of about 7 million people. So I wouldn't give much credibility to that.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the Health and Human Services Committee report. Seeing no further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did just allude to the 2019 Colorado School of Public Health study that was an overall view comparing our current health care financing system in which residents receive health care coverage from private insurers and public programs or are uninsured, and how much we spend as a state with that current system. They compared that to a multi-payer universal health care system in which all residents of Colorado are covered under a plan that mandated a set of benefits that was publicly and privately funded, so kind of a blended system, and then looked at a publicly financed and privately delivered option that provides universal coverage. And through their analysis, they were able to determine that indeed over a 5 to 10 year period of time, our state could save upwards of $5 billion across all of these payment systems. $5 billion is a lot of money. So from that, in that study, they were only allowed to look at kind of the big picture. What our bill, 1075, will do is to now look at that study and go a little bit further. The people of Colorado have been asking for an answer to questions of if we would be able to have a healthcare system in our state that would cover everyone, that would be privately delivered, so your same doctors, your same health hospital system, but have a way to consolidate the funding mechanism into one single stream. What would be our savings? What would be the cost estimates of such a system? How would reimbursements rates for providers be, and would that be enough to attract providers to our state to be able to retain these important health professionals? What would be the expenses per payer, like for me as an individual or for me as a business owner? What would the premiums be? How would the cost per payer compare to the ability to pay? And how would the hospital costs themselves be between these different payment systems? And what would be the impact on the cost and development of pharmaceuticals? There's so many questions, and the fact that the people of Colorado in 2016 had an amendment put on the ballot to answer this question, and that ballot initiative was defeated by about 80%. I'm actually one data point of all of those people that were in that election that voted against Amendment 69, but am actually for this idea if it is done right. So just saying that the people of Colorado voted that down, why are we doing this again? Because I can imagine that argument is coming. The reason one of many reasons why that failed is that the questions that we are digging into in this analysis that we're asking the School of Public Health to do are those deep dive questions, those granular questions that every single voter deserves to have in front of them to know if this program were to be set up, that it would be able to stand and exist into the future. And so I think that whether or not you believe or have some kind of knowledge that this type of system would work in our state and you're 100% behind whatever ultimate goal there may be, or you're just absolutely convinced that there's no way our state could do this and this is a ridiculous idea, whatever camp you're in, I think you should be for this bill, because this bill will actually answer the questions and prove you right or prove you wrong, whichever side of the fence you happen to be on. And so love to dive into more of what's actually in the bill for those that are interested, but basically we want answers. Amendment 69 failed because the proponents of that amendment did not do their homework. And this is the homework that needs to be done if we're going to consider going to any other kind of next step, or to be able to answer the question that Coloradans are asking us, and maybe be able to tell them that indeed, Colorado, this won't work, but now we have the answer. So I urge and I vote on House Bill. Oh, and also, before we get any further, I'd like to move L010 to House Bill 1075 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Amendment 10 just corrects a mistake that was not found in the bill earlier, where we had renamed the advisory task force to the analysis collaborative. We missed one spot where it needed to be changed, and this amendment makes that change. So it's consistent language throughout the bill, and I urge an aye vote on L10.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep my remarks brief. I would just say this. 1176 looked at research papers, data, and healthcare delivery systems from across the world, but I believe that our bill takes a much more targeted approach in order to determine whether or not a publicly financed and privately delivered healthcare system that is really tailored to the uniqueness and needs of Colorado would achieve, I think, what it should be shared goals of better, more affordable healthcare for all Coloradans via an alternative payment system. I just look at this bill, as Rep. McCormick mentioned, as a homework assignment that we're giving the Colorado School of Public Health that they are enthusiastically willing to complete. The School of Public Health simply drafts or chooses a piece of draft model legislation and proposes a universal healthcare system that directly compensates providers. This is vital data that the voters have requested to be able to make a more informed decision about how the healthcare they receive in the state of Colorado is financed. I think we owe it to them to give them good data and good answers. Colorado School of Public Health is an excellent entity to be able to do that, and we'd ask for your support.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1075? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am going to ask for a no vote here. I feel like this is an area that the voters voted on Amendment 69, and that was rejected. We also had the study that was done with, I think, Senate Bill 176, or 1176. Thank you. Appreciate that. And now we're up to another round of studying the issue of having a single-payer health insurance for Colorado.
Excuse me, Representative Soper. Members, all of a sudden there's a surge in noise in the room. Let's keep it down, please. Thank you. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, there's a real practical reason for not continuing to study this issue in Colorado. Any conversation regarding a single-payer health insurance has to be done at the federal level. And that's because the vast majority of our plans, the state of Colorado cannot regulate. So if you look at all the types of insurance, there's employer-based insurance, there's the individual market, and then there's government insurance. Right now, we can't even control all the government insurance because it's Medicare and Medicaid. We have a lot of control over the Medicaid. But the ERISA plans, those employee plans, we don't actually have control over as a state, which means anything that comes from a study, it doesn't matter what the study says, we could never act on it. And so if you already know the end answer, then we shouldn't be spending precious tax dollars to just get to a point in time when it's actually impossible to act, at least without the federal government being able to act. And I will tell you, a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity when I was in Taiwan to ask their government if I could have a meeting with their National Health Insurance Administration. And they certainly rolled out the red carpet for me. They were shocked that out of all the American politicians that had gone to Taiwan, I was the first Republican to ever ask to want to learn about the Taiwanese health insurance system. And for me, it was really a point of, yes, an intellectual curiosity, but trying to understand why it is that Taiwan, a nation of 24 million people, comparing that to Colorado with 6 million, a quarter of our population is on Medicaid, which is fully our government-funded plan for indigent Coloradans. Why it is that the amount we spend on Medicaid is the same as what Taiwan spends on their single payer for 24 million people. And the cost differential is not 23 times less in Taiwan or 23 times more here in Colorado. There's other factors. And I wanted to see what tools they had utilized or what challenges they had as well. And so that was really what we ought to be doing as a state. We ought to be asking, okay, in other states, other jurisdictions, what can we do to lower the cost of healthcare? How can we start to cut out the middleman within the healthcare systems and work within what we can control? Because having a study that we don't know what direction it's necessarily going to go, but let's say the way it's set up, it does lead to talking about how there's a $5 billion cost savings at the end of the day by having a single-payer health insurance. We can't actually implement that, at least not without the federal government fully changing things. But yet we can change different aspects in Colorado that could allow us to help knock down costs of health care. But we certainly haven't studied those at a larger level as a state. And I believe there are lots of lessons that we can learn from around the world, whether it's single-payer systems or non-single-payer systems. Many jurisdictions have the exact same problems that we have here in Colorado, and that's going to be staffing shortages. That's going to be having a labor force that's aging out. It's going to be having a baby boom population that is coming through with lots of unique healthcare challenges that we didn't see in other generations. They tend to have a lot of orthopedic care because they have played harder. We also have challenges with reimbursement rates, and costs within a hospital setting continue to increase. And then we have other factors that we can't control, such as the Affordable Care Act puts a cap on administrative costs or your amount of profit at 15% for insurance companies. Well, if you're an insurance company, what does that mean? If you want to make a profit, you want to balloon the entire healthcare costs. So everything you want to have be more expensive, because that's how you get your sliver of the pie that you make a profit in to grow and be bigger. So having these arbitrary caps gives absolutely no incentive for an insurance company to ever look for any cost savings. Because for them, they don't mind, medical inflation going through the roof. For a greedy insurance executive, that just means more profit. It means they get to buy a bigger boat when their bonus comes through. Those are things that we can look at, and we can look at reforming, but just looking at a study for a single-payer insurance company in Colorado is not appropriate until some sort of movement at the federal level is undertaken. I want to be responsible of our tax dollars, and I think that we could do better by Coloradans' precious tax dollars than to go down this route. And I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. We talk about people want affordable health insurance. Talk to the doctors, orthopedists. I mean, I'm in healthcare, newsflash. The orthopedists, the hospitalists, the neurological doctors, they're all going to leave our state. If this goes through, they will leave our state. This will bankrupt them. And then we don't have to worry about healthcare because none of us will receive it. So it will be equitable again. I don't understand the waiting periods during COVID because we shut the state down almost made people leave. We saw a nursing shortage. We've seen shortages in every healthcare component because of mandates. And now we're going to bring forth another one. 2016, and I know you heard the bill sponsor say this, almost 79% of Colorado voters rejected single payer. They voted against Amendment 69. You can say it wasn't listed the right way or people didn't do their homework, but that's a ballot initiative. I mean, let's be clear. Prop HH was not listed very clear at all. In response, the legislator created the Colorado Commission on Affordable Health Care, because that's what we do. If the voters say no, then we get creative and we do something else. So we got the Colorado Commission on Affordable Health Care. And that commission's final report did not recommend a single-payer plan in 2017. So 2016, the voters said no. We couldn't accept that. So in 2017, we did a Colorado commission. They said no. We couldn't accept that. So we created a health cost analysis task force in 2019, which in turn hired the Colorado School of Public Health to conduct a financial analysis comparing single-payer healthcare costs with existing system costs. The economically illiterate conclusion was that single-payer pricing regulations could control healthcare cost growth and that Coloradans supported single-payer. I want to be very clear. That was based on personal interviews with fewer than 100 people. Is that how we're going to do business? 7 million people in Colorado, and we're going to base an entire analysis on 100 people and 550 people to an online survey. That's what we're going to tell our doctors and our nursing staff. 100 people said it's going to work, so let's do that. Let's legislate the heck out of it. The School of Public Health is to deliver Colorado's single-payer plan. The same group that interviewed a whole 100 people, boy, that should be extensive. Price controls and all to the legislator. It was by 2024, which set us all off in Health and Human Services, that July 1st, 2024, they were going to give us their plan a couple months after, or a month after the bill was put into place, which if you don't think that screams predetermined outcome, it screams predetermined outcome. As the bill allows the school to accept and expend gifts, grants, or donations from private or public sources. So we're going to accept grants and donations? That's interesting. For the purposes of conducting the analysis, we're going to accept gifts, grants, and donations. It would be perfectly legal to use the school as a Trojan horse for submitting a plan developed by a single-payer advocacy group. The bill states that only the Colorado School of Public Health that is able to accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations will analyze the costs and benefits of the proposed plan, thus limiting potential dissent. 21 politically connected representatives and advocates from groups across marginalized and worker communities and interests will form an advisory board. The board is apparently for public relations purposes as it has no power. But to further limit dissent, appointees can be voted off the board by a two-thirds vote. So you can be voted off. So don't dare go against single payer because you're going to get voted off. 6 of the 21 advisors represent those who produce health care. So we're going to analyze health care and insurance, but only 6 of the 21 actually represent those who produce health care. Boy, that's stakeholdering at its finest, isn't it? We do that so well here. 6 out of the 21. The legislators should stop wasting time, energy, and tax money. A massive body of evidence shows that voters got it right in 2016. Without prices to direct resource allocation, single-payer systems misallocate resources, increase waste, and lower productivity. They deliver expensive but very low-quality health insurance and care. That's exactly what I want. Single-payer systems control visible costs by skimping. They skimp on specialists, diagnostic imaging, new drugs, hospital care, surgery, imaging equipment, building upgrades, and nursing home beds. They ration care with slow adoption of new treatments and extensive waiting lists. Patients wait to see primary care practitioners, wait to see specialists, wait for labs and diagnostic imaging, and wait for treatment. They die on waiting lists and suffer long periods of disability, costs that not are immediately visible and rarely accounted for in superficial financial comparison. That's why no other states do it. But again, Colorado's like, hold my beer. Incurable personnel shortages characterize single-payer systems. Low capital investment reduces physician productivity. Burnout is common. I told you, most of the physicians I talk to will leave our state. Its hip replacement wait can be almost a year, even though the government benchmark is 26 weeks. Government can make the treatment rules, but who can make it obey them? Because Canadian patients wait twice as long as recommended for MRI scans, those who can afford it pay cash for quick service at U.S. imaging centers in borders like Buffalo, New York, and Bellevue, Washington. My sister-in-law's dad had a spot on his head and was waiting about a year to get into a dermatologist. Came over here, paid cash. It was melanoma. He had all the skin removed from the top of his crown to his eyebrow, and it would have killed him. Had to spend $20,000 on a dermatologist in the United States to do his surgery. Doesn't seem very equitable, does it? Because I know plenty of people don't have 20 grand to come here and spend on melanoma surgery. But hey, we talk about equity all the time, except in bills like this, because it's not equitable. It's not equitable to make people wait a year to go have surgery or get their melanoma treated. It's not affordable. Single-payer patients also face higher surgical mortality rates, most post-operative complications, and longer hospital stays. Given the evidence against single-payer, why are the sponsors of this bill so eager to push a debacle onto the Colorado voters who have already overwhelmingly rejected it? Again, we had a huge bill, 1176, the Healthcare Cost Analyst Task Force. Why do we need to spend taxpayer money on another one? We all talk about there's no money in this state house. Everyone's fighting over their bills going through, but let's pass another bill that's going to cost money to do the same thing that other studies have done. And better yet, let's not give it back to the people. I think we should run a bill that we can't have ballot initiatives, because every time we have a ballot initiative, and the people say no, we come back with the law. Prop HH, no, we came back with the bill. We came back with a special session. Prop 112, no, came back with the bill.
Representative Bradley, let's keep it to the bill.
The people should have the right to have a ballot initiative about this. The people said no. The task force said no. The commission said no. And we are just going to keep going until someone tells us yes. Let's talk about single-payer health care, since no other state has done it, because they're obviously smarter than we are. Proponents of a single-payer system argue that government-sponsored insurance would save money by reducing wasteful administrative costs. Yet comparisons of administrative expenditures between private and government-run insurance programs are misleading. For instance, the cost of administering a private insurance plan includes the expense of collecting premium dollars, which also applies to government insurance programs such as Medicare. However, this expense does not register on Medicare's budget insofar as a separate government agency performs this function. Furthermore, many states tax premiums paid to private insurers and also tax their profits. Government programs are not so encumbered. Finally, Medicare spends approximately twice as much on claims than most private insurers. So how are we accounting for this? An administrative expense is expressed as a % of claims paid. Thus, Medicare looks more thrifty than it really is. Estimates of the bureaucratic cost savings under a single-payer system do not account for the expense of administering a greatly expanded Medicare-like program or the price of collecting new employer and individual taxes. Additionally, administrative costs are only a small portion of healthcare costs in this country. The main problem is overuse of healthcare, particularly that involving expensive new technologies and drugs. Even with Medicare, which functions as a single-payer healthcare system for elderly Americans, there are wide variations in healthcare spending across regions, with little or no gains in quality in regions with greater expenditures. Overattention to administrative costs distracts us from the real problem of wasteful spending due to the overuse of healthcare services. A single-payer system will subject physicians to unwanted and unnecessary oversight by government and healthcare decisions. With the newfound power to benchmark physicians and regulate payments, the government will inevitably restrict the use of potentially beneficial therapies and pay differentially for perceived differences in quality, with potential unintended consequences such as increased healthcare disparities. Without price competition from private insurers, the government will be free to pay whatever it wants for health services.
Representative Bradley, I'm just going to pause for a second. I've given you some latitude here, but let's keep our comments to the creation of the advisory task force that is contemplated in the bill.
It's another task force for a single-payer system, and I'm just discussing the problems with the single-payer system. Physicians are already inadequately reimbursed for services provided under Medicaid, and especially with the influx of people not here legally, this is going to continue to spiral out of control. Reductions in Medicare reimbursement over the years have demonstrated effective access and quality of care in a variety of healthcare venues. And then I will just go to another point. The strongest argument against a single-payer system may be the outcome in states that have attempted to expand healthcare access through the use of government programs and mandates. In my home state of Tennessee, TennCare was a widely touted managed care Medicaid program adopted by Tennessee that was characterized as the solution to providing health insurance to most uncovered residents while simultaneously controlling costs. TennCare's subsequent collapse has been attributed to mismanagement and unrealistic fiscal planning, a perhaps predictable consequence of government administration of health care, which is what this task force is looking at. Massachusetts enacted legislation in 2006 that was intended to move that state to a near universal health care coverage. Indeed, by 2008, some 165,000 more residents were insured through a combination of employer mandates and government subsidized insurance, and overall, almost 93% of non-elderly adults had coverage. However, because inadequate or no provision was made to expand the provider workforce, doctors, nurses, all the ones we have shortages of, many of these patients had no access to care. I will finish with, I feel like the theme here lately has been let government control and tell you what to do without choice. There will be no choice in a single-payer system, and that's why 80% of people said no. We want choice. I want to be able to pay to go see a specialist and not wait a year. I want to be able to pay to go to my dermatologist and not wait a year and die of melanoma. I want to be able to have choices in my health care. I don't need the government being my nanny and telling me what I can and cannot do. The system picks winners and losers. This system is not equitable. I've just told you all the reasons why. The people astoundingly voted no, and because of that, we are determined to legislate over them. Like the good representative from Douglas County said, we were elected to represent, not rule. When ballot initiatives fail, it doesn't mean come back and ram bills down the throats of the people of Colorado.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
I think that you have been warned before that language like that is not acceptable at the well. Let's move on. Ram down the throats.
We are ramming them down the throats of the people of Colorado with bills. When our voters go to the ballot and say no, and then we come back and legislate 2017, 2019, 2023, 2024, that's overregulation. This should go back to the people. The people should get to vote. If the people are who they're so concerned about, saying that healthcare is not affordable, then let the people vote for that. You don't get to sit in here and legislate over that. Let the people decide what's affordable. Let the people decide if they want the government to be their nanny. We shouldn't spend any more taxpayer dollars on studies and task force that have already done what this bill does. I urge a no vote in a state where we're all about choice for women, choice all the time. This should be a choice for people to be able to decide what's best for their health care. Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
It's too tall. I come up here to say I like this bill, and I say vote yes. And I say vote yes because it is a study. That means all of you who have come to education and say, we need data, we need facts. This is what this bill does. I'm looking at you. You know I'm looking at you, you're laughing. All this does is collect the data. What is good, what is working, what is not working? How can we get the very best health care that we need? It's not taking anything away from you. It is actually adding to your brain power so that you can make decisions based on facts. And that's what this study does. My district, District 59, rural Colorado, is crazy about this bill. They love it because they know our hospitals are they're dying out there. They want to know where they can go, how they can get the best health care that they need. And they want to know the facts around what's available and what we can get into rural Colorado. So I say vote yes on this bill. I think it's doing a great job. And remember, it is only a study. You guys are getting pretty worked up over gathering facts. Thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to summarize what my colleague from Douglas County said. This is a bad bill. Vote no.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I love the comments from my colleague, wherever she disappeared to, on the Education Committee. I am always asking about metrics and data. So, this bill, interesting bill. Part of it says, it requires the Colorado School of Public Health to analyze a draft model legislation for implementing single-payer, nonprofit, publicly financed, and privately delivered universal health care. It also requires the creation of a statewide healthcare analysis advisory task force that has 21 members appointed by the General Assembly and the governor, as well as the executive director, DOI, a few other folks. So, we want to create a task force, we want to create a study. I honestly do not have the total number of task forces and studies that have been conducted on universal health care at the federal and state level, here alone in the United States, not to mention the countless places overseas, and in general, it doesn't work. I will ask you to look no further than our esteemed Department of the Veterans Affairs. As a veteran myself, and having gone through the VA system, I assure you, It is neither the most efficient or effective system out there. There are phenomenal providers in that system. However, the system itself, the way it functions, is fundamentally flawed. Year after year, we hear the federal government talking about how do we study this? How do we analyze? How do we make this better? There's always some kind of analysis going on to make it better. And yet we don't seem to quite get there. Later on in the bill, over on page 4, it talks about a universal health care system. And it says it defines it as a single-payer, nonprofit healthcare payment system that is publicly financed and privately delivered, which every resident of the state has access to adequate and affordable health care. Every member of the state has access. Now, as my great colleague just mentioned, that we sit with on the Education Committee, in her rural part of the state, they are looking for access because their hospitals are dying. And that is a problem across the state. And part of a study should be asking, well, why are they dying? Well, let's talk about that. Why are they dying? What is going on right now, aside from overregulation, a whole bunch of other things, but why are they dying? From a cost-benefit perspective, to fund something in a remote area like that is very expensive. We've had discussions and debates in here about housing density and transportation. You know, kind of the same thing applies to health care. It's more profitable where it's more populations and more people to pay. That's a simple fact. If you've got one provider that can service 10 people versus one provider that can service 1,000, they're going to go where there's 1,000 because they can make more. Pure, simple economics. So how does the state step in and do something like that? Well, you'd have to cross-level the funding and put people out there. And then you'd have to require the public to use them. So now you're putting in price limits and price pays. Well, how does that work? Well, again, a little bit of experience with that. Right now, in the Medicaid system, somebody shows up at a hospital. Doesn't matter if they have insurance or not. Doesn't matter if they're here legal or not. It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter what they have. It doesn't matter where they're from. The doctors are required to treat them. And who foots that bill? That would be you, me, and every single other person that is a taxpayer in this state. We just, I don't know, a month or two ago, ponied up $5 million to Denver Health because they spent everything in their budget. How do you think a single-payer healthcare system is going to function? The amount of cash flow that would be required would be enormous. There's a reason no one does this. There's a reason providers don't like Medicaid. There's a reason that providers don't take TRICARE a whole lot. You know why? Because the reimbursement rates are pathetic. You're talking about nickels and dimes on the dollar, where providers will spend hours for surgery. And what do they get reimbursed? Very, very little. So what happens in countries where you have these kinds of systems? The providers that are making money go to a fee for service. You show up with cash, you get treated. If you don't have cash, take a number and get in line. If you go to a Medicaid clinic right now, you are in line. You'll be seen when the providers get to you. And guess what else happens? Medicaid and most of the universal health care covers what is your immediate symptom, whatever is your immediate pain. Broken leg, they set it and cast it. Toothache, if it requires pulling, they pull it. But there's no follow-on for an implant. There's no follow-on for a crown. There's no follow-on for continuity of care to get you back to the quality of life you had before you had the injury. Because that's not how the system works. It's designed to solve it, the immediate problem. That's why we have insurance. That's why you have options out there. So if you look at the Colorado option, We keep saying the whole purpose of that was to drive costs down. That was part of its mandate. And yet we want to do another study that says, well, what's happened to the cost? And we've got plenty of studies and plenty of results. So the premiums for consumers in the 2024 plan year, they have fewer choices because there's fewer policies out there, and the cost is going up. Okay, Department of Insurance submits that Colorado rates have increased this year by 7% over last year. And this is in double-digit increases from the year before. That's just this year and the year before. And we want to do another feasibility study of how to do this. Is the feasibility study going to come up with different numbers that already exist? Is the feasibility study going to find a way to crack this code that no one else has been able to do? I seriously doubt it. And how much money are we going to spend on it? A significant amount. What drives down costs? How do you generally get more selection of whatever it is, whether it's healthcare, providers, automobiles? How do you do that? It's called competition. Well, a single-payer healthcare eliminates competition. It sets the rates. Now, if you're a provider and you're looking at the state of Colorado, and Colorado has single-payer healthcare, and it has a rate set, and you graduated college, and you've got your medical degree, and you've served your internship, and you've got, I don't know, $500,000 or more in student debts, you want to hang your shingle out and go to work. So you're going to come here where there's a price cap, and your ability to make money is limited, or you can go to a state that says, hey, compete with everybody else, and you can make as much money as you can earn. Well, where do you think they're going to go? I've had countless talks, whether it's the insurance industry, Colorado Medical Society, you name it. Lots of major, big organizations out there that represent insurers, providers. They all look at single-payer health care as a doomsday policy. And why is that? Because nobody can make money, nobody can provide their services, and everybody who thinks it's funny and that doctors are rich and just have nothing better to do than go to the bank, I assure you, the amount of hours that they put in going through their residency, the amount of hours that they put in on continuing education, the amount of hours they put in after they see their patients and have to do all the paperwork and submit everything under current regulation to the government to be in compliance, whether it's Medicaid, TRICARE, or private insurance, is enormous. We don't need another study to determine that. That data is out there in multiple forms. That data has existed in every single piece of legislation that we look at. And yet we want to keep telling industry on that triad, whether you're the provider, you're the insurance company, or you're the consumer, then we need another study, and we need to go to a system that eliminates your choice, eliminates your options, and says everybody gets this plan, everybody's going to get this pay rate, whether you live in the metro area or Durango or the Plains or Grand Junction or anywhere else in the state. And what net effect do you think that will have on doctors? Most doctors that live in the country and the rural communities love it out there. But if they cannot make a living, I seriously doubt they will stay. I know firsthand what my wife gets reimbursed on Medicaid. I've seen firsthand what TRICARE reimburses for me. I've been through the VA. I've seen how you sit there all day long to be seen. And sometimes you have to come back the next day. I've been stationed overseas, and most places that had this years and decades ago have abandoned it or are shifting towards a market-based system. England's doing it. People in Canada, you talk about a two-tiered system from a study-wise. If you have money, you're seen, you get health care. If you have to wait for health care, you're going to be there for a very long time. There's tons of data out there. There's tons of studies. We don't need to spend more taxpayer dollar on more studies and another analysis to come up with the same numbers that already exist. They're not going to change. We can rearrange them, we can put them in a different format, but they're not going to be different. It's the same numbers. And if Colorado were to even become the only single state, then guess what? Other states can offer providers more money, and where do you think the providers are going to go? We saw what happened during COVID when nurses and providers could not work in this state, but there's other states that they could work in, and they were offered a significant pay to go to those states, and they did. And then they're like, well, why should I go back to Colorado when I can't make as much money? So a lot of them are here. That's why we have a shortage. And we want to exacerbate that by going to single-payer health care and being the only state to do that when other states can compete against us, and we will lose. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm going to surprise a few people by saying I don't have a problem with the concept of an advisory collaborative. Is that what you're calling it? Collaborative? Oh, yes. Collaborative. Instead of advisory task force. Collaborative. No, that's okay. I really, truly don't have a problem with that. Here's where my problem is. We, along with our federal government and other states, keep going after the symptom of this problem. We don't get to the core issue. The core issue is the cost structure. The core issue is how can we make and help our provider networks do things more efficiently? Value-based care is the word that's being used by providers right now. Instead, we keep going after the payer side of things. And guess what happens when the government gets involved in the payer side of things? Does anybody want to guess? Both Medicare and Medicaid negotiate the rates they're willing to pay. For the most part, it's not based on the cost structure whatsoever. It's based on what they're willing to pay, what we can afford from a standpoint of our budgets. And guess what happens? That doesn't pay for the service. It pays a percentage of the service. In many cases, in the neighborhood of 70 to 80%. So what happens when government institutions negotiate? It pushes those costs out to those of us that have our own private insurance. And so our private insurance goes up because of that. Why? Because hospitals need to break even. For the most part, they're nonprofits, but they have to break even. So if the governmental institutions only pay a percentage of the provider cost, we as individuals make up the difference. Someday sit with one of your hospital executives and let them go through the revenue stream with you. It will shock you that a very small percentage of us that pay private insurance end up being 80 to 85% of their revenue stream. So I don't have a problem with a collaborative looking at this again, but could we get to the core problem? The core problem is the cost structure. Provider rates are just a symptom. And what's behind other than paying the percentage? Regulations and administrative hurdles. The wealthiest man I know that I had the opportunity to work with for many, many years makes his money filling out the forms for Medicare. His team has done that in an automated fashion because of how complicated it is and how doctors don't have the administrative time that are working outside of a hospital to do that. He charges an enormous fee to do that. Are we getting to the bottom of the issue? Why are those forms so complicated? Why can't they be simplified? Why can't we take the administrative burden off our doctors, off of our providers? If the only way we're going to solve this is the same way that government has done it to date, and that's by negotiating provider rates, what's going to happen? Our providers are going to go out of business. Does anybody realize that we have providers out there today that will not take either Medicaid or Medicare patients? Why? Because they can't make ends meet. So if you want to bring a concept, at least to me, and hopefully some of my colleagues over here on the right-hand side, bring an advisory. Excuse me?
I'm sorry,
Do I have to
Representative Taggart, I didn't hear anything.
Do I have to compete with people in the well?
Okay, members, let's just keep our remarks to ourselves, and please proceed, Representative Taggart.
If we're going to solve this problem through an advisory group, let's have the advisory group's mission be on analyzing the costs and looking at how can we make that more efficient as compared to always doing the same thing over and over and looking at provider rates. That does not solve the problem. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to save a lot of time right here on this advisory task force thing and just going to tell you what the problem is. You are. Government is the problem. This body is the problem. Single-payer health care is the problem. Single-payer health care doesn't all of a sudden solve the problem by becoming the only game in town. It is the problem. Now, I've had the privilege of living with TRICARE. TRICARE does a really good job sometimes, other times not so much. Also, single-payer health care in Germany can tell you stories about that. Single-payer healthcare in Canada. I've lived in both of those countries for a number of years, so we have been in the single-payer healthcare system as far as the military goes, and then also experienced the single-payer healthcare in Germany and Canada. Not to disparage either of them, wonderful people. And they had wonderful doctors as well when you could get in to see them. So here's the basic problem. What I've seen, and something that trying to get to the bottom of, whenever I would look at, what you get is a statement of benefits, and it would tell you how much the procedure cost, how much was allowed, and how much was paid. So lots of paperwork that goes around this. And whenever I would talk to the doctors and always generally notice, and then my daughter just worked on with another company on Medicare claims, and this bore out as well with about $700,000 worth of claims, that the amount that's claimed, the amount that is paid is usually about 20% of the amount that's claimed. 20 to 22.5 to 25. So someplace right in there. So 20 to 25%. And then we think, that's great. Government is doing something to save money for the taxpayers. And by using that heavy hand of government to force providers to accept 20 to 25% of the actual cost. Now that works up until about 20% of your patients. Mathematically that works, maybe a little bit, until about 20% of your patients would be on that single payer system. And at that point, it is no longer viable. So what has to happen, mathematically, is that the provider has to increase their cost by 4 or 5 times. So you take a $200 procedure, and when I'd ask the doctors about it, it's like, why don't you just charge $200? Why don't you just charge the $200 that they're going to pay anyways? And the answer was always, well, if we charge $200, then they'll pay us 40 or 50. So what does the provider ultimately have to do in order to get paid the $200, because that's what it actually costs? In order to get paid the $200, they have to charge $1,000. And then they can submit it, that $1,000, and the single payer system will reimburse them the 20 to 25%. So just in the ballpark of $200. And then the weird thing is when you get your cost share of that is 20%, of that $1,000 would be $200. So then you'd be really just paying for the actual cost. So when the provider has to charge 5 times as much in order to get paid the actual amount to not go into being a nonprofit or a negative profit status, then people that aren't on that single payer system are required to get insurance, and that's going to usually be through your employer or someplace else, or something really exorbitant for thousands of dollars per month. So who imposed this Medicare and this cost scheme of only paying 20%? Oh, that was the government. So what we need to do apparently then is to have the government step in and solve the problem. Of course, the way the government is going to solve the problem is by creating a bigger problem, like they've done with all of the other attempts. So what happens? So then you're tied to a job. You have little flexibility in being able to leave that job, and then you have to pay that insurance company. And this is where all those giant insurance company buildings come from, and you wonder, what on earth? How did they get all the money? Well, they got all that money because the single-payer healthcare system forced everybody to need insurance. And what does that insurance do largely? That insurance just negotiates the price the amount allowed somewhere down near what the single payer allows. So when so they have to raise the price up to $1,000. They raise the price up to $1,000. You buy insurance for thousands of dollars per month for your family, and they negotiate the price down to $250. And of that $250, you probably pay $200, but you're happy because it wasn't the $2,000, or then you have a catastrophic. But basically, the reason why, as far as I can tell, is just plain math. Because the government stepped in and said, we are going to negotiate the prices down in order to save the customer money, and then that causes everything else to go up. So what else happens with this single-payer health system? Well, a lot of times in different towns, military tends to be in areas that are fortunately much less crowded than Denver. And the better doctors would often be on a hold where they're not taking TRICARE, which is effectively Medicare. They're not taking TRICARE because they have so many patients. They have too many patients in TRICARE, and with these single-payer systems, they have to employ additional service. They have to employ additional employees, and just to do the paperwork. And then the system would reject it, and it would come back, and then it has to go forward. So when you talk to these doctors that are dealing with these single-payer systems, quite often they have to submit these 2 and 3 times or more, because the processing system is rewarding them for processing as opposed to completing. So it's just a circular process of submit, deny, submit, deny, submit. Okay, finally we'll get through. So they have to pay it. They have to pay additional employees. So eventually they just get to the point and they say, no, we can't take any more. We can't take any more. So that breaks, mathematically, just looking at it, that breaks down to about 20%, that whole system breaks down. But see, the problem with a bill like this, with a circular logic advisory task force, the aim and the assumption is that the government is competent, and it is not, and that the single-payer system will work, and it does not. I mean, one of the greatest things that happened for the Veterans Affairs is when it was determined if there was an excessive backlog, that those veterans could go on the economy instead of having to wait. Of course, those waiting lists, which were illegal, and actually there was an illegal pre-waiting list, so that nobody would actually go on the waiting list until they got to within the time frame that they could go on the waiting list that was actually measured. So they had 2 waiting lists because the system is so broken. And the way to fix that was to go to the market and let the market solve the problem, because the market will solve the problem. The government will make a bigger problem. So I can save you $3,300 on catering expenses. This advisory task force is tasked with finding more ways that you could get this system to work. But the system is inherently broken because it involves, at some level, the General Assembly. And it is, again, it's one of those confluences of ignorance and arrogance that you can just step into this marketplace.
Representative DeGraff, let's avoid language like that. Continue with your remarks.
It is unfounded, especially when we take especially when we're handed a bill, and then this bill, on average, will have less than 2 hours of scrutiny, and most voices will be ignored. If you take 600 bills, if you take 100 days, and you divide that up, and you did a 10, 12-hour day, you'd have less than 2 hours per bill. And then when we take all of the possible amendments of people that have a great deal of experience in this space and then reject them, then the only time that we're actually spending looking at this bill, analyzing this bill, trying to make it less bad for the citizens of Colorado, make this system less bad for the people of Colorado. The only time that we're actually spending on it is time that is being actively ignored by the people who purport to want to solve the problem. If you want to solve the problem, get the market involved. Get the politicians uninvolved. Get the bureaucrats out of it. So you could fix this problem. You could fix the problem of health care for the citizens of Colorado, but instead you want a single-payer system because you want a single-payer health control system and not a single-payer health care system. And that is a very different thing. So again, we're trying to have the conversations. We try to make the bill less bad for Colorado. See a lot of earplugs in on the majority side, so I'm just going to turn it over to my colleague so she can talk to the walls.
I believe Representative Luck was next in line.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions for the bill sponsors. So I'm operating off of the introduced version. So please, I've tried to talk to the bill drafters to make sure that I'm speaking to the latest version. On page 4, when we define resident in part 2, we speak of temporarily living. I'm just wondering, so it talks about people who are temporarily living in another state. Are we contemplating students who are going off to college, or do we have some other group of folks in mind when we say that?
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that question. So the short answer is yes. The student issue came up quite often. Also, sometimes folks that are temporarily out of state for travel reasons. We wanted to make sure that we were looking at anyone that was considered a resident of Colorado, that called Colorado their home state. But the student question was the biggest one that came up, so that we make sure we were incorporating, looking at what do we do about those students.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. So basically, it's a mimicking of most insurance policies currently available. Great. The next question I have is why the deadline of July 1st, 2024 for the research and selection of the model legislation? So here's where I'm going with my question. Legislation is one of those crazy words that can be singular or plural. So I don't know if we're talking about multiple drafts of legislation that will be analyzed and then submitted as this is the best one. Or if I read further down on page 4, it talks of this draft model legislation that's selected must be created by a Colorado nonprofit organization. So then that term combined with the date of July 1st, 2024, which is only a couple months away, obviously, leads me to the conclusion that there's one particular piece of legislation that's already been drafted that is already contemplated under this bill and that's being spoken to. Is that an accurate understanding? And if not, how do we have faith and confidence that we will be able to acquire from a Colorado nonprofit that meets the terms on page 5? We'll have this done by that point. So if you can help me understand that.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, very good question. Because we had House Bill, what was the number last year? 1209. And there were quite a few nonprofit organizations, even a year before that, looking at this. So there's multiple nonprofits that have been working in this space that have multiple ideas, and we're almost ready when 1209 made it through this body onto the Senate last year, so they're not starting from scratch. And there's a lot of voices in this space, and nothing is in stone. Very good question. But that's why most likely by that date, they will be able to figure out how that's going to look. I don't know. I've not seen any of that. But I just know because we had this long ramp up before we're bringing this bill this session, that much of that discussion and thought process and think tank people have been in that space working on it.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then I guess, does that contemplate in your bill, sorry, does your bill contemplate a singular or a plural set of legislation? So in your mind, will the Colorado School of Public Health present just one model, or will they say, here are 6 different models prepared by Colorado nonprofits, and then do the analysis based off of all 6 of them to find the one?
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that they will choose one, and whether or not they take pieces and parts, but we did want to make sure it was up to the School of Public Health to choose the one that was the most sound, that made the most logic for them to go forward and answer these questions that had that baseline in the legislation. So I don't know how many potential model drafts might come before them, or if they're all complete by the time they see them. But once they decide, it will be just one. They're not going to run 6 different models with all of these parameters in place. They'll choose one, and then they'll go forward.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this conversation. I appreciate it. Since we're on that topic of analysis, on page 6 of the introduced version, line 1, it talks about the analysis may do all these things. Normally, when you put out a request for research, you actually stipulate this is what it will do. And so I wonder why it's a may and not a must, because presumably they could acquire, I mean, we're looking to pay a researcher $250,000, a research assistant $100,000 for this work. If they only do 1 or 2 of these things, they would be satisfying the bill. But I suspect what we're really wanting is the fullness, or, you know, the majority at least. So I'm just wondering why it was a may.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that question as well. This was a big part of our the discussion of the folks involved in this space. Should it stay a may? Should we change it to a shall? And the decision was made to stay as a may on the request of the School of Public Health to allow them the flexibility they might need if they found that incorporating I'll just take one example of long-term health care that could really skew the costs over the system, for them to be able to have flexibility to say, okay, now let's look at it without that in there, so that they could use all of these factors and these inputs in a way where they can adjust and see how things could be different and be able to have that in the report. If we leave this out, this is what you get. If we have this in, so it was really to give them the flexibility that they asked for in order to do their microsimulation models, which they plan to do a bunch of different modeling.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really do appreciate this conversation. So one of the other things that stuck out to me is on page 5, where it is part 10, that this universal healthcare system that is put forth is designed to prioritize benefits and access to care for patients while preventing barriers to care that are imposed for the purpose of increasing profits. And I'm just curious, and this is on a personal note, having just had a baby and had some situations that kind of might fall into this, but I'm trying to understand what you guys have in mind as to barriers that were imposed that had the intended purpose of creating a profit. If you have an example that would fit in that offhand, it would be helpful.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will certainly try. I think when we think about barriers to care, that often there is an intermediary involved in between the patient and the care that they need, and often that is the approval or non-approval of a certain procedure or a medication, and that barrier may prevent that person from getting what they need only because the entity that would agree to overcoming that barrier or not may be doing so not on the basis of care for that patient, but on the basis of we'd rather you try this medication before you try this medication because it helps our bottom line. And I think we really wanted them to be able to look at a system that, if it were possible, because I don't really know if it's possible or not, if we didn't have those barriers between doctor-patient centered care, would we be able to do that? And not focus on, are we making sure that a particular business stays in business or not? We're really back down to, like my dad would say, brass tacks. and what do we need to do to make sure that you and I get exactly what the doctor has ordered without any of those barriers between us?
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, personal story. I ended up having a C-section with my child. That whole situation led me to have some conversations with some friends of mine who operate sort of in this space, and they directed me to a documentary about the business of giving birth and how hospitals often encourage C-sections, even when they're not necessary, often because they help financially. Is that what you're contemplating here as an example, or are you talking about saying this pharmaceutical product over this one because this one costs 10 times more, even though they'll do the same thing?
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may be getting beyond my pay grade because those barriers, I'm not going to be fully aware of what they all are, though that is the intention, to let the School of Public Health be able to identify what those barriers are, and if there was a way to eliminate those barriers. Specific examples, I may not be able to give you a good one, but even just talking to our neighbors and friends about their barriers to getting the health care that they need, even if they're fully insured, they're running into those barriers. And so having the School of Public Health be able to take those into consideration and see what if we were eliminating this and not necessarily focusing on a profit-based model.
Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you. And my last comment, it's not a question, it's just a comment. I note in here in the fiscal note that the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing has included expenses related to hiring a catering company. That I understand people need to eat, I get it, but there's a lot of money. Has that gone? Okay, thank you, because I was like, that, when you take care of the dollars, the millions take care of themselves, or however that, okay, thank you. That's helpful to know, it's gone.
Are you ready, Representative? Yep. Representative Bradley.
I move Amendment L011 to House Bill 1075 and ask for it to be displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. It just strikes on page 8, lines 9 through 12, that says the Colorado School of Public Health may seek, accept, and expend gifts, grants, or donations from private or public sources for the purpose of conducting the analysis required by this section. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L11? Representative Bazenecker first, or do you want Representative DeGraff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a this is not the one you showed me. This is a good amendment. I think we ought to take that. We have expertise in the healthcare field. We have expertise that is dealing with these issues, that sees these issues firsthand. Something that I think going through this with the Blue Ribbon Commission which I think that's kind of interesting when it's a blue ribbon commission, because that's usually something that connotes a winner. And what it looks like is this blue ribbon commission is set into place with the purpose of already choosing a winner.
Representative DeGraff, this amendment is about accepting gifts, grants, and donations. Let's keep our remarks to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, I think we ought to go with Rep. Bradley's amendment. I think we ought to make sure that we honor the expertise that is in this building, that is in this room. We're not here for our health. That's pretty clear. We're here to try to make these bills better if we can, and less bad if that's all we can do.
Are you going to speak? I'll wait.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one concern I have and why I support this amendment is what's called institutional bias. Now, we need to talk a little bit about this institutional bias. Oftentimes, when a grantor or giftor who may have an interest in the study or the outcome of the panel might want to get involved, then the way they get involved is through gifts, grants, or donations. They actually say, hey, I'm going to give you a bunch of money. I'm from the Universal Healthcare Institute of the Socialist World Order, for example. Hypothetical, very hypothetical. Please don't read into it. I'm from this entity, and I want to give you a bunch of money to study this. And then conversations happen. And this actually really happens in this country. It happens in our world. And it happens, happening right now. Happens outside the chamber here. And I really want to see, or I'm looking for this, or I'd really like for you to study and focus on this potential outcome or possible outcome. Is it feasible? And I will gift and grant or donate, and I'm from this entity. I won't say the name again because some of you got a little fussy when I said it. But that wasn't my intent.
Let's
to
stay on the
raise your
amendment.
ire.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It wasn't my intent to raise your ire, Madam Chair. I don't want to get anybody's blood pressure up because I'm having such a melancholy day, which I'm enjoying right now, but I'm sure it'll change later. So this amendment actually says, no, you don't get to get involved in this. We don't want your money. We're going to let this task force just take care of this because we don't want your institutional bias. Either real, perceived, intentional, or unintentional. It's a real thing. We all know it is. That's why this is important. If we truly want objective analysis, and I hearken back to my colleague from Grand Junction, what are we really wanting to achieve? So this amendment focuses on objectivity. Boxing out and perhaps keeping some of that bias out of the analysis that were to come from the task force or the study. I would say that it's already in there. And that's why I like this amendment so much, because it helps keep more of it out. We already know that there's entities in the political space, there's entities in the state, there's entities in the public policy world that so crave a universal health care system they would do anything to have it. Idealistically, we've got to do everything we can to get to this end state. So we will keep studying, we will keep analyzing, we will keep promoting, we will keep intersectionality intersectional activities going so we can have that intersection someday and that outcome in future time. Many of us know this. Many of the people in the high places that are trying to promote this type of policy are actually looking for this outcome. And that is, in fact, institutional bias versus purely objective analysis and outcomes that have no bias. Now, when I was in college, and I'm going to talk to the amendment because it's so important that we keep the outside money out of this. When I was in college, I had the very unique experience my last semester at engineering school because I only had one class left to take to graduate. But I could only take it in the fall semester, only time it was offered. So my advisor, my faculty advisor, say, why don't you take some graduate level classes so you can even be smarter? You can learn more. Well, that wasn't much fun. But one of the things I did with one of my professors, working him with in three-dimensional gas dynamics, was a project he was working on in missile trajectory, missile analysis, and missile interception. And I'll never forget the fact that he said, you know who's funding this? And he said, I'm not going to say the name of the entity who's funding this, but we need to get an outcome and an objection that meets the intent of the funder. Of the source of funding for what the class was working on to help this professor with his research, which I thought was incredibly clever. Now, of the class, there were only 2 students from this country in the class. The other students were from China and the Middle East. And you say, what does that matter? Well, it was just because those people were the ones that were wanting to take that knowledge back to their home countries. And
Let's bring it back to the amendment, Representative Holtor.
getting back to the amendment, yes, ma'am, thank you, because I did digress a little bit. I did take a little exit. But the point is, when you have, and this was institutional bias with the outcome of this project that this professor was working on, and this is what I fear with this project and this task force, that if you have people bringing a lot of money into this space trying to invest, or they might actually have some bias in the outcome. And that is probably the worst thing you could have, particularly when we're trying to analyze universal health care payment systems for objectively an already biased outcome. And to bring in the Colorado system that we have been working on now for years, the entire time I've been in this General Assembly, and saying, well, that also needs to come into this. We need to analyze that too. That, ladies and gentlemen, is bias. It makes it less than objective. With this amendment, getting back to the amendment now, and it's really important, you keep out the outside money. Some people call it dark money or whatever, I don't know. I don't know what that would be. I don't even want to speculate to the bill sponsors what that might be, although I could. I could, but I won't. So with this amendment, let's just not go there. Let's just box this out and say, you know what, it's already, there's a fiscal note. Apparently it's less than $500,000. We can afford it. And we don't need the public-private partnership. We're just going to have it analyzed empirically and objectively within the task force itself. So I'm going to turn this over to another one of my colleagues who may have a little different perspective on it. But I do like the amendment. I really like my bill's the amendment sponsor from Douglas County and what she's concerned with and what she's thinking. In fact, she had some other amendments that I thought were really good amendments. They're not this amendment, though, Madam Chair, so I'll only talk to this amendment. But some of the best work gets done right here in the well on second reading analyzing amendments, and really, really trying to understand what is best for Colorado and the outcomes here. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Okay, I wanted to get a little bit more information from the sponsor around what was going on over on the side, but no change. I'm still for this amendment. And if we look at this, Colorado School of Public Health may seek, accept, and expend grants, donations from private, public sources for the purpose of conducting the analysis required by this section. All right, so what do we know from Budgeting 101? What happens to gifts, grants, and donations? At some point they dry up, and then what happens to gifts, grants, and donations is then we get the sob story of why we need more government spending to replace the necessary gifts, grants, and donations. And earlier today, in a very disingenuous sense, we said that we wanted to make living less expensive for the citizens of Colorado. Now, we know that's not true because we've increased the cost for them for $10,000 for your average family, and then their overall cost is about $25,000 per year. So that's really off the table. So really what we're looking at is spending as much possible money out of the citizens as Colorado as possible. And what are you going to find? What would be a reason for not allowing gifts, grants, and donations from private and public sources? Well, what you have, that would essentially be buying influence. You open this up and you buy influence. Now, we have this thing of, the majority has this thing where it's essentially property owners and anybody that's productive in society is evil. And nonprofit.
Representative DeGraff, let's avoid a commentary like that and stick to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a perception that I have, and it's a perception shared by many in Colorado. So we have this system, and let's look at paragraph 1, the final report of the Blue Ribbon, the Picking the Winner Commission for healthcare reform, created 10-16-131 before its repeal, issued.
Representative DeGraff, is this to the amendment?
This is.
Are you speaking about gifts, grants, and donations?
I am.
Oh.
Before its repeal, clearly showed that a single nonprofit system for healthcare can, it doesn't, but it can save money. Now, the thing about nonprofit systems is nonprofit is not, there's lots of things that are nonprofit. That doesn't mean they're not profitable. Just really means that they're not competing on the open market. Why would they not need to compete on the open market? Well, they can pay their executives as much as they want. They can spend the money as much as they want, however they want. There are some limitations. They're not responsible to the market in that sense. They're nonprofit. But there are lots of examples where nonprofit organizations have very low output for the public good. They are just a big sink. So a nonprofit organization, so how would a nonprofit organization influence the decision of a panel of bureaucrats? You would come to the table with a bunch of gifts, grants, and donations from private and public sources. Now, that public sources one is pretty interesting because that's saying that there's a public entity, and that public entity took money from the public. Pretty sure that's what public entity means, a public source. So now we have a public source that is inserting influence, that is buying influence for the purpose of in the conduction of the analysis as required by this section. So Number 6, I mean, it really gets to the heart of the bill. Money is the heart of the bill. Patient care is not the heart of this bill. Money is the heart of this bill. Money is the heart of this bill. Spending public money is the heart of this bill. And rewarding, giving a blue ribbon to nonprofit organizations that can, in theory, but have absolutely no proven track record in that regard, but they can save money. That collusion, that binding, that tying between government and industry, all nonprofit or for-profit, that binding between industries, between government and industry, that's a political system. Now, what's funny to me is when nobody has a problem with the idea of binding industry and government for something that can, but historically doesn't, reduce healthcare costs. But when I name that government system, all hell breaks loose.
Representative Graff, we're listening for comments about gifts, grants, and donations. Thank you.
The gifts, grants, and donations are the exertion of influence where public and private organizations get to influence what? What do they get to do? They get to influence and they get to insert money into the political system, which somehow benefits the political system. They insert money to buy influence. And the problem is when you buy influence, you are not going to have an impartial study. It's just like when you talk about scientists. 99% of the scientists will tell you exactly what the funders want you to hear. That's how it works. What this study is going to find is exactly what the Colorado School of Health wants it to find, based on sending out little flyers and saying, hey, who's got gifts, funds, and gifts, grants, and donations for us? Who would like a seat at the table? It's only $200 a plate. It's only $1,000 a plate. It's a lot more than that. But these are big contracts. So number 6 right here, I don't know why we're not just getting rid of the 6, but that's between the sponsor and the drafter. But this one right here, getting rid of this is to get closer. This is to get closer to a non-biased study, one that was not paid for. A study that doesn't need sponsor stickers all over it. Of course, there'd only be a couple sponsors because this is already chosen, this is already determined. There's going to be some money kicking around. So Colorado, your universal health care system is for sale. Just want you to know that your health care system is for sale. This is going to find, pending the removal of this, it's going to find exactly what it's intended to find. And it's intended to find a pre-selected nonprofit system, a system that does not have to compete in the marketplace, it does not have to be efficient, it does not have to represent your interests. It just The nonprofit system that is in mind is one that will provide gifts, grants, and donations to the political system. It's incredibly naive to think that the socialized medicine that's envisioned here has anything to do with patient care. It's all about chewing money up into the machine. So I hope that the sponsors will approve this and we can at least get the external influence out. We can get out, we can have a healthcare system that is free of big gifts, grants, and donations and focus on one that has to do with healthcare.
Representative Basenecker.
We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L11, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1075 until later today, as amended, until later today.
That motion is approved. Madam Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1308 until after House Bill 1438.
So moved. Madam Majority Leader. Okay. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 24-1438.
House Bill 1438 by Representatives Mabry and Judah, also Senator Roberts, concerning the implementation of certain affordable prescription drug programs.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, House Bill 1438 is about...
Representative Mabry, would you like to move
Yes.
your bill and the two committee reports?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1438 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In the Appropriations Committee report, we appropriated a very small amount of money.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. And the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Judah, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Amazing debate. Witnesses in committee almost came out unanimous and bipartisan, except for one. But with that, we do have an amendment that we would like to run to the committee report, and I move L003 and ask that it be displayed.
So moved. Please wait for it to be displayed. All right, that amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, on this legislation, we have had great input from all stakeholders. The stakeholders here involve the departments, the pharmacies, and the manufacturers. And all of the parties who are impacted by this law understand that this is the law of the land after we passed House Bill 1002 last year. And we are bringing this amendment in response to a little bit of feedback from the manufacturers about the amendment that we brought in the Health and Human Services Committee. As written, the language of the amendment stated that the application form must be accepted by all manufacturers. That actually was not our intent. The application form is supposed to be dealt with by the state more than it is by the manufacturers, and so we are clarifying that. And then there's some guidance for manufacturers about placing the application form for the program on the manufacturer's website. And we ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L3? Representative Holtorf.
You can leave that there. Thank you very much. I think this amendment is actually helpful, as this was presented in the Healthcare Committee. So it allows for, and I'll ask the bill sponsors, it allows for greater facilitation between what's most important to me, the pharmacies, and clearing up between the pharmacies and the manufacturers so they can have better refund mechanisms. Is that right?
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Yeah, this amendment is actually drafted this morning with consultation with representation from the pharmacies for that purpose, to make sure it's also working for them.
Is there further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
I recommend an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L3, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
We're going to not acknowledge it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all we have for the committee report. But again, great discussion, and really thank you to all the stakeholders that came and told their stories.
Seeing no further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. And the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this was an amazing bill that we passed last year with me and my representative from Denver. The bill that we passed last year capped the cost of EpiPens to $60 for two, which was a huge deal because people were being price gouged up to $700. So we put an end to that and really modeled it after the insulin bill a few years before that. This year, unfortunately, we heard from stakeholders, we heard from constituents, and people who are waiting for this bill to be implemented to actually afford their EpiPens, and unfortunately, there have been hiccups, and people couldn't. They were being denied what was essentially in the bill. So we have come back to fix that, and I will allow my co-prime to talk about the amendment.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we have one more amendment, and before I bring it, I just want to state, folks might have seen in the press some of the coverage about how this program has been working here in Colorado. People are going to pharmacies to try to benefit from our program and get the affordable epinephrine, and pharmacies are telling them basically, hey, we don't know what you're talking about. And our position here is, regardless of how you felt about the initial policy, this is about keeping promises to the people of Colorado. We passed House Bill 1002, and unfortunately, there were manufacturers that didn't comply. There were pharmacies that didn't know what was going on. And here we're partnering with the Attorney General's office to make sure there's clarity in enforcement and more clarity in what each party involved is supposed to do. Again, the stakeholder process has been really good. All parties involved, the pharmacies, manufacturers, and departments have been incredibly collaborative and helpful. I think that everybody just wants to make sure that this is working for Colorado consumers. And with that, I bring Amendment L2 to House Bill 1438.
Would you like to move that amendment?
I moved it. Didn't I move it? I move it. I move it.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
And to my colleague from Akron, I appreciate your concern for the pharmacies. This is another amendment that was requested by the pharmacies to clarify that some of the enforcement mechanisms that we're putting in here don't inadvertently increase liability for the pharmacies, because really those who were not complying and who are trying to make sure are complying are the manufacturers. And so this is clarifying that the Attorney General enforcement under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act is about the manufacturers and not the pharmacies.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L2? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L2. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1438? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in Health and Human Services. Two elements that need to be discussed. The first thing is this particular bill, as it was presented, is more about the mechanics of complying with previous statute and making the pharmacies and the patients that need these particular life-saving drugs to better understand the program and navigate within that program. At first, there was apprehension and concern. You know, whether you agree or not with the policy of the price fixing or mandating price ceilings, that really wasn't the issue here. The issue here was within Colorado in this space. Those patients, customers that need these products and life-saving medical products, and also the pharmacies, and the communication between all the parties involved, including the manufacturer. So when we had the presentation and we had people testify, that concern was removed that my colleagues and I had when we had rural pharmacies testify, that they could, based on what was written in the language, and now with these additional amendments, I think. So this isn't going to happen very often to the bill sponsors, so hang on, because you're going to get something that you normally don't get from me. But that is good job, a good job on working with those concerned and listening and navigating to make it a better landscape for our pharmacists. Because we know in rural Colorado, and I won't labor this point very long, we have a challenge with keeping pharmacies open in our small communities. But we also have people that need these as well and want to navigate within the system under the statute that's currently here. So when we got the testimony from rural pharmacies that said this is actually going to help, then that really alleviated our concerns. And then with these further amendments that have now been added on, I have less concern. So I think we're going in a good direction here, and I'm going to ask for almost everybody in the chamber to support this bill.
Are there further comments? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the sponsors working so diligently to repair prior government interventions. Now, I'm not sure this will do it. I suspect there's going to be a lot of other problems. There's going to be a lot of other ramifications from inserting the boot, the heavy hand, the finger, whatever you want, into this system. Because I thought, weren't we here not too long ago? I mean, it doesn't seem like there was some big push to lower the cost of medicine, and that was, I think, the most favored nation process, where it couldn't go up faster than the price of inflation, and then that process got thrown out, and then all of a sudden prices went up again, and now we have a problem to solve. And of course, we have to solve it. So I hope this works. I think it's not one I've studied a whole lot, but a lot of the problem that we have, when you just look at it on the face, you can see that so much of the problem that we have with this is that the government is meddling and muddling into the market and picking winners and losers, exerting influence, and and even the sponsor said it started last year, and then it's expanded, and then it'll be expanded again, and then it'll be expanded again. So I hope this works. I thought we had it solved before it was unsolved, before it needed to be solved again. So let's hope so.
Representative Holtorf.
To my colleague from El Paso County, I don't disagree with the first part of your comments about the government getting into the markets, and they're already so deep into healthcare and the healthcare systems, healthcare management. It's really unfortunate, and we continue to plunge farther and farther into that area. But this just, I don't know if it'll mean anything, but this is more on the mechanics of the current system of, and the bill sponsors can help me perhaps, but the current system of managing the rebates and refunds from manufacturer to pharmacist. Not some of the other more larger policy questions that you bring up, which I happen to agree and more in line with your thinking in that regard. But just wanted to emphasize that point.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 24-1438 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 24-1438 is adopted, or is passed. Members, we will go into a brief recess. And we're back. Do I need to gavel in again? The House will come back to, or the Committee of the Whole will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1280.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1280.
House Bill 1280 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia, also Senator Fields, concerning the creation of a grant program for community-based organizations to provide appropriate services for migrants who are within 1 year of arrival in the United States and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1280 and the Business Affairs and Labor Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you so much, Madam.
Will you excuse me for 1 second? Members, debate is limited on this bill to 1 hour. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we got our funding allocated, so thank you so much to the Appropriations Committee.
Seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor report.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. In the Business and Labor Committee, we had a robust conversation around what this bill does, and we passed with flying colors. So thank you so much, and we urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Business and Labor Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, it is really an honor to bring this bill forward today with my co-prime. What this bill does is, as you all know, Colorado has been facing a large migrant influx for many, many months. We have had government agencies, local agencies, doing their very best to meet the needs of our migrant population, and yet are unable to do so for many different reasons, leaving many of our community-based organizations, our nonprofit organizations, picking up the slack and doing the work that our local governments cannot do. What this bill does is it supports these local nonprofit organizations by creating an infrastructure and allocating funding to be able to continue supporting the migrant community through a more coordinated response. What this does is it establishes an intermediary, which then will identify and re-grant funding to organizations that have a history and a proven track record in working with this population, provide them with technical assistance if necessary, and allow the organizations to be able to serve and support the communities and the migrant communities in their area to receive case management, referral services, referrals to housing, referral services to legal support, referral services to knowing how to enroll their kids in education into schools. It really is to build a support system so that as we continue, we're going to continue seeing an influx of migrants coming to Colorado. And it's important that, so we don't see these community members sleeping under bridges, sleeping on the streets, and in tents, but they are supported to be able to find the support they need and establish their lives that they come here to do.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to provide a little more context as well. Me and my co-prime, we are not from Denver. We represent other areas across the state. This is an issue that is a statewide issue that affects us greatly. In my community, we supported the arrival of about 200 new community members. This is a humanitarian crisis, and we don't want anyone to die. We want community members to thrive. We want them to get the support that they need so that they can continue to share with us their talents, to share and contribute to the economy, contribute to our growing number of vacating jobs that we have. We want them to plug in. We want their kids to have access to education and to be able to get to the American dream, as many of us have been doing. So we urge a yes vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Fellow colleagues, I'm sure you understand, I, at one point in my life before coming to this country, was an illegal alien.
So the committee will stand in a brief recess. Committee will come back to order. Is there a discussion on the bill? Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to understand the reason I was gavelled down and the reason for the ruling.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Representative Weinberg. I did, yeah. So this bill is about migrants, so we will be talking about immigrants, and we will be talking about migrants. Those are the words that we will be using in the context of this bill. Thank you, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want clarification as I continue on. Speaking on my own personal experiences, being an illegal immigrant into the country, I'm trying to understand, am I not allowed to speak on my personal experiences on this bill that is about immigration?
You're absolutely allowed to talk about your personal experiences, about your experiences as an immigrant, about your experiences coming into the country. There is nothing in this bill that says anything about any person being illegal. And there is nothing in the bill that refers to any particular person as an illegal alien. And those are considered by many to be pejorative terms. So I will prefer that you use the words immigrant, undocumented immigrants, or migrant in the course of this conversation. Thank you, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll continue on. I'll try this again. Fellow colleagues, I'm sure you all know that when I first came to this country, and I've expressed multiple times, I was an undocumented alien. And had seen multiple times, being in the country, that there were words thrown out to me about being an invader in this country. I feel that I lifted myself up with all the opportunities that this country provided. I was never given medical by the government. I was never given a check. I had to go through the system, being fresh off the boat, and prove myself to this country.
Sorry, Representative Weinberg. I know that you're talking about yourself. I appreciate that. Many people find words like that to be pejorative. I would appreciate it if we kept, as we're going forward, even though you're talking about yourself, as we're going forward, let's please try to keep the words to migrants, new arrival, immigrants, undocumented persons. The types of language that you're using skirts a very difficult line and can be offensive to many. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm deeply confused on not being able to use this language. I'll be quite frank. This pertains to me and my experiences. Each one of us come into these chambers with our experiences, and a suppression of speech, in my opinion. That's what I see this as, and I'm not getting it.
Thank you, Representative Weinberg. I'm going to again mention that what is germane to this bill is the language that is within the bill. The bill refers to folks as migrants. So variations of migrant, immigrant, undocumented peoples, that is acceptable.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. This country has afforded me the best opportunity I've ever had in my entire life. And the reason it's done that is by not giving me a handout. Instead, it's given me a hand up by being here and being available in every opportunity. A South African Jew now seats in these chambers, and I hear multiple times when members of this chamber come down into this well and are proud to state that they are the first insert. Not only am I the first Jew in northern Colorado to seat in House District 51, but I'm the first immigrant in House District 51. And when bills like this get presented, they directly affect me emotionally. I have a direct effect on this bill. My brother, who is still on the Dreamer Act, has a direct effect. And even he would be able to come into this well and directly, sensibly say, this is not right. I've showed him this. I showed my parents this, who, mind you, took 20 years to become a citizen in this country. 20. And now we're handing out citizenships like it's candy.
Oh, yeah.
This is true. This bill, again, has a true definition of emotional effect on me and my family and everything that I am in this chamber. And you can try and suppress the speech all you want. I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to have it. That's not fair to anyone. This bill is a violation. There is no vetting process in any way, shape, or form on whether this stuff is getting handed out to criminals.
Representative Weinberg, we are not talking about criminals. We are talking about migrants.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. There is nothing in this bill that directly would vet anybody from receiving these grant programs, and they absolutely could be a criminal. You do not have to go through a background check to receive these grants. You don't. That's to the bill. We have to keep the understanding that a taxpayer, a resident, a green card holder, a citizen are at the forefront of what we do in this building. And when we do not do that, we're in violation of our oath.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, just in the last a little over a year, since 2022, we have had over 40,000 migrants here illegally. Some of them, about half, they think, they're not really sure, have stayed here. About half, they think, they're not sure, have gone elsewhere. The way that they've been able to track that as best as possible is through the bus passes that were purchased for these folks to send them on their way. But this is equated just in the Denver public school system to about 3,400 new students. We here in the long bill process actually had to appropriate millions and millions and millions of dollars to our education system to fund these students. And that's not money that just kind of appeared. It doesn't grow on trees. It actually came from the citizens of Colorado, the taxpayers of Colorado, the people who are here and pay taxes. This influx has literally brought the city and county of Denver to its knees. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I'm speaking to this today. My commissioners in Douglas County have actually filed a suit against the state of Colorado. And my town has asked for those buses not to stop. We don't have the resources or the infrastructure to support migrants, nor do we seek that. We are not a sanctuary city or town. But that's one reason why the city and county of Denver has been brought to its knees. We have also, in this chamber, had to vote over and over again to maintain the financial solvency of Denver Health. Because just from migrants alone, they have over $10 million in unpaid medical bills. Again, that money that we keep appropriating for Denver Health to be solvent, to keep their doors open, which is important. I'm not going to argue that. It's incredibly important. They provide extraordinary services to the citizens of not just Denver, but all over the state. But again, those dollars aren't coming from trees, they're coming from our citizens. So I have questions about this bill. And I'm just going to read through a few things because I'm not really clear on some costs. So, for example, on page 4, maybe I'll start further up because, again, I have questions. So, the bill creates a statewide welcome, reception, and integration grant program in the Department of Labor and Employment to provide grants to community-based organizations that provide culturally and linguistically appropriate navigation services and programs to migrants who are within 1 year of arrival in the United States. And then it goes on, and there's a list of the things that they're going to be assisting with. One of the things that we will be assisting with is assisting migrant parents to enroll their children in public school or summer programs. We already talked about that. The additional cost, that the additional millions of dollars that we have provided to accommodate the additional students in our schools is extraordinary. But this is another piece of it. In this bill, it calls out including early childhood programs. My concern with this is also specifically around, our early childhood programs are really struggling from a funding standpoint. Really struggling. It's one of those things that it seemed like a really good idea, really great idea. It was a priority of the governors. We do, and I will completely agree, there are lots of studies and statistics that show that kids getting into school, into pre-K programs, really sets them up for success. And I think that's great. But what we are doing is we have programs that are already financially stressed, and we're going to add to that at the expense of our own citizens. And then also, in this same paragraph, it talks about early childhood programs and also to enable parents to find employment. These are individuals who are not here legally. And in order to find employment, they must be able to work here legally. And so how's that going to work? And perhaps there's some explanation a little bit further down on page 4 of the bill where it talks about providing immigration legal assistance or referrals to immigration legal services. And this is another big question that I have in reading the bill. Literally, the last sentence, line 27 on page 24, it refers to other eligible expenses as determined by the department and the administering entity in consultation with, this is my question, the Migrant Support Policy Group in the governor's office. I've never heard of that. Is that a line item in the governor's budget? Do they receive money in the state budget? Question, because I don't know. And I can't find it anywhere. It's very interesting how sometimes untransparent the governor's budget really is. I would love them to answer the questions.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the questions. I was trying diligently to write down the questions that you had, and unfortunately the one that stuck to me is the question around finding employment. Majority of the folks, and we know that through this, the people who will be receiving the services for finding employment do have TPS, temporary protective status, which does mean that they then are allowed to work. Others who don't have TPS federally are allowed to apply for an ITIN number, an individual tax identification number, which then would allow them to establish their own business should they choose to go that route.
Okay. Representative Frizzell.
Great. So can you help me with my question about the Migrant Support Policy Group in the governor's office?
Representative Garcia.
That's a really great thing to bring up because I thought that we had an amendment. So I'm going to have to go back and check that we actually took that part out. So I'm going to have to double check on that.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you. I really do appreciate the bill sponsors answering my questions because, this is complicated. I am not an immigration attorney, nor do I aspire to be. So I have another question about the administering entity. And will the administering entity be paid to administer the grant funds and also distribute the funds?
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so the funds that are allocated to go to these other organizations will first go to the implementing authority, the administrative organization. They will also get a small sum, which, as you can see in the bill, does not surpass 20%, which would also include technical assistance if they're needed to provide technical assistance.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that would be 20% of $2.5 million?
Representative Garcia.
That is correct, and again, that is the maximum that would be allocated if they also provide technical assistance.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the bill sponsor. Perfect. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the bill sponsor and answering my questions, and I am definitely in the wrong business because that seems like a nice financial windfall for the administering entity, but I'm sure they'll work really, really hard. Thank you.
Representative Evans. And just as a time check, we have 35 minutes left on the debate of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, this bill on page 3, line 10, talks about migrant. Migrant means an individual who has arrived in the United States within the past year, and does not qualify for federal support services or refugee resettlement assistance benefits. So we're tying the state definition of migrant to federal criteria. Qualified immigrants under federal law means lawful permanent residents, refugees, asylees, folks of that nature. Cuban or Haitian entrants, there is a corresponding citation in federal code for that. Battered spouses, and there's a couple of subsections underneath that. Victims of trafficking or their derivatives, and then individuals who lawfully reside in the U.S. Pursuant to a compact of free association. So there's 6 categories of qualified immigrants, folks who have some sort of lawful association with the United States government. And anyone that does not fall under that category is a not qualified immigrant. Not qualified immigrant includes all non-citizens who do not fall under the qualified immigrant categories. That is who is being contemplated with this bill by the definition of migrant, specifically stating that they do not qualify for federal support services. We are talking about non-citizens who are here without lawful authority. These are illegal immigrants. That is what the bill's...
Representative, we're talking about migrants. I've been very clear about what the rules of this and what is germane to this topic is. So please use the words that are from the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to set the record here. So I'm going to read a little bit of an excerpt from an article published earlier this month here in the Denver metro area from a it's Colorado Politics, pretty mainstream media source here. Denverites are becoming second-class citizens in their own city. To varying degrees, that could be said of Coloradans and other communities as well. They have been elbowed aside by a new wave of immigrants, many of them from Venezuela, who have entered the U.S. illegally over the past year and have been deluging Denver and the rest of the state. The toll on taxpayers is growing daily. Again, folks, we are talking about illegal immigrants, as stated in this news article.
Representative Evans.
We've
talked about this. I will allow you to say that these are migrants who are here illegally, but I will not allow you to say that is not in the bill. Okay? What is germane to the bill is migrants.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, I'm reading from a major press article here in the Denver metro area. Is the press not welcome in the well?
The press is welcome in the well.
Can I quote from a major mainstream press association as I read this?
Yes, you are welcome to quote from a major mainstream source.
Perfect, because I'm quoting from Colorado Politics here. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chair. Since December of 2022, about 40,000 immigrants have arrived in Denver. Welcoming them has cost the city over $60 million and counting. The state and federal government have reimbursed Denver alone about $14 million. It's actually in the high 30s if you count the reimbursements to the rest of the state. But the rest of the cost is coming out of the pockets of Denver taxpayers. And as mentioned, that's not even counting the tab handed out to taxpayers in other Colorado cities. The bill for covering food, shelter, and other services to the droves of immigrants hasn't been paid out of some rainy day fund in the city hall's coffers. It has come directly out of the city's operating budget, resulting in slashed public services to locals, parks and rec centers that reduced their hours, DMV branches that went to weekly closures, basic functions that city taxpayers depend on. And that's not to mention the collateral damage caused by the immigration surge, from proliferating tent camps to rising crime. It goes on to talk about this is the price of living in a sanctuary for, quoting the bill, illegal immigration. Quoting the article. State lawmakers in 2019 enacted a law prohibiting local governments from cooperating with the federal government in immigration enforcement and prohibiting the sharing of judicial information with federal officials. Last year, the legislature passed a law barring local government involvement in immigration detention. Denver, meanwhile, is widely known for offering shelter, food, and transportation of illegal immigrants to their final destination. Now, at least, there are signs our sanctuary status is prompting second thoughts. As reported by our affiliate, the Washington Examiner, Denver officials are starting to tell the immigrants to move on, given the city's immigration-induced multi-million-dollar deficit. And then it goes on to talk about, you probably all saw the 9 News story, where officials here in Denver told these folks that they need to move on. Folks, this is what is happening in our communities. How do Coloradans and Americans see this. I will quote another mainstream media outlet. This is the title. A majority of Americans see an invasion at the southern border, NPR poll finds. I'll give you another article from 5 days ago. Majority of voters polled believe the U.S. is being invaded at southern border. The majority of American voters polled believe that the U.S. is being invaded at the southern border. Folks, this ties directly to the bill here because as we've just established with the definition on page 3, these are folks who are illegally present in the country, and this piece of legislation creates a multi-million-dollar grant program to continue to attract them to Colorado. I go on. In that same article, talking about the invasion at our southern border, which is what a majority of Americans agree is occurring. More recently, retired FBI counterintelligence leaders warned about a likely terrorist attack being committed by criminals illegally entering the country through a soft invasion. As my colleague earlier stated, in this legislation, there is no vetting process to determine to whom these funds are going. I am quoting from mainstream media outlets here who are relaying information provided by counterintelligence leaders who are warning about potential terrorist attacks being committed by criminals illegally entering the country through a soft invasion, and pieces of legislation like House Bill 1280 create a multi-million-dollar grant program that has no vetting that will continue to attract individuals to Colorado, further exacerbating the self-imposed illegal immigration crisis that is now facing the Front Range and the state of Colorado. I rise in opposition to this bill.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, outside of all the words that we cannot use here, those words are in federal statute, just so you know. And that federal statute, which is not being enforced, is what is causing this problem. So to this bill, though. To this bill, so I was in committee on this, and I always like to give a recap. The things that concern me about this is that I remember just in my short tenure here, we created the Office of New Americans. And so this is one of the questions I had for the committee is
Excuse me, Representative Lynch. I'm going to ask folks in the well who are having conversations to please take their conversations off the well elsewhere in the chamber, please. I'm also going to ask folks to refrain from using the window and going outside. It's extremely loud out there. Thank you. Representative Lynch, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's also a waft of 420 smoke that comes in with that, by the way. So a few years ago, we created the Office of New Americans. And so my question was how this interacts with that already established department here in the state and what this really does. I don't know that I got a really good answer on that. I mean, granted, we have a problem that we're going to have to deal with here in Colorado. It is not necessarily our problem. We didn't create it. The federal government left our borders wide open, and now we have to deal with that. And we can't just turn a blind eye to these folks. I get that. However, there are states in this nation that don't have this big influx. I just heard, and I don't have an exact quote on this, but that Denver is the largest center for this migrant population that's coming from the southern border. So we obviously have to deal with this. However, if we continue to provide services outside of the Office of New Americans, in addition to that, that's what's going to bring these people here. We're all for immigrants. At one point, we all come from immigrants. Nobody was. I mean, there's a few. We got the Southern Ute tribe that's been here a little longer than the rest of us, but for the most part, we're all immigrants, and so we're not against immigrants. We just want them to go through the proper procedures to get here. And when you implement policies like this that are somewhat discombobulated, and let me add, $600,000, I think we got it revised, $500,000 just to implement this program. What could that money go to. I mean, I'm not convinced of its efficiency. So I don't want to take up a lot of time because we're constrained on that. But I would just like to say this is a bad bill. Vote no.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, at least the music stopped, so I might not have to speak so loud. Maybe the dancing crew will take a break. So we sat here and we've debated for the last few days about money. And this bill is about money. This bill is about a grant program. Money that we don't have. Immigration is the jurisdiction of the federal government, which right now is failing miserably at its job. I spent a career not only protecting this nation overseas, but looking here domestically to help us when we hit domestic disasters and man-made ones. And unfortunately, those come from people that seek to enter this country and do things. They are attracted to grant programs like this because it gives them incentives to come here. It gives them cover. And if you think it's funny and you think it doesn't exist, then I suggest you read history. I do not want to live through another 9/11. I do not want to live through another attack on the soil of the United States of America.
Representative Hartsook, I'm sure you aren't trying to imply that the new migrants are terrorists. But if you were, that would not be allowed.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll specify what I am stating, not what I'm implying. Again, I don't want to live through it. If you think that bad people do not take advantage of the laws of this country, you are fooling yourself and the chamber that we are in. We have a responsibility to uphold the Constitution, which includes defending this country and this state. We debated about having enough money yesterday for victims, yet we're going to have a grant program that doesn't do anything for victims that exist here. We don't do enough for veterans. We don't do enough for people that exist here. We don't do enough for people that are trying to get to school. We don't do enough for the folks that are seeking more in education. We do not do enough for the people that are already here trying to seek a better way of life. Yet we are attracting via a grant program people to come here. And a great number of the folks seem to think it's funny. Well, I don't think it's funny. I think this is deadly serious. And for those of you who haven't seen it when things go bad, I pray that you never will, because I have. I urge a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's kind of an odd smell in the chamber. I also rise in opposition to this bill. We should be looking to give a hand up, not a handout, to immigrants to our great state. What I see in this bill, particularly as we look on page 3 of the bill, and it starts talking about the statewide Welcome Center, it lists all the things that are going to be done by this nonprofit that's receiving millions of our hard-earned tax dollars to provide, assessment of needs, cultural orientation, case management, transition including food and clothing, employment services, housing-related services, more training, English as a second language classes, financial orientations including understanding credit, loans, banking, referrals for mental health, physical health, parents with their children in schools, help with public school enrollment and summer programs, and the list goes on. Members, as someone who was a type of immigrant, when I went to the United Kingdom, there was absolutely no handout. Part of embracing a culture and assimilating and understanding your way around is also having to do that yourself. Not having someone there holding your hand every single step of the way. I come from a family of immigrants. My wife is not a citizen. My sister-in-law just barely became a U.S. citizen. I have 2 aunts. Neither one of them are U.S. citizens. I have an uncle who is not a U.S. citizen. You could say we're attracted to foreigners. But what I can tell you is that each and every one of them, if they were standing where I am right now, would say that they benefited from having to understand the United States themselves, from having to make sure that they were legal the entire time that they've been here. It's hard work. For us, it's cost thousands of dollars to maintain our status with my wife. One factor that the United States should consider is that the greatest destabilizing factor that we're facing right now as Western nations is mass immigration and public handouts. Whether you're in, for example, Germany or Canada or here in the United States, the number one issue outside of this building that really infuriates people is giving our hard-earned tax dollars to people who are coming into those nations, giving them a home, as this talks about. Well, citizens are struggling. Housing is incredibly expensive. Everything is doubled, whether it's your cost of living, price of a house, property taxes have doubled. And yet we're doing hardly anything, if basically nothing in the eyes of the average citizen, for them to help in their struggles. Instead, it's always easier to give away someone else's money that's not your own. We should be focusing on helping our own citizens first. Because, quite frankly, those who immigrate to the United States, they want to be here. They will do everything they can to be here. And they will make it work. Whether it's our experience tells us they will make it work, they will find a way, because that's part of becoming an American, is you have to want it so bad. Stay hungry, as Steve Jobs said. Once you take that hunger away, the beauty and power of America is not like it was, and we're no longer that shining light on the hill. I urge a no vote.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this bill. As an immigrant who moved here in 1980, my family came because we were running from civil unrest in my country. My mother's fiance was held at gunpoint, and basically my mom, and it was by the grace of God that she was not taken away, and her fiance was ultimately shot by firing squad. So we know terror, we know trauma, and most of these people that are coming through the borders are not coming because they know that there's a grant program. They're coming because they're running from political unrest, famine, social unrest. They're coming because they're trying to find that shining hill, whatever that beacon is, so that they can find a better life for their family, just like my mother and my sister when we came here over 40 years ago. And so when we talk about integration, integration is the pathway for people to get a hand up. That hand up comes because you get skill training. That hand up comes because the kids go to school. That hand up comes because we don't want people who are going to be roaming the streets, kids not going to school because they don't understand the system. This is the exact type of bill that we need to do because it's going to help people to get into work and employment quicker. We say in America that we have a shortage of workers. So what better thing than to train people who are coming? Most of the migrants that are coming here are very young. Our population is aging. We have an aging population. And so when people come, they're young, they're strong, they're hungry, they want work, they want opportunity. And this is our opportunity to help these people integrate into society so they're not loitering the streets. They're not everywhere. How many of you have been driving down the street and people come up to your car trying to, wash your windows? They're out there because they're looking for something to do, trying to make a living. Nobody's here to take advantage of the system. And then talking about citizenships. Wow. I mean, we cannot hand out citizenships. That's a federal government jurisdiction. That does not fall here in the state assembly. So saying things like that is just egregious. It doesn't make any sense that we would think that we can offer citizenships. That's nowhere within the state of Colorado. And by the way, the federal government does need a path to citizenship. These people have no...
Representative Ricks, I'm just going to direct you back to the bill, which is the grant program. I appreciate
Yes,
it.
thank you very much. Yes, but the grant program will help all of these migrants that are coming here integrate into the system, get into either starting a business, learning a trade, getting a job, help kids get into school, understand the culture, so they are quickly able to assimilate versus just being outside of the system and looking for handouts. I support this bill. Join us in supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I'm going to quote, according to the Colorado Polling Institute, a report. These are not Brandy Bradley words. Voters see illegal immigration 14%, homelessness 12%, and housing availability 11% as the most important issues that the state government should address. So those of us here, 62% of statewide voters who participated in the survey say that the recent arrival of illegal immigrants is a crisis. If forced to choose, 54% of voters are in favor of creating more affordable housing, with 46% being in favor of reducing property taxes. 69% of voters are in favor of Tabor. 38% of voters have considered moving to another state that is more affordable. The overwhelming majority of statewide voters, 62%, recognize the crisis posed by the recent surge in people that are not here legally. It is time for our state government to take decisive action to secure our borders and protect our communities. My husband owns a small business, and he employs a lot of people from Mexico. And the greatest day of their life, they will tell you, and they've worked with Jay for 20 years, was becoming a U.S. citizen. And you know what is really bothering them now? Is that they, as taxpayers that are here legally, have to fund people here that are not here legally. They came here through a legal system because we have a system to come to our great country legally. And now they, who did it the right way, are having to fund to pay people who are doing it the wrong way. They escaped cartels, they escaped violence, they escaped horrific conditions, and now you are going to decide, this body, to make them pay for it? Have you talked to them? Because they're appalled. They're appalled that they did it the right way, and now we're saying there's a wrong way to do it, and not only is there a wrong way, we're going to fund you for doing it the wrong way. What is that opening the door to? Why do we continue to take millions of taxpayer dollars out of their pockets every year to advantage those who are not here legally, especially when there are legal avenues of immigration open to them? This is wrong, and we're all poorer as a result. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul, which happens a lot in this House. If we continue to reward illegal behavior, we're sure to get more of it. Can't we just agree that obeying the law is better? You're taking a sense of pride from people. People that busted their tails to come over here legally for a better environment for their community, for their children, who escaped horrific atrocities and now you are putting the money on their backs, and that is not fair and that is not equitable. This bill should be voted down. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff, and we have about 10 minutes remaining in the debate.
This is a debate. I will try to constrain my speech to that prescribed by the majority as my fealty for the opportunity to represent my constituents. So I'll try not to get gavelled. Good luck. All right. I'm a second-generation American, and so I've heard of these stories of my grandparents coming over. And one of the things is they were required to have sponsors. They had to have somebody that could introduce them to the culture. They had to have somebody that could house them. They had to have somebody that would help them, and they had to have a job lined up. Now, I know we have definitions that are really broad. Migrant, an individual who has arrived in the United States within the past year as a migrant, so we're defining the word with the word, does not qualify for federal support. Why would they not qualify for federal support? Or refugee resettlement assistance benefits. So they're not refugees, so what is an immigrant? Well, if I look at an actual definition, a migrant is someone who moves from place to place, usually for economic reasons such as seasonal work. They may move within their own country or across borders. Migrants are not necessarily forced to leave their native countries due to persecution because, again, they're not refugees. That's a qualifier here. It's possible that they're a refugee, but they're not qualified here for refugee resettlement benefits, which would seem to indicate to me that they are not refugees. If I look at the term immigrant, an immigrant is a person who moves from one country to another, usually with the intention of settling in the new country. Immigrants are not necessarily forced to leave. Again, they're not refugees. Their native countries due to persecution or violence, but are rather seeking better opportunities and living conditions. Now, my grandparents came over for better living conditions. I think my grandpa was not fond of his outlook of cutting peat into blocks of a low-grade coal for all his life, but he had to come over here and do that. Now, when I lived in Michigan and I was the environmental manager there, I was also working with the local sheriffs of the Michigan and standing up a ATV and snowmobile law enforcement course. So those were good. But I got to interact with because there's always this assumption that we're talking about the southern border being porous. And I'm just telling you the northern border is equally porous. Talking to the sheriffs in northern Michigan.
So, Representative DeGraff, just remember this is a bill about a migrant grant program. We're not talking about the porousness of the borders. So just keep it to the bill. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, it's just interesting. We seem to have a favor of descendants with Spanish surnames as opposed to broad. I have German friends that would love to come over here but are not able to come over here and are not able to access these type of programs. They're told to get in line. And what we're talking about is immigrants and migrants, and both of these definitions are voluntary. So if somebody comes and is voluntary, if you go to any other country and you want to immigrate or you even want to just be there, you need to have the means to support yourself. It's just how it's done. Now what we have here, we have the sheriff, the Denver sheriff, so effectively we have another blue city problem, a Denver problem, that is wanting to charge the rest of the county, the rest of the state. That was not a gavel, for the record. That was not me getting gavelled. That was me getting ice picked or something like that. That's new. So we're talking about people that are here in this case, according to this bill, because it says they're not. I would think that if they are here qualified as refugees, that they would have refugee settlement assistance benefits. And right now we also have, the last I checked or was told, that we have about 2 jobs that are open for every person. So so we have the jobs. So why do we need to fund people? Why do we need to help offset the cost for people? And then, of course, we're doing this with max occupancy housing so we can get the Calcutta-style zoning so we can cram as many people as possible in. To compensate for this. And we're just going to keep, and these people, according to these definitions here, are here voluntarily. You don't go to someplace voluntarily and then say, I would like money, I would like free housing. We have a problem with people coming here voluntarily without the means of self-support. And these problems are being foisted on us. These are blue problems, foisted on us by blue, funded by blue, taken out of our pockets, out of the fund, and probably again, it's going to come out money. Where does it come from mostly? It's going to come from excise tax. It's going to come from the ground, out of that devil oil. But these are people that are here voluntarily. And yes, we're talking about a grant program. We're talking about giving money to people that are here voluntarily that did not come with the means to support themselves, that did not make the arrangements to support themselves. And yet somehow, at the great offense of the millions of people around that would like to come in here, we're going to give a grant program to people who chose to come here without the means to support. Chose is the operative word by the definition of the bill, because we're talking about people who are here voluntarily.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I do want to share my vision of the future, a future where we celebrate our diversity, where we celebrate our agriculture workers who are 80% migrants, where we celebrate our kitchen staff, our cooks,
Representative Velasco, I'm just going to ask you to keep this to the bill. Obviously, this is about a grant program. We have about 3 minutes left.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And with this bill, we're going to start addressing that issue that many of our colleagues raised around how can people plug in? How can they start supporting and helping and contributing to our economy? And this is the solution. The solution is that people just need to know how to navigate the systems. And I also want to invite you to chat with some of our new arrivals, because their stories are heartwarming, heart-wrenching, and their stories and the things that they are escaping and their trek of getting here and the things that they have done to get here these are really people who are outstanding, who are amazing, and who are here for the American dream, as many of us were, as many of us continue to chase that, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank all of you for listening. I want to thank my colleagues for engaging in a conversation, for asking questions, and really wanting to have a deeper understanding of really the realities of what this bill is intending to do. We heard a lot through this debate so far, the difference or the desire that we don't want to give anyone handouts, we want to give people hand-ups. That's exactly what this bill does. Everything in this bill, by supporting individuals in finding an English class, by supporting individuals in understanding how to enroll their kids in elementary school or childcare, by helping people know whether or not they can apply for a job or apply for an ITIN. All of these things are, in fact, a hand up. I imagine any single one of us in this room, if we've ever asked for help, We are asking for help. We're not asking for someone to do it for us. I understand the concerns about the cost, but I want to say, whether it's right or not, the minuscule investment that we're doing in this bill to such a large population in our community is absolutely worth ensuring that every single person that lives in here thrives and survives, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
The time for debate on this bill has expired. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1280. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No! The ayes have it. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader? No. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1308.
House Bill 1308 by Representatives Frizzell and Lindsted, concerning provisions to facilitate the effective implementation of programs for affordable housing and in connection therewith, adding annual reporting requirements by the Division of Housing concerning applications for affordable housing programs and money in and issued from the Housing Development Grant Fund, creating a process for reviewing and approving applications for all affordable housing programs by the Division of Housing, and allowing a credit for donated land to count toward eligibility for affordable housing funding, created by the voters' approval of Proposition 123.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report.
To the...
In the bill.
And the bill. To the committee report. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, we passed a couple amendments to add some clarifying language to the reporting requirements. And... Well, it was a strike below, but yeah. Ish, but yeah. It was mostly about clarifying the language. So, ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question... Oh, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you. And so thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to chime in. This bill used to be much bigger. It had provisions in it around the offering incentives to local government entities to donate land for housing, affordable housing projects. That was all taken out of the bill. So we were left with just one component of what we started with, which was accountability for the Division of Housing. And I ask for an aye vote.
Do we need this transportation?
Representative Frizzell, do you have amendments to the committee report? Sorry.
Sorry. Why, yes, Mr. Chair, we do.
Great.
Awesome. Okay. So, Mr. Chair and members, I would like to move L002 to House Bill 1308, the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report for 1308. And ask that it be prominently displayed.
Thank you, Representative. Hang on just a second.
Members,
Thank you.
this particular amendment...
It's displayed. Please proceed.
Combined reports.
Right. Okay, so this particular amendment actually adds a component to the bill. It is a bit of a cleanup from a bill that Representative Lindstedt and I ran last year around property tax exemptions. And what it does is, this is actually a government efficiency amendment. What it allows for the Division of Property Taxation to accept, rather than an application on every single parcel in a subdivision, to accept one application for all those properties. And further, the second part of it is allowing for annual reports to be filed, one for the subdivision as opposed to individually. This was an amendment that was worked out with the Division of Property Taxation and the division, and DOLA. So we're really excited to come to this place on this amendment. We ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L002. All those in favor of L002, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the committee report. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have another amendment to the committee report. I would like to move L004 to the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report for 1308. And ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Just give us a second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This particular amendment amends the committee report and adds, again, this is through additional conversations with the Division of Housing. And the first part of this amendment is concerning transparency for the application process for housing loans and grants through the Division of Housing. We have, historically, this has been a bit of a problem. And this bill, this amendment specifies transparency for the application process and further requires notice that applications won't be, that if applications will not be accepted, it is expected that they will publish why they won't be accepted. Typically, this is around the fact that they have run out of funding so that we don't have housing developers applying for funds that literally don't exist and getting very upset about that process. The second part of this amendment is that if an entity is approved for a grant or loan through the Division of Housing, it provides strict guidelines on the timing in which the Division of Housing must finalize terms and conditions of loans and grants and further terms and provides guidelines around how they and when they can execute the contracts. So I ask for your aye vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted.
Okay. All right.
To the committee report, Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move, L6?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't it L6?
It's
L5,
L,
right?
yeah, so I think you have to do this one first, L6,
Cool.
and then L5.
Okay. I move amendment L006 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion.
Okay.
Please give us a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw that motion. I have an amendment to the amendment, so one sec.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment L006 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed. L05 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay. L005 has been appropriately moved. Just a second while we display it. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I move amendment L006 to amendment L005 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L006 has been moved to L005, and it is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L006 is a technical cleanup to L005, and I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the passage of L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To L005. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L005 came to us at the request of some of our local governments to streamline some of their own affordable housing programming, and we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the committee report, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move L003 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report for 1308 and Ask that it be properly displayed. I promise this is the last amendment, and no, we have not been hanging out on the balcony.
It is
Just
displayed.
wanted to get
Please
that on the
proceed.
record.
It's pretty complex. Thank you for the clarification.
All
Please
right,
proceed.
members, this is simply a technical cleanup amendment for all the other fun stuff that we just adopted, and I would ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L003 is adopted. To the committee report.
That would be all we have for the committee report, Mr. Chair and members. We ask that you adopt the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill has been quite a journey. At the end of the day, it's a lot less than I think we initially planned it to be, but it still does a lot of good to make various affordable housing programs in our state work better. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to echo my co-prime's comments. Really, this bill came to us through lots of conversations about the pain points that some of our housing developers were experiencing. They have been very reliant on these grants and loans from the Division of Housing. That there's significant funding that they receive to assist with projects, and really the dollars were not getting out the door in the way that was really helpful. It was actually costing the developers a lot of money through bridge loans and other financing mechanisms that they were having to take on, and really kind of contrary to the spirit of the whole idea of building housing that is attainable. So we were asked to consider working with the Division of Housing to create some guidelines for them, because that's, you might recall that the governor executed an executive order last August kind of saying these very same things. We need to get the show on the road here, and we had a roadblock. So this is a good bill, and we would ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 13. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barely swung in there.
Yes, sorry about that. Thank you.
I want to thank the bill sponsors for the work they've done on this, because they're trying to make this system that we've got going better. But I want to just say I don't believe that government has or should have anything to do with housing. I don't think that's the role of government. And so therefore, I will be a no vote today on this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1308. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1308 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1129 as amended, 1280 as amended, 1308 as amended, 1338 as amended, 1342 as amended, 1438 as amended, and 1445 as amended, passed on second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading final passage. Senate Bill 180 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading final passage. And House Bill 1075 as amended, laid over until later today.
Representative Brown. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first, the one and only Bradley amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bradley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bradley Amendment L11 to House Bill 1075 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1075 as amended was laid over until later in the day, April 20th, 2024.
Representative Bradley.
Madam Speaker, I move the Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Committee of the Whole report.
And ask that it be displayed. This has been a while.
All right, it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
This amendment just takes out of the bill that the public health, the Colorado School of Public Health may seek grants, donations, cash, funds, et cetera, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Well, she had called me already. I would like to support this amendment because I think, one, gifts, grants, and donations always come back to the budget for needing to be funded. That just seems to be the ROE. And the external influence, the influence yielded by private companies or even public sources, whether they're nonprofit or for-profit, having a direct influence on the decision of this board in the predetermined decision here about the analysis of a draft model legislation for universal health care system. So I think for the citizens of Colorado, they should know that their health care system is not for sale to the highest donor.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Oh, there is more discussion. Forgive me. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
We appreciate the focus on this language and the agreement that moving this language out of the bill simply makes the bill a non-biased study of this principle, and so we'd ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 22 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L8 to House Bill 1075 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1075 as amended was laid over until later in the day, April 20th, 2024.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this removes the public option from being part of the study. It's important to really look at what's out there, especially since we're no longer studying any of the other health insurance plans. This would treat everything equal within the state and within the study, and I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we have discussed this at length. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Please close the machine. With 16 aye, 45 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment, L7 to House Bill 1338. Show that 7 amendment passed, that House Bill 1338 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Colleagues, let's go back in time to the beginning of a long day that I feel like is not quite over yet. We were talking House Bill 1338. This was the one that does the 2 environmental studies, and then it creates the rapid response team, and it also creates a new program to specifically hire an expert to go study refineries in Colorado, of which there is only one, and to then recommend rules and a rulemaking process around that. So this amendment came up because in Colorado we've seen outright efforts to ban oil and gas. And so in the hiring of this expert, we want to ensure that it is a true expert who is going to present an unbiased and scientifically rooted recommendation for the rulemakings. We brought this amendment here to ensure that there's no conflict of interest and that this individual who is going to be hired and appointed as the refinery regulation expert is going to provide a neutral and unbiased perspective in this very influential position as they are studying and ultimately recommending a path forward for a rulemaking around refineries. By the way, did you know that we produce 40% of the jet fuel at DIA at the Sol refinery in Colorado? Fun fact. And that this individual needs to have not served in an official capacity with an entity that educates or advocates either for or against the oil and gas industry. This amendment is a good amendment that prevents a conflict of interest. It ensures that level playing field to ensure that we're getting unbiased scientific information, and I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Rootnell. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment, as stated clearly earlier today. I think this is responsible legislation if we added this amendment onto the bill. So I would urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Rootnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we've already discussed this amendment, and we believe that this is an unnecessary restriction on the sort of folks that should be qualified to offer assistance in the refinery regulation process. We urge a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. DeGraff. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 42 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment, L9 to House Bill 1338. To show that 7 amendment passed, that House Bill 1338 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Evans Amendment, because you know I never run just one, to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Same thought here, colleagues. We want to ensure that this expert is providing unbiased scientific information. If the last amendment was too in-depth as far as the criteria for that expert, I present this second amendment here, which just does a call out to existing law and says that pursuant to the existing law, the petroleum refinery regulation expert needs to ensure that they are not in a position that would create any conflict of interest with their duties being employed or funded by the state. Again, this is to prevent a conflict of interest and ensure that we're getting actual scientific information and we're not having any activism either for or against oil and gas, because that's a very charged topic apparently here in Colorado, that we're not having any activism for or against being inserted into the recommendations of this expert. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Root now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First off, we've discussed this amendment, and we've already denied it. But I'll go through the 2 points as to why. The subsection that's outlined here is already law, and there's also a possibility that the refinery expert may be a part-time position, in which case this is not the sort of amendment that we should be pushing for. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
I would like to rise in support of my colleague's amendment from Weld County. He has some very grave concerns, which is the reason this amendment is put forth. There is perception that the oil and gas industry is under attack, and that there is public policy that's being promulgated that wants to inhibit, restrict, reduce, or even possibly terminate traditional energy by the year 2030, 2040, 2050, or whatever policy is being discussed in whatever circle or conversation. Now, with respect to this particular request, he wants to make sure that there's no bias, that this person hasn't been some activist or hasn't been in some area or space that is trying to harm or hurt traditional oil and gas, which is a real concern. Now, most people know that I represent 2/3 of Weld County, where there's more cattle than people, and there's a lot of oil and gas. Now, for those of you in the chamber that don't live in the country, you can make a lot of mistakes in the agricultural business if you have this natural resource and the mineral rights associated with the land that you run your cattle or do your farming on. Those that don't enjoy that pleasure, many of those families have gone out of business. Some of them that do enjoy the pleasure of having those mineral rights, they continue to thrive in Colorado. So with respect to what's happening, this particular amendment focuses on that expert and making sure that that expert is purely objective without bias. You see, there may be people in this chamber promulgating legislation that have that bias. I don't know. I certainly wouldn't want to impugn anybody. But I will tell you that this is a real concern. It's a real important amendment. And those people that work in this space should not be part of renewable energy activism, green energy activism, or the cancel culture against traditional energy. Because it is so important to this state and is so important to northern Colorado. That is why my colleague brings this amendment forward. It's very serious, and I think everyone should consider supporting it for that reason and many more.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Bacon, Evans, Ricks. Please close the machine. With 16 aye, 45 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. That concludes our amendments. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Mabry and Weinberg.
One second, Madam Speaker. Luck is here as well.
Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on Saturday, April 20th, 2024 at 5:34 p.m. House Bill 1075, House Bill 1034, House Bill 1441, House Bill 1450, House Bill 1443, House Bill 1063, House Bill 1350, House Bill 1331, House Bill 1440, Senate Bill 19, House Bill 1322, Senate Bill 125, and House Bill 1236.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar on Saturday, April 20th, 2024 at 5:34 p.m. Representative Wilford. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Wilford will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1075.
House Bill 1075 by Representatives McCormick and Basenacker, also Senators Marchman and Hawkes Lewis, concerning consideration of a statewide universal health care payment system and in connection therewith creating an advisory task force for the purpose of advising the Colorado School of Public Health and conducting analysis of draft model legislation concerning a statewide universal health care payment system.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1075 as amended.
To the bill.
I urge an aye vote on this bill.
All right, the question before us, members, is the passage of House Bill 1075. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1075 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1034.
House Bill 1034 by Representatives Amable and Bradfield, also Senator Fields, concerning adult competency to stand trial.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move House Bill 1034 and the Health and Human Services Committee report and the Appropriations report.
So I have that as the judiciary report. Do you want to start over?
And the Judiciary report. What am I reading?
I don't know. Do you need her to restate the motion? Okay, I'm going to have you restate the motion. You're moving the bill, the Judiciary report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move House Bill 1034, the judicial report, and the Appropriations report.
Thank you very much. To the Appropriations Committee report.
So in the Appropriations Committee, we ran 2 amendments that removed the fiscal note. They did also take out some of the things we were hoping to do with the bill, but the bill still does a lot of good stuff, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. All right, the committee report is passed. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Amable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to, the Judiciary report, we also ran a couple of amendments just to tighten up the policy and at the request of the district attorneys, and we asked for a yes vote on the Judiciary report.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. All right, the ayes just barely have it, and the committee report is adopted. Representative Amable.
Yes, I would like to move L006 to House Bill 1034 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L006 has been moved.
Okay, thank you.
Just a moment. Okay, and is now properly before us. Please proceed, Representative Amable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So because of some of the changes that we made to the policy, we need to have this bill have a safety clause in order to meet the timelines that are in the bill. And we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay. Representative Weinberg. Also, I'd like to remind members that if you wish to speak on an amendment or a bill, please be in the well. Go ahead. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your leniency on this one. Fellow colleagues, I would ask that the bill sponsors would just take a moment and do an effective date as opposed to a safety. As everybody knows, every time that we come down into this well and go straight to safety, an effective date, I believe, would be a better way of doing things. That's what I've done with my bills and urged every single time. So unless it's completely unnecessary, I would always look to do an effective clause as opposed to a safety. I think it's better for the people, plus it gives them a chance to, if they don't like it for any way, shape, or form, to make sure that they can counter it. The people are the reason we're in this chamber, and we should always remember that.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, and with all due respect, there are several different parts of the bill that take effect at different times, and this, we were advised by the bill drafter, was the way that we could accomplish this, and we asked for a yes vote.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Representative Bradfield.
Finally, we are to the bill. And why do we need this bill? When a person with a serious mental illness who has been charged with a crime is not capable of assisting in their own defense, the state is required to provide mental health treatment to restore them to competency. As of December 31st, 2023, there were 366 people on Colorado's wait list for competency services. The Department of Human Services is under a consent decree to get people into treatment within 7 to 21 days. And the state is fined up to $500 per person per day when it does not meet the deadline. At the present time, Colorado is being fined some $12 million a year because it is failing to meet court-ordered deadlines for competency restoration services. Now, beyond these financial implications, there's other things that must seriously be considered. People with mental illness who are held in custody without treatment often experience markedly worse outcomes, including more criminal justice involvement, emergency room visits, homelessness, and suicide. It is inhumane and expensive to hold people with serious mental illness in jail for long periods of time without treatment. This bill is one of the many strategies needed to address Colorado's system of competency restoration. It complements work underway by the Colorado Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health to open up more treatment beds. House Bill 24-1034 seeks to streamline unnecessarily complicated and problematic processes in the competency system to increase efficiency and effectiveness. It represents collaborative work by diverse experts on the 2023 task force of the Interim Committee Treatment of Persons with Behavioral Health Disorders in the Criminal and Juvenile Justice Systems. You can begin.
Representative Mobley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that I talk about this a lot, but I have a son who has serious mental illness and has been criminal justice involved. And the idea that he could be put in jail on a relatively minor charge and then spend a year and a half, 2 years sitting in a jail cell, probably in a restrictive housing, which is synonymous with solitary confinement, getting sicker and sicker by the day, breaks my heart. And there are hundreds of people who have had this experience in our Colorado jails. And that's why this is such an important topic for me. Every year that I've been here, I've run a bill about competency, and this year, hopefully, there will be 2 bills about competency, because what we're doing is not just wrong for the people who are caught up in this system, but it's also very expensive and not effective. And so we're creating a system where people cycle through this system over and over and over again, and they don't get better. So this bill is very modest in what it's trying to do, but one of the things that it's working on is saying, hey, if you have Alzheimer's or you have a developmental disability, you're not going to get restored to competency, ever. And we know that. So why are we making you languish in jail for a year or a year and a half or however long it takes, just so that we can send you to the state hospital and they can say, not ever going to get better? We know it. So the bill is trying to facilitate you getting into the proper care given your particular circumstance. That's one of the big parts of the bill. And then it also cleans up some of the timelines around how long you can be held, and is trying to expedite getting people out of jail and into the right setting.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is only a third of the bill is with those people who will never be restored to competency. For those who could be restored to competency, there is a time limit if that person is really sitting in jail, a time limit to get them into some kind of a treatment. And if another person is not in jail, there is a time limit there to get them into treatment also on not a residential placement, but an
Outpatient.
outpatient treatment center.
Representative Amable.
So I also just want to add, first of all, I want to say thank you so much to my co-prime sponsor who has helped with the bill. And also, it did come out of the treatment of persons with behavioral health disorders in the criminal and juvenile justice system, has been very well vetted, and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1034? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1034 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. All right, the House Bill 1034 as amended is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1441.
House Bill 1441 by Representatives Epps and McLaughlin, also Senators Hendrickson and Pelton B, concerning a technical correction to a reference to the number of members serving on the State Board of Nursing.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1441. There's no committee report.
To the bill.
1441 comes out of Statutory Revision Committee. It really would have been a good candidate for the bill that's going to immediately follow, but it works at SRC and it just removes a reference to, an outdated reference to a size of the former size of the nursing board that was inconsistent with the change we made last year.
Representative McLaughlin.
And the nursing board will now have 12 members. It's a big one.
All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1441? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1441. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1441 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1450.
House Bill 1450 by Representatives Soper and Weissman, also Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, concerning the non-substantive revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended and in connection therewith, amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, or inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move House Bill 1450 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
All right, members, this is the annual reviser's bill brought to you in a bipartisan, bicameral way by all of us from the Committee on Legal Services, prepared by our nonpartisan staff. You can think of it as proofreading the statutes. Believe it or not, we did have an amendment in Judiciary Committee. The bill was introduced late in session so that it can be used, among other things, as an opportunity to catch errors in bills that might already have moved. This session, we had such an amendment in committee. That's the nature of the committee report. Our good nonpartisan staff caught one more thing as a result of which I now move L2 to the committee report and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment L2 has been moved and is now properly before us. Please proceed, Representative.
All right, thank you. Members, this is a good example of the kind of minute but important things we are on the lookout for in the reviser's bill. You'll see that there was an incorrect reference to subsection 2B taking effect. The correct reference is to subsection 2B, Roman 1. That is all this amendment does. We ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is passed. Representative Weissman.
No further amendments to the Judiciary Committee report. We ask for your adoption.
Is there any further discussion on? Oh, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say a few words about this. What? Oh, sorry. Well, I'll wait for the bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the, Judiciary Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it, and the committee report as amended is adopted. All right, to the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this is an annual bill that we do every single year. Really, as our reviser goes through the statutes, they catch typos either from current bills in the works, kind of like the one we just amended. We won't call out the members' names, although he happens to be sitting on the front row here. And we try to make those corrections so that the statutes are grammatically correct and the references are accurate. And it's also the only bill that comes with its own index. So if you're unable to sleep at night, you can check out the index of House Bill 1450, and would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1450? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1450 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1450 as amended passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1443.
House Bill 1443 by Representatives Kipp and Taggart, also Senators Janal and Rich, concerning fees to which public trustees are entitled for performing services conferred upon them by statute.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1443 and the THLG, the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report.
All right, to the committee report.
In the committee, what we did was the Department of Local Affairs didn't want to have to be responsible for doing the math on the calculation and making sure everybody got it, so we turned that over to Legislative Council. We asked for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative.
Do you want to do the that and I'll do the amendment, or I don't care? I don't care.
Taggart.
Thank you. On the bill itself, our
Yes,
public
sir.
trustees and our treasurers of counties have not had a fee increase for over 20 years. Over 20 years. And so this bill doubles those fees, particularly on the foreclosure side of things. And again, keep in mind, foreclosures, the people that pay for this are the banks, not the individuals that are involved in the foreclosures. And because of the fact that it's gone 20 plus years, our counties are pulling the dollars out of their own pockets to in fact make up for the shortfall from the state. So A, it corrects those fees, and then B, it puts an inflationary factor in that gets, that is every 2 years, those fees are increased so that we don't find ourselves in this situation ever again.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, and we did find one more fee that needed to be updated, so I move L002.
Amendment L002 has been moved.
And ask that it be properly displayed.
And is now properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you. What L002 does is it will also increase something called a release fee. I can read more to you about it if you want, but it's basically when that deed of trust for a piece of property moves from one person to another, there is a fee involved with that, and we just need to cover the cost. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The amendment is passed. To the bill.
I ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1443 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1443 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. All right, House Bill 1443 as amended is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1063.
House Bill 1063 by Representatives Young and Garcia, also Senator Kolker, concerning addressing the effect of abbreviated school days on children with disabilities in public schools.
Representative Young.
It is an honor to serve with you, Madam Chair.
It is an absolute honor to serve with you, Representative Young.
I move House Bill 1063 and the Appropriations and the Education Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Appropriations funded the money necessary to implement the bill.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. All right, the committee report passes. All right, to the Education Committee report.
The amendments that were passed were developed in part with the input of educational stakeholders, including the Special Education Consortium. And among the highlights of these amendments include promulgating rules which define an abbreviated school day and how it applies to attendance and school discipline. It clarified how the processes for an abbreviated schedule impact a youth who has reached the age of consent, and it clarifies that it doesn't prohibit the extension of educational time for children with IEPs or 504s. And it includes the percentage of the school year and number of days the child is in school and whether it complies with state and federal law.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard this in the Education Committee, and I just want to thank the sponsors for their hard work on this bill. My daughter has special learning needs, and I think this bill will really help her and kids like her to really get the education they deserve. So I just want to say thank you. I support the bill.
All right, is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. All right, the Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, abbreviated school days for children with disabilities can be a tool used by the school when working with children on IEPs or 504s, a really necessary tool. Unfortunately, this tool is not well defined or regulated and has been overused at the detrimental impact on the children and the families. Research shows that abbreviated school days lead to students experiencing isolation and they fall behind on their academics. We also know that families suffer economically when parents have to leave work or quit a job for unnecessary abbreviated school days. Carolina has a daughter with Down syndrome. She is now in 9th grade. Her daughter has been on an IEP since she began school in kindergarten. And when she entered the 2nd grade, she was often called away from work because of unnecessary abbreviated school days. She lost her job. When we can fix this and put clear parameters around abbreviated school days, parents will have a better understanding of when they're called, and schools and school personnel and faculty will have a much better understanding of when they're necessary. And we urge an aye vote.
Representative Young.
I am honored to be here with my co-prime on this significant bill for children who have been identified as having disabilities. Children with disabilities, either identified by an IEP or a 504, are increasingly being deprived of the right to a free, appropriate public education by having their school day shortened without including the parents in this very important decision. It is important that we define the processes that clarify that children have access to public education required by law through the Individual with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, and the Exceptional Children's Educational Act. These laws open the doors for children and youth to attend public schools. Let's make sure these doors remain open. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1063? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1063. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1063 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1350.
House Bill 1350 by Representatives Froelich and Story, also Senator Winter F., concerning standards related to court proceedings for allocation of parental responsibilities to keep children safe.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1350, the Appropes and Judiciary Committee reports.
All right, to the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In appropes, they actually didn't even need to apprope because we had gotten the fiscal note down to 0. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Representative Froelich to the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Judiciary, we ran some amendments that satisfied the Bar Association, the Office of the Child Representative, and the Court Administrator's Office, and brought all of those folks into support positions. So I ask for an aye vote on Judiciary Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. All right, the Judiciary Committee report is passed. All right, to the bill. Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is our pleasure to bring 1350 to you all. This is our third bill working on this very tragic circumstance in which, in family court, issues of domestic violence, child abuse, and child sex abuse are mishandled to the extent that they have resulted in child and adult death, which is horrible, in addition to many, many ruined lives. And we heard compelling testimony to that effect, and we've heard this testimony year after year. We have begun to see a change in the proceedings in family court, and we're encouraged by that, but there's still more work to do. And with that, I do want to move off the bat Amendment L8.
Amendment L8 has been moved. And is now properly before us. Please proceed, Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that we did in this bill that's terrifically important is make sure that coercive control in all of its definitions is included in this bill and correlates to our other work in statute with that addresses domestic violence. We worked closely with domestic violence advocates, and they have asked us to run this amendment, which includes
Representative Froelich, I'm going to pause for just a moment and put us in a brief recess.
Sorry about that. Okay. I will withdraw that amendment.
Just a moment. The committee will come back to order. Representative
I
Froelich.
withdraw that amendment. I screwed up. Sorry about that. We'll do it in the Senate.
Amendment
but it is
L008 has been withdrawn.
Sorry?
I said the amendment has been withdrawn.
Okay, sorry. It is important that we continue to properly talk about coercive control. It is such an insidious part of domestic violence. It's important that we get it right. As we said at the top, this bill comes from tragic circumstances. We are determined to make sure that when we're in family court proceedings, that the folks making these determinations are properly trained and knowledgeable about all aspects of domestic violence, child abuse, and child sex abuse when making these determinations, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1350?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Story, sorry, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we bring forward today House Bill 1350, which is focused on parental responsibilities when there are court proceedings and also keeping children safe. My co-prime, the good representative from Arapahoe County, has successfully brought forward significant policy in the past in this arena, and she has guided and directed the content of this bill we are sharing with you today. I appreciate her expertise in this realm and the mentoring she has offered along the way. My introduction to the intersection of child abuse, child sexual abuse, and domestic violence has been through licensed clinical social workers who provide services to those harmed by these abusive acts. And there have been many horrifying incidents that have made recent headlines in Colorado and across the country. This bill focuses on the process leading up to court proceedings that involve decision-making surrounding parental responsibilities when there is involvement of domestic violence, child abuse, and child sexual abuse. In these cases, there is often a protective caretaker and an abusive caretaker. While this has not been my typical legislative focus, my exposure to reported cases motivated me to secure a bill title. My motivation was to better ensure child best interest standards is the focus of any processes leading to court proceedings, as well as court decision-making and court orders. Most importantly was to address new policy to better ensure that innocent children and protective caretakers are not further subjected to trauma through the court process and neither become fatalities as a result of court decisions. Coincidentally, my co-prime was drafting within a similar bill concept, so we joined forces on the bill before you today. In my earliest stages of exposure to cases of this nature, I was mortified by the actions of individuals who dismissed pertinent details of a case. These are individuals who wield an amount of influence with the court and subsequently with court orders. Child and family investigators, known as CFIs, and parental responsibility evaluators, PREs, can be appointed by the court to investigate or evaluate and report to the court their findings. Judges currently receive their recommendations and in some cases rely on these recommendations for their decision-making that can and often does dramatically impact the trajectory of people's lives. This is not necessarily a negative outcome. By and large, many CFIs and PREs are professionals who work effectively in their field. However, tragically, in some cases, there are PREs and CFIs who are bad actors, and some court orders are excessively detrimental to the protective caretaker and also the involved children. It is because of these highly detrimental and sometimes tragic outcomes that this bill is written. For context, I'll share some examples of disturbing scenarios. A parental responsibility evaluator was arrested and charged with domestic assault in the past, served 24 months of probation, and attended domestic violence counseling. Charges were dismissed. The PRE worked without disclosing this history to clients, and there are indications that the PRE's work was unnecessarily biased against the protective parent. Another example, a PRE admits that they don't believe 90% of abuse allegations that are shared, leading to a predetermined outcome of the evaluation and report. Another example, a court-appointed psychologist PRE is disinterested in hearing the details of a felony child abuse incident where the child's father was charged. As a result, these pertinent details of the felony child abuse incident were left out of a report going to the court. Another example, a felony child abuse charge was related to a father dragging a teen up a flight of stairs by a necklace and hoodie. The PRE didn't convey this impactful information to the court. Another example, a court orders the abusive caretaker gains equal custody of the children, the very children the caretaker has abused, providing opportunities for trauma to continue for the children and the protective caretaker. Another example, an abusive caretaker is allowed unsupervised visitation, which results in the murder of the children and completed suicide of the abusive caretaker, leaving behind the traumatized protective caretaker who was also abused. The Leadership Council on Child Abuse and Interpersonal Violence estimates 58,000 children each year are placed in the custody of their abuser. The Center for Judicial Excellence reports since 2008, 864 children have been killed by a divorcing or separating caretaker who has been accused of a crime. 117 of those cases involved family court prior to the death of a child, but the court failed to provide protection. Tragically, 117 children died unnecessarily. This bill is drafted to end these grossly negative outcomes by addressing standards and criteria for CFIs and PREs, providing age-appropriate opportunities for children and youth to have a voice in the court, and that decision-making by the court is based on child best interest standards. The bill brings transparency and accountability to the procedures and standards of performance of CFIs and PREs, and allows the state court administrator to accept complaints regarding CFIs and PREs and administer sanctions. I urge an aye vote on this critical policy to protect abused and sexually abused children and protective caretakers who are victims of domestic violence.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. Just a couple of thoughts on this particular piece of legislation. It was improved via the strike below that was brought in the Judiciary Committee. And what that strike below did is it took a particular section out that was governing a particular form of coercive control. So there's a lot of debate in this space about folks that are either legitimately abused and are not believed when they make the outcry, or folks who make a false allegation and are believed. And so this is, they're always very sticky situations. A lot of that language was cleaned up in the Judiciary Committee report, so thank you to the sponsors for doing that. So the strike below, which is now the bill with the adoption of the committee report, covers a couple of things. The two big issues that are at stake here are what are called CFIs and PREs. CFIs are child and family investigators, and PREs are parental responsibility, CFIs, sorry, child and family investigators, PREs, parental responsibility evaluators. So in family courts, obviously the judge, he can't go and personally investigate all of these situations. So there are court-appointed experts, the CFIs, the PREs, who are appointed by the court to go specifically examine what's going on in these custody disputes, these family court situations, the CFIs and the PREs. And so that's specifically what this bill is talking about, is adjusting the regulation and the training curriculum that these CFIs and these PREs have when they go out to investigate these, because CFIs and PREs, when they investigate the situation and they make their recommendations back to the court, they have a ton of power and a ton of influence in what the court ultimately decides. And so it's critically important that these CFIs and these PREs have the appropriate training and they have the appropriate regulations so that a professional conclusion can be reached and recommended to the court. So that's in Section 2 of the bill here. It's talking about these CFIs and how they are appointed to go investigate these situations. One particular thing that jumped out to me as I was reading through it, the language appears on page 2 and page 3, where it talks about the child and family investigator, so that's the CFI, shall include in their written report all information acquired during the investigation concerning domestic violence and child abuse. And I just have a little bit of pause about that, because all information is a massively, massively broad assignment. As a police officer, when we would do report writing, that was one of the things that all of my younger officers and I, when I was a younger officer, struggled with, was figuring out what is all information. Like, do I have to take a picture of the thermostat? Does the temperature in the house apply to this case? And if I fail to include a photo and a statement about the thermostat, did I fail to include all information? So I wish that this was a little bit more, I wish it said something like all relevant information, because that all information is a very, very broad catch-all here. Moving on to Section 3 of the bill, it's now talking about the definitions and the allocation of parental responsibilities. So again, this is where these CFIs, these PREs, they have a ton of influence as they're making these recommendations for the allocation of parental responsibilities. And some language that appears over and over again is, of course, we want to make sure that children have a voice in this, but we also want to make sure that there's an appropriate balance that is struck, because we all know that kids are kids. Whenever we were interviewing them as police officers, they always said a rule of thumb is age of 12. If they're over 12, usually that's a point where they're less susceptible to leading questions or, planting an idea in their mind. Younger than 12, they're obviously much more susceptible to that. And so that brings about a lot of the complexity that these CFIs and these PREs have to untangle, because as unfortunately I'm sure most of us are aware, in these messy family situations and in these messy cases, unfortunately, oftentimes you will have a parent that tries to use the kid as a mechanism of coercive control. And so that is the mess ultimately that this legislation contemplates and tries to untangle, is how do we actually figure out what is truly happening in the situation, who is the abusive individual, who is the individual that's the victim, how is that coercive control being exercised, and realizing that quite often the kid does get looped into this as an element of coercive control, where one parent may try to poison the well, lead that kid down a road, and manipulate a child. Again, typically under the age of 12, they're much more susceptible to those leading questions or those ideas being planted. But to manipulate or lead a child to say, I don't like the other parent. It goes both ways. You can have a kid that's been manipulated to say, I don't like this parent. You can have a kid that legitimately knows that that abusive parent is a safety risk. And so untangling whether or not it is a legitimate outcry or whether it is a planted false allegation is incredibly complex, and it's incredibly difficult to untangle these things, which is why I appreciate the attention, as we'll talk about in a minute, the greater training and the greater expertise that these CFIs and these PREs are required to be held to as they undertake this incredibly complex situation to untangle this and figure out what happened. But I just wanted to highlight that there on page 5, where ultimately what's happening is these CFIs and PREs are making a recommendation to the court. I investigated these cases for 10 years. They're incredibly messy, and we have to make sure that we are getting to the truthful bottom of this, because if we believe a false allegation, that's bad for the kid and for the family. If a true allegation is not believed, that's also bad. The bill talks about that for a lot. You get into page 8, it talks about the training. The training requirements are increased here. That's good. This is that piece where a lot of that language was struck and cleaned up in committee to ensure that the training is a more level training and that one particular school of thought is not favored over another school of thought. So I appreciate the sponsors working on that to make sure that the training itself doesn't become a vehicle for promulgating one particular theory over another, and that this training is more of a level playing field. Page 9 talks a lot about the different coercive control mechanisms. That was where the amendment that the sponsors ran, which was unfortunately to the Judiciary Committee report. I actually really liked that amendment because that was something that I saw a lot, where an individual would exercise coercive control by threatening to self-harm or even take their own life. So I appreciate that amendment. That is something that is needed in this area because I saw it, where individuals would literally exercise coercive control and abuse by threatening to self-harm and then blaming it on the individual that they were controlling. So, good amendment. I liked it. And then it talks about at the end, again, the appointment of the parenting coordinator. So, these are incredibly complicated issues, and I do appreciate the work from the sponsors on this. My only reservation on this is, as we have more and more intrusion into family structures, into admittedly very complex family structures where there is, quite often terrible things that I've personally seen going on, we have to be oh so careful in making sure that we strike the right balance and ensuring that the individuals who are making these recommendations to the court, to the judge, who is ultimately going to issue an order that will permanently impact that family, we have to make sure that it's done correctly. And so while I appreciate a lot of the work that's done here to increase the training and the professionalism that's required for these CFIs and these PREs, I'm also cautious about the increased authority that they are also given in this bill to make recommendations on behalf of the child, because this is, again, more and more influence that the courts and that the government have into the family structure. And so I'm very, very cautious because we have to make sure that we get it right. These are incredibly sensitive and complex situations. The bill is definitely better. I don't know that it quite gets there for me. That's not the fault of the sponsors. That is the complexity of these situations and just having to weigh oh so carefully government and court intrusion into families. So I honestly haven't figured out how I'm going to vote. Like I said, I appreciate the sponsors taking this on. This is truly a policy discussion and making sure that we dot the I's, cross the T's, and get it right, and just wanted to have the record reflect that. So thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sponsors. I would just want to piggyback on something that the good representative had said. I do think this is a broader policy conversation. I think for me, without divulging too much, because I'm bound by confidentiality, I had gotten a PRE in my divorce case. We spent 6 months, thousands of dollars I didn't have to get a very comprehensive report, just to find out in mediation that the judge never has to read it or abide by it. And I will say that is my biggest frustration, because there were things the court should have known that I couldn't even guarantee they would read. And that, I think there's definitely parts of the system that need to be fixed. But I do appreciate the work that you're doing. I had a fabulous PRE. He really advocated for my children. And I'm sad to hear the stories that the representative from Jefferson County had talked about, because that was not at all my experience, and I'm really appreciative for the advocacy he did to keep my kids safe. So just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1350? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1350. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1350 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1331.
House Bill 1331 by Representatives Taggart and Bacon, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, concerning the creation of a grant program for eligible nonprofit organizations to provide out-of-school time programs to students.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1331. I also move the appropriations report, as well as the Education Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Appropriations looked at our bill and trimmed it just a bit, from $5 million down to $3.5 million. And I would ask for a yes on this particular report.
Seeing no, did you want to speak, AML Bacon? No, okay. All right, seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. All right, the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Education Committee report.
On the Education report, the Department of Education just asked that these nonprofits every year provide a report on the progress of their students that are in fact attending these programs. And then it continues each year thereon during the course of this bill. And again, I ask for an aye on this amendment, or on this report, excuse me.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Aside from the kitty cat, the Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. I am grateful to be able to work with my co-prime sponsor. We both have in common a love for young people, and that young people have safe spaces and places to go so that they can thrive instead of be pushed into places that might force them to survive. Across the state, we know that young people need people to support them, people to listen to them, places for shelter and even food. And we have in both of our districts, if you will, great organizations that have done nothing but bend over backwards to provide all of that for children on shoestring budgets. We've seen a lot of data. We've heard from young people, again, who say, because I don't have these things, I turn to harming myself or community. And so a lot of ways, this bill does a lot to not only ensure community and public safety, but it also is an investment in our young people. In committee, we heard them come, and if you have not been up to Delta County, I suggest that you go. If you have not been up to particularly Grand Junction, there is a wonderful organization. I'm probably taking the wind out of the sails of my co-prime. I'll stop. But the point is, our young people have just asked for this, and our state, unfortunately, has just woefully underfunded not only public education, but also this kind of space. And so what this grant does is it creates a value statement in addition to funding and saying out of school time. And again, out of school time is not just after school, it is the weekends, it is summer break, is an incredible investment. And so I am happy to join this bill because what this money represents is a value statement that we know the care of our young people, especially when they don't have the things we've talked about, ensures a healthier Colorado for all of us. And so with that, I'll turn it over to my co-prime sponsor. Thank you so much.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you. Thank you. We have over 80,000 students in the state of Colorado that participate in these programs. And the data of improvement from an academic standpoint for these students that are going to these programs either after school or out of school on holiday weeks and in summer vacation is a dramatic improvement. They are woefully underfunded, and they rely on gifts and donations. And I have 2 of them in Mesa County, and they do absolutely wonderful things. And I hope you will join us in supporting this bill. This is important to these students. It's also important to parents of these students that they have these programs and are not pulled out of their work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to pick up their students. They can, in fact, there are transportation services, and they can, in fact, take them to these programs and where they get a tremendous amount of academic support and social support. So I ask for a yes.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. This is an opportunity to show that we all love the kids. So thank you all so much.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1331? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1331. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1331 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1440.
House Bill 1440 by Representative Velasco, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning requirements for property and casualty insurers offering insurance policies in the state to provide certain documents to their insureds.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1440 and the Business Affair and Labor Report.
To the committee report.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So in committee, we did add an amendment that we worked on together with our partners from the insurance side, and we also added another piece around expanding to not only Spanish, but also to other languages so that everyone knows what they are signing on for. So I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This is kind of a 2.0. We did pass this bill last year, and after feedback from insurance partners, we came to a good place where we will continue to do the work together. So I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1440? Seeing none. Oh, okay. Representative Soper.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Oh, you don't want to talk. You're just very excited about the next bill. I understand. Okay. The question before us, members, is the passage of House Bill 1440. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1440 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill
I can
19.
move it, but do we have a committee report?
Senate Bill 19 by Senator Smallwood and Colker, also Representatives Vigil and Soper, concerning remuneration exemption, identifying placards, and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 19, and there's no committee report.
To the bill.
So members, you may be asking, well, what does this bill actually do? Back in 2019, the legislature passed the Chris Hines Act, and this allowed the Department of Revenue to issue a handicap placard, it's what hangs on your rearview mirror, in which certain individuals do not have to pay for parking if one of three elements apply. They have fine motor control skills in both hands that makes it unable to reach or pay for the parking meter, the ability to reach the height of 48 inches from the ground due to lack of fingers, hands, upper extremity strengths, or mobility, or three, their ability to reach or access a parking meter due to the use of a wheelchair or other ambulatory device. What we have here is a workable solution to a known problem. That because certain individuals, because of their disability, are actually physically unable to pay for the parking, it allows Department of Revenue to give them a placard which allows them not to pay for parking. Otherwise, the parking lots themselves would be in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act, in which case they would have to spend thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars to change that out. And for the very, very few Coloradans who actually qualify and meet these elements, it would allow them to briefly park there without having to pay. And that's the bill.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, mostly what we're doing here is just cleaning up a couple of things in the bill. I'll add one thing that my very supportive co-prime sponsor, and thank you for carrying the bill with me, hadn't mentioned, which is that the bill also defines a parking device, which I think was interesting. We didn't have that in statute. We all know about like the meter that's just by the side of the street, but there are lots of other ways now that we pay for metered parking. And so we needed to have that in statute so that it's clear that this placard covers all of those instances as well. And I will go ahead and move our amendment we have. Okay.
I can move it if you want.
Okay.
Oh, I move Amendment L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L007 has been moved. And is now properly before us. Please proceed, Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we'll just ask for your yes vote on this. It's a very tiny little amendment. We're just shifting the effective date. Department of Revenue had a couple of issues about how they were going to implement this with this having some impact on the Drives Fund. We came to a good agreement with them. This is that amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. All right, the amendment passes. To the bill. Okay, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 19 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 19 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 19 as amended is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1322.
House Bill 1322 by Representatives Brown and Byrd, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez, concerning the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing conducting a feasibility study to determine whether to seek federal authorization to provide services that address Medicaid members' health-related social needs.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1322 and the Health and Human and the Appropriations and Health and Human Services Committee reports.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you want to wait for your co-prime, or do you want to just proceed?
We can, we can just proceed, that's fine.
You what?
We can proceed.
Okay, all right, to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated some money for this program, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Health and Human Services Committee, in response to stakeholding, we made a number of changes that were requested by the department and other stakeholders to clarify the scope and intent of the study. and to provide the department with some additional flexibility to design a program that will work for Colorado and our state budget. And we'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Come on. Aye. All right. All those opposed, no? All right. The Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'm so pleased to bring this bill with my good colleague from Louisville. We know that safe housing and nutritious food are necessary components for a healthy and happy life, but far too many in our communities, for them, their circumstances are more challenging, and access to these basic necessities is harder to come by. Some people, for example, are transitioning out of institutional care and experiencing homelessness, transitioning out of emergency shelters, and still others are transitioning out of the child welfare system. These members of our communities need support and help to stabilize their lives and achieve good health and independence. Our state has a variety of programs scattered across different agencies that attempt to take on these challenges. No one program alone does enough, and I would submit to you that really with the resources we have in our state, based upon my work and knowledge of our budget, we really don't on our own have the adequate supports to address these challenges that are affecting people in all of our districts. The bill that we have before you will require the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to assess whether Colorado can also access and beneficially use Medicaid funds to address the crisis of the unhoused and to better meet the health and related social needs of working Coloradans. This is an incredible opportunity for our state to improve and strategically invest in much needed supports for people who are doing their part and just need some help to be able to live their lives.
Representative,
Ask for a yes vote.
Sorry about that. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few years ago, the federal government changed its policies and have now allowed states to design innovative programs that use Medicaid funding to cover housing supports, including rent, transitional housing, and nutrition supports. States like Arizona and Arkansas have received federal approval to use federal funding for housing supports. It is indisputable that we are in an affordable housing crisis, and this crisis is even more acute for working people who are low income and may be clients of our state's Medicaid program. This bill will bring in more federal resources to bear on this crisis in Colorado. As my good co-prime sponsor, and I want to thank her for her leadership on this, the good representative from Westminster has been an amazing ally in this work, and I really appreciate her leadership. This bill requires HCPF to study the feasibility of providing coverage for transitional housing and nutrition supports through the Medicaid program, and it allows HCPF to apply for a federal approval of a program if the department determines that implementing such a program would not cost the state any additional general fund dollars. I think we've been fortunate to engage in a very robust stakeholder process with both the department and providers of these services. There are dozens of organizations who support this bill, and we would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Health and Human Services, we heard this bill and want to thank the sponsors for it. This bill, the money is going for a task force, and I think I really don't see the need for a task force. I think we all know that people who are on Medicaid generally need some nutrition. They need probably Silver Key. They may need housing. That, again, is through area agencies on aging. There are the Department of Human Services and Public Health. I don't think we need to spend $470,000 for a task force of which the contractor is 1,000 hours and an actuary 330 hours. I think we have the information, and communities have quite a few resources, and I think the money would be better spent giving it to 64 different counties in our state and letting them spend it.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Health and Human Services Committee, the members of my caucus had some significant objections. And as my colleague from El Paso County said, there's a lot of federal programs. We have SNAP, we have TANF, we have LEAP. Every Department of Human Services in every county of all 64 counties has quite a list of enumerated programs that support many of these issues. But the real concern, as my colleague mentioned, there's actually two concerns. But one is that near $500,000 we're going to spend for another study. The question is, how many studies, colleagues, can we do in a year at a near $500,000 price tag? 1, 2, 10, 20, 25, 39, give me 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, $50. Anyway, how many of these can we do, just to see if you're awake? How many can we do at $500,000 a lick before you're spending 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50 million? I don't know. The point is, there is a lot of money on the table this session for so many studies. And we're doing another one. But here's the real problem that we had as a caucus. We have a huge federal deficit, 134 T. That's trillion with a T, and growing. We have a federal debt. We continue to ask the federal government to do more. And now we're going to study how to get more money out of the federal government in an environment where they don't have the money at the federal level. So, based on that and the other reasons mentioned, we had to vote against this. And I don't think we can change our position. So I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1322? Representative Bradley, I'm sorry. I almost called you Brandy, I'm sorry. Please, please proceed.
Thank you. I guess I'm at a loss for why we keep throwing money and money and money and money. There's tons of avenues for it. Why do we need more studies? We had the federal SNAP program, Healthy Meals for All that the voters approved. And Madam Chair, you and I have actually talked about this, all the wasted food that is being thrown away, but we should have done this study first because my kids, fortunately, don't need free meals, and we are very blessed, and it should go to the children that need them. But in the midst of all this, food is being thrown away. I have cafeteria and lunch ladies that are sending me pictures of all the food being thrown away because we're providing all this food and it just goes unused. So I guess my question to the bill sponsors is, that aren't listening to me, is why do we need a feasibility? Thank you.
Members, don't make me go Mama Wilford on you, please. Please, bring it down. Please proceed.
Thank you. So to the bill sponsors, with federal SNAP and the Healthy Meals for All, why did we not do a feasibility study first before all this food got wasted and tons of food is being thrown away every day? So I'd love an answer to that. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We'll ask for an aye vote. This bill is related to this is that's a different bill. No worries. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to apologize to my colleague from Douglas County for my rudeness. If I'd have known she was on the wrong bill, I would have behaved very differently.
Well, okay. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1322? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1322. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. All right, House Bill 1322 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 125.
Senate Bill 125 by Senators Pelton B. and Michelson Janae, also Representatives Evans and Basenecker, concerning the enactment of the Interstate Compact for the Placement of Children.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, too.
I move Senate Bill 125 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the committee report.
We have an amendment, and then we'll talk about what the committee did, but I'm going to move L5 to the Health and Human Services Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed. And I appreciate my good colleague.
Okay, the amendment has been moved. And is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This makes a clarification to the working group that will kick in once the compact becomes active and adds a member at the request of DHS. We would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. All right, the amendment passes. To the committee report. I'm sorry, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in committee, we did an amendment that adjusted two things. First of all, it creates a working group, which is what we just amended. And what this working group does is when this compact goes into effect, when we get to the bill, we'll talk about that, but when this compact goes into effect and not before, it creates this working group to advise Colorado's commissioner to this compact so that they're equipped with the most accurate and up-to-date information. And it also makes one minor adjustment so that we don't accidentally repeal the current interstate compact that we are in until the new one goes into an effect. We would ask for your aye votes on the H&H committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage or the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report as adopted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All the opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it, and the Health and Human Services Committee report as adopted is passed. To the bill, Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Senate Bill 125 is the Interstate Compact for the Placement of Children. It's been a pleasure to work with Representative Evans on this legislation. Really appreciate that partnership. Basically what this bill does is it's a revised Interstate Compact for the Placement of Children that will remove barriers and allow for the timely placement of children in safe and appropriate homes, which addresses several key concerns with the existing compact. So to be clear, the compact goes into effect once 35 states adopt it. Colorado would be the 17th state. However, it's critical that we have a seat at the table and become one of those first states to adopt it because that allows us to shape the rules around this legislation. We think that our values and our approach to child placement in Colorado are really critical and something that should inform the compact and any rulemaking ongoing. So that's really the bill. It's an attempt to really address some of the concerns with the existing compact, give us a voice at the table, and make sure that Colorado is well represented in this conversation. We would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also a privilege working with my good colleague here. As he stated, the current interstate compact that Colorado is in is from 1960. And so what this compact is doing is updating a lot of the day-to-day functional items around this interstate compact and bringing it into the 21st century by being one of the first 35 states to ratify this. As my colleague stated, it gives us a seat at the table. We're going to be subject to this compact anyway once it's adopted by 35 states. This gives us that seat at the table. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 125 as amended? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 125 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 125 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1236.
House Bill 1236 by Representatives Holtorf and Parenti, also Senators Peltonby and Kirkmeyer, concerning the creation of Women Veterans Appreciation Day.
Who would like to move the bill? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start talking about House Bill 1236,
Oh, okay. All right, please proceed.
I just wanted to mention that earlier I made a comment that a colleague of mine from Douglas County was not on the right bill. And for the record, I just want to say she was on the right bill. And I had transposed numbers, and so I will not let that happen again. Thank you.
That was very gracious. You are officially forgiven. Now let's move on to the bill.
Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about...
I'll ask you to move the bill, please.
Yeah, I'd like to move House Bill 241236 and ask for a favorable recommendation.
To the bill.
Thank you. Let me talk a little bit about the genesis of this bill. Women veterans came to me, and also working with the DMVA, came to me and talked about how other states in the Union, 22 to be specific, recognize the contributions of women in veteran service. Now, the history of women goes way back, actually to Revolutionary War times. But in recent history, there was the Women's Auxiliary Corps in as recent as World War II. Just 70, 75 years ago, 80 years ago. Women were an auxiliary corps to the military. The journey of women now serving in the military is a very interesting history that most people take for granted. So this bill came about, and most of you know that that I have a lot of strong sentiment towards veterans and veterans' causes. And, you know, if 22 states, and Colorado can be the 23rd state to have this observance, the question is, why not? Why not on June 12th of every year can we not recognize women for their service, both past and present? But really, it's the legacy of history for women. And that goes very far back. Many, even here in the state of Colorado, we have women's veterans organizations, and I attended their annual meeting this year, and they were very excited, all women, serving in all branches of the service, Marine Corps, Air Force, Army, Navy, and I won't mention them all, but they were recognized and present at this annual meeting in Aurora, Colorado, that I attended, and they're very proud of their service, and they were very excited about this bill. They felt that that this would be something very nice for them, that these women's veterans organizations could embrace and rally around, as they do in other states. So bringing this bill forth, it was my intention to make it bipartisan, and so I solicited another member of our chamber who's a veteran, who served in the Air Force, and asked her to get on this bill with me. So I'm going to turn it over to her to tell her about our journey. Madam Chair.
Representative Parenti.
Do you mind?
No, yeah, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I think that most of you realize that I have a lot of mixed feelings about this bill, and I appreciate my co-sponsor for being gracious in allowing the space to have those mixed feelings. I was initially solicited by the department to run this bill, and I declined because of my mixed feelings about this concept. Not because I don't want veterans to be appreciated, but because I don't want them to only be appreciated on one day. Women veterans have long fought for equal recognition for our contributions to the safety and security of our nation, but we continue to face significant barriers to accessing services that are otherwise available to our male counterparts. This is a reality that has been recognized by the Department of Veterans Affairs, our State Department of Veterans Affairs, major VSOs across the country, including IAVA and the VFW. This is our reality. And this exists in the wake of the facts that women veterans face higher rates of unemployment, 3 times the rate of homelessness than our male counterparts. We face higher rates of poverty than our male counterparts. We face rates 3 times higher for post-traumatic stress disorder
than our male counterparts. 1 in 12 military women are sexually assaulted on active duty. 40% of us report being victims of domestic violence. 30% sexually assaulted in our relationships. 42% having been at one time afraid of our intimate partners. And so it's no wonder that women veterans are dying at 6 times the rate of our civilian counterparts. And despite the disproportionate impacts that military service has had on women, our needs are not being fully recognized, either at the national, state, or local level. Women veterans continue to be denied access to services otherwise available to our male counterparts, including access to shelters that accommodate women or veterans with children, which, by the way, is 25% of the entire women's veterans population, have small dependent children. We are denied full access to reproductive and other health care services. 30% of VA health clinics do not provide women's gynecological care. We are denied health services that specialize in sexual trauma and other resources that recognize the challenges faced by women. 25% of women veterans report being harassed trying to seek medical care at a VA facility. And so it's no wonder that less than 10% of us even try. And despite these overwhelming challenges, we are the fastest growing segment of both the military and the veterans populations. And so I super appreciate the concept of a Women's Veterans Appreciation Day, but it's not the work that's most important. I really want to thank my colleagues who stood in solidarity with me a few days ago to get the state to pay real attention and put their money where their mouth is when it comes to women's veterans' needs, access for women's veterans. And if you believe that this Veterans Appreciation Day is going to make a difference, is going to help bring attention to these issues, is going to be a statewide call, not only to the department, but to the veteran services organizations across the state to improve their outcomes for women, please vote for this day, because that's what we all want. We all want women's veteran services to be improved. But I want you to hear what some of my fellow women veterans have to say about this concept. From one of my friends, if it comes with no real change, then never mind. To have a Women's Veterans Day means we're not part of other Veterans Day. If the bill includes opening up a women's health hub, or creates housing for homeless women vets, or proclaims we're going to do more to end sexual assault and provide more support for survivors of military sexual assault, then please do this. A Women's Veteran Day would be great if it was more than just lip service. Having Women's Veterans Day tells me I'm not included in the normal Veterans Day. I'd rather see an effort to raise awareness about the issues that women's veterans are facing. So I'm going to stop my comments there and just say, if you believe this will make a difference, please vote yes, because that's what we need. But if you're concerned that this is going to provide a smokescreen by which we wave flags and say we appreciate women veterans on one day of the year, but don't make the real systemic changes to help women veterans, then please feel free to not support this effort, because what we really want is to make sure that women's veterans get the services that they need, not a day of appreciation. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk a little bit about the journey of veterans, starting back as early as the Civil War. It's been a long journey. In World War I, many veterans came back from World War I, and there were no veteran services. In fact, that's where the American Legion started. And I'm not going to go into the statistics and claims made by my co-prime sponsor in detail. But I want to point out how everything we do incrementally helps elevate the needs of veterans. And all veterans are veterans. We're all veterans. We've all served together, shoulder to shoulder, men and women, in service in many different military occupational specialties. So let's not forget that we're all veterans collectively. Additionally, anything we can do to talk about veterans does not just give them lip service. It raises awareness. And if you don't believe me, look what just happened here. Look what just happened here, colleagues. We've raised some awareness. We've talked about some issues, some hard conversations. Now, the reason I'm on this bill is because I have raised daughters, a lot of them, a fistful of them. And I've done everything in my power as a father to super elevate the girls that are in my family to better places. Likewise, with respect to service in the military, although my daughters have said, no, Dad, we watched you, we can't do that. That was too hard. We really don't want to be in the military, even though I encourage them to consider it, which I respect. But when we talk about service and we talk about issues, I think it's important to super elevate the accomplishments of women. Because it wasn't too long ago we had the first H-64 Apache attack helicopter pilot that was a female, which I think is amazing. And those accomplishments, what is it, 97? You know, it wasn't even less than 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 14 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. How about the first Air Force Thunderbird pilot that was a female? I've met her. What a wonderful story she has to have that accomplished. I believe it's the first and only female Thunderbird pilot. Only. So the journey for women in service continues. So everything we do, I think, matters. Now, I've got colleagues, and I appreciate my colleagues, my fellow veterans, and they have very good points, and they're going to come up and talk. But we are not, what I'm going to ask this chamber to do is not politicize this to the bill. This is merely trying to appreciate the contributions of our women veterans. That's all it is. 22 other states do this, and we will be the 23rd state. Maybe other states are already voting this in this legislative session, I don't know. But I think this is important, and that's why I'm here, and I'm standing here promoting this. So I'm going to yield to my other colleagues. Before they come to the dais, I'd like for everybody just to take a little breath. Take a little breath here, because this is not supposed to be controversial at all. But unfortunately, there's some thoughts and some sentiment that is a little different than, I think, the intent of this bill, which obviously is welcome in this chamber. Madam Chair, and I'll allow you to guide that conversation.
Thank you very much, Representative Holtorf. Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start by saying that it's an understatement to say that it's an honor to serve with you.
Right back at you, Representative.
And with the good representative from Erie as well. I'm going to borrow from the representative from far northeast Denver, who sometimes starts by asking or thanking you in advance for a little bit of grace. I'm going to do that because I recognize as I start to speak on Women's Veterans Day that you've got to be kind of next level naive to think that a comment about this shouldn't be controversial, but some folks have a different opinion than me, isn't one that was for me, and that reflects what happened in the committee. We've already adopted a committee report, I presume?
There was no committee report.
There's no committee report. That's even easier. I want to tell you a little bit about what happened in committee, because if you look on the page on the college website for this bill, you'll see that the vote was 9-1. I'm going to tell you why I can't vote yes on this bill, but in doing so, I'm also going to tell you why I think you probably should. You probably should, because it's May, and it's really uncomfortable to get push-polls saying, would you be more or less likely to support your representative if you find out they hate women veterans? And I don't want y'all to endure that. But what I do want you to know is that what the representative from Erie shared with us today was a bit of what she shared with us in committee. I came into the committee hearing thinking that I would vote no, and then I heard my colleague give one of the most powerful speeches, I suppose, presentations that I've heard about why she had declined sponsoring this bill and how she came to be a yes. And then you all, on April 15th, and this is connected to this bill because these two bills are so intertwined, our colleague gave us, y'all, on a platter, she handed us an opportunity to put into action the values that are espoused in Women's Veterans Day, an opportunity to direct a grant program to prioritize women and other underserved folks in the military. If ever there was something that should have been a matter of consensus, that should have been one. I took very personally, somebody recognizes the Michael Jordan reference, but I took very personally when our colleague read the words of women that she'd served with, who said, if it doesn't come with action, I don't want it, essentially. Y'all, you see the order of names on this bill. There are 100 of us in this legislature, 100 of us serving in the 74th General Assembly. I would love for someone to let me know if I missed one, but I'm aware of one woman veteran out of 100 of us. Her name is not first on this bill. When we think about symbolic and meaningful, both symbolic and substantive recognitions, what I want you to know, and you can hear it for yourself in the committee hearing, is that when I asked a question about the order of names on this bill, wondering why we might not honor her this way, before my colleague could tell us her position, two men said that it was, quote, not relevant, and that wouldn't be important to her. So before the woman veteran could tell us her position on Women's Veterans Day, men told me my question wasn't relevant, the answer wasn't relevant, and that wouldn't be important to her. I can't and won't speak for her, but I can tell you she has much more grace than I do in that moment. When we have an opportunity in this body, whether it's the order of a name or whether it's directing a grant program to prioritize the folks who are most harmed and who most need support, there's a pause here, y'all, because I don't know yet what our colleagues in the Senate are going to do with that bill. But I hope you understand how ridiculous it will look to pass a Women's Veterans Day if we do not also do the thing that our only colleague who's a woman veteran is asking of us. I need to note that the word in committee was, my colleagues said they were shocked at my demand. That was the quote, shocked at my demand that I would ask about the order of names. Our colleague from Erie listed in more detail or more, she talked more about the things that she said today. And after recounting some incredibly personal, hurtful things that folks we know had endured, the response we got was, that happens to men too. And if nothing, you know what? It's been very few times in the 2 sessions that I've been here that I've ever come down to the well to stand, and it's because of my nerves and my anxiety, and I don't like to be on camera. And so I've never asked anyone to, but if there's 1 or 2 folks who could stand to my right so I don't have to hear what they're saying, it would mean a lot. So just if someone could physically stand here, so I do not have to hear. I'm not going to ask them not to talk, but what they're saying is vile.
We're going to stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Members, let's please be respectful of whomever's speaking in the well. Representative Epps, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that's an admonition that's appropriate to give. It would be helpful to me to not have to hear it. We're talking about Women's Veterans Day, and the substance, the content of the proposal, of course, would ever matter more than the order of any sponsor's names, right? Because pass or fail, in my heart, it's going to be the Parenti bill. But while the content matters more, it's important to think about what we're being asked to do on June the 12th, if from January the 1st to June the 11th and June the 13th to December 31st, we aren't prioritizing women and women veterans in our actions. Our representative from Erie asked us, or implored us, invited us to vote yes, thank you, to vote yes if we think this bill will make a difference. And she said that if we think it would make no change, or perhaps she was telling us what someone she served with said, then never mind. One correction, Fifi was the first, but not the only of the Thunderbird pilots. There's another thing I want to mention from committee, even knowing what chatter will come. Black women are about 1/3 of enlisted women in the United States military. We are some half that of the civilian population. There was a question asked in committee, and it calls upon a comment that was made today about all women, which those of us who've been here for a minute know that there was a lot of weight between those words, all women, but there was a question asked about what input was sought from Black women who are so overrepresented in the enlisted population as compared to our percentage of the civilian population. And the response from our representatives was, you probably could predict it, but it was, I don't see color. That's a problem. That's a problem. And when I asked the follow-up about what outreach was done, the response was that the person who is so well-meaning and so hardworking, but helping with this bill, the coordinator for underrepresented veterans told us, which includes minority women, told us they don't see color. That's not a good sign, y'all. I have rarely wanted to be more supportive of an individual who doesn't need my support and is grown and can handle herself than this good representative. But I mentioned before, encouraging you to listen to that hearing, the grace and fortitude that our colleague exhibited when being talked over, when being spoken on behalf of. I don't know if that's grammatically correct, but when others were speaking for her. I know it's frustrating to hear it, but it's what happened. And you can't pull out part of our story as women for the celebration without being willing to own your complicity or your active facilitation in our harm. I don't think that we deserve the honor that is this bill. I think the folks asking for it absolutely deserve the honor of the recognition. But it pains me to think about us patting ourselves on our backs, putting in our newsletters this thing we did, if we're not attaching to it actual substantive change. It shouldn't be controversial. It shouldn't be controversial to ask that days of recognition are met with action. Lastly, Madam Chair, I don't mind feel-goods for the sake of feel-goods. That's an okay thing for me. Like, gestures, symbols, good starts, those are okay with me in terms of if I had a philosophy of statutory construction and our legislative responsibilities. Good starts are just fine, but after the hearing and the floor work on a related bill and the hearing on this bill, particularly the way that my question about the order of names was handled, and I hope someone will disabuse me of this notion, I don't feel remotely confident that we're going to follow through on what was asked of us. When as a woman, and ask about a woman vet, when you are told that is not a relevant question, how can I then think that when we are asking about funding the care that women uniquely need, reporting harms that disproportionately happen to us in the military, how can we expect that is taken seriously if a question as superficial as why would we not honor our colleague who may not even want it? But if that question is so dismissed, it doesn't bode well for what's ahead. Madam Chair, I meant it when I said I was going to close. It rang in my ears that someone kept saying that everything that women experience, men experience too. And that sentence highlighted, right, which I think is not worth dissecting in this moment, but the sentence reflected how badly we do need a Women's Veterans Day, but how woefully undeserving we are of it at this time. I'm beyond thankful for you and apologize if I spoke for you. I hope that you all heard very closely what our colleague asked and that you heard her tell us how she evolved in her own decision about this bill. And if it were appropriate, it really should have a sunset clause or an automatic repeal where we are brought back in a year. Did we do it? And if not, stop patting ourselves on the back for it. Because we do a whole lot of that, of literal saber rattling. We're really, really blessed to have the one woman veteran that we do. We really are.
Representative Hartsook.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely astounding. This bill has 2.5 pages of negative verbiage in it. Veterans Day on November 11th celebrates veterans. For those of you who don't know, let me remind you, my wife is a veteran. My wife has served for over a quarter century. My wife is the highest ranking female officer in the entire Colorado National Guard. She also is the first female as the president of the Colorado Society of Oral Maxillofacial Surgeons. She has spent a career uplifting women. She has spent a career building the positives of women. She spent a career mentoring young women that come in as officers, medical professionals, assistants. Because you know why? Because veterans work together. She's had men and women come through her clinic. She has been an instructor at the hospitals. She has treated thousands upon thousands of wounded during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, right alongside men. She has held her own. She was pregnant while I was deployed in Iraq and had our son while I was in Iraq during her residency, and then went back to work. She served alongside other women, and she didn't whine and complain. She did her job. Why? Because that's what you're expected to do in the military. The antithesis of that is to run down and run divisions. When I first joined the Army, I was enlisted. Our drill sergeant said men, because it was men in that platoon, said, "Men, I don't care where you come from," and he used a little different language, which we won't repeat. He goes, "I don't care what you look like. I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care if you're rich or poor. You now wear Army green," because we were all in the old Army green uniform, "and you bleed red. So you either learn to fight and survive together, or you will die together." My wife treated thousands of veterans that were injured in Iraq and Afghanistan, including several that didn't make it. All the docs would go through the cases because it was hard. She never knew what was going on with me because she was focused on taking care of her patients. On sometimes in the hospital, at that time, Secretary of State Colin Powell came through, and he was just simply visiting the veterans. He didn't ask if they were men or women, black or white. He didn't care. He was there to visit veterans because they were injured. They were at Walter Reed Hospital. My wife came out of one room and literally ran into him as she was rounding. And he asked her, "How are the patients doing? Who needs help?" And she showed him. Women veterans all around the world serve this great country. We can either sit here and complain about injustices that happen to us, or we can strive to move forward, as my wife has chosen to do, as she helps women and men move forward. She has written many letters of recommendation for men and women to become PAs, to go to medical school, to get into the academies. She has mentored men and women in every position she has ever held. And the ones that don't make it, She's also recommended that they be dismissed from programs. She does the hard jobs. There's countless women like my wife, but I can only speak about my wife because I know it. I lived it. I'm often reminded that I was not there when our oldest son was born. She thinks that's funny. It cost me a fair amount of jewelry and flowers. I made a point to fly in the night before my second son was born, and I twisted my arm. My boss said if I don't get there, my wife will probably hang me. But I made it the night before my second son was born. That's what women veterans do. My wife has spoken on Veterans Day at schools. This past year, she spoke at the Douglas County Veterans Memorial, where they honored women veterans. Why? Because they served right alongside everyone else. And we were all down there uplifting them and holding them up because we were all veterans and we all served together. You had different branches that were down there. Before that event, she was out at another event where she was the keynote speaker. She has been the keynote speaker at many places. She has been the keynote speaker when I travel with her to receive some national recognition. That is what happens when you work hard as a man or a woman, you serve others, you fight together, and you succeed. They don't sit there and complain about every injustice that's happened to them because the whole world is full of injustices. Life's not fair. Get used to it. And that's what she tells her residents, because when she went through the residency program, it was over 100 hours a week. And now everybody's like, oh, I can't work more than 60. So women veterans serve the entire nation. My wife has achieved monumental things in her career. Was it easy? Of course not. Were there prejudices along the way? Absolutely. But she didn't complain about everything. She fought them and turned them over when she had to, and she rose to where she is now the senior chief medical officer for the Colorado National Guard. I'm immensely proud of her achievements. Our oldest son is now in ROTC at college. My wife tried to talk him into becoming a doctor, and he's like, yeah, no thanks, Mom. He made the mistake of telling her that he wanted to do the cool things that Dad did by jumping out of airplanes. I'm like, shush, shush. She thought that was funny, but not so much, because she worries about what he might face. So not only is my wife a senior military officer and a veteran, she's a mom that has a son in ROTC. She has been in multiple roles as a veteran, an officer, a wife, and a mother. Veterans serve together. We honor each other on Veterans Day. That's what it's for. The men and women that have fallen in service are honored on Memorial Day, and my wife will be speaking at that event. I choose the path of positive outlook for women. I choose the path of the glass being half full. I choose supporting my wife in her endeavors and what she has accomplished through hard work, perseverance, dedication to duty. She understands the ethos. She understands the Army values because she lives it every day. I would suggest many of us would learn from that. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the conversation. I just wanted to share a little bit on what I've been thinking about with this bill. And I can't honestly say yet if I'm going to talk in favor or against the bill. But what I can say is in the last couple of minutes, I think I understand the reflection points as made by my colleague from Erie. I want to also say to my colleague from Douglas County, to your family, I'm very grateful for the service of your wife. And I am grateful that the highest ranking member of our Guard is a woman in the Adjutant General's office. But I know, without knowing them personally, that it was a road to be able to get to those positions. And I know that sometimes people might have said to them that they're complaining and they should get used to it. And they've had to fight. I find that sometimes when women raise their voice, it is misconstrued as complaining when sometimes it's fighting. I have to say, if anyone got used to it, I wouldn't be able to stand in this building, not as a woman and not as an African American. Somebody had to fight. And so I don't say that to say as if no one recognizes that. I think everyone recognizes that, but I just wanted to name that because there are some things that I feel like I'm personally still hearing implicitly that contribute to the problem as to why this issue was even brought up by my colleague. You know, when a woman talks about her issue, sometimes she's met with a group of men telling her she's wrong about her own experience. And I have to wonder if that even happens around us sometimes in this building, because I see it, and I want to call out that's what I think was happening a little bit. When it came to my colleague sharing her experience, once again, I'm sure she had to feel that someone wanted to tell her about her own experience at being wrong. And so when we're talking about what it means to uplift, we're not saying that there isn't love there. We're not saying that there isn't care or respect. What we're saying is we have to recognize that even in our passive actions, that barriers present. And what she's putting down here is saying it's not, because I think it's okay for us to figure out where we go on this bill. It is not for a recognition, if we vote no, that we believe women veterans haven't contributed. That is not the issue. The issue is how do we recognize the tools needed and the supports needed, what I would call equity, to get us to that status of equal. And separating a day instead of saying all veterans, when not recognizing what it takes to get women veterans for that they feel, and that the culture implicitly changes, that when they talk about their feelings, they are not explained to that it's wrong. That is something that I'm considering in voting no. I'm considering voting no and saying, I don't want to accept a separation, and someone told me what they need to feel like they need to get to equal. Voting yes for the bill is voting the way we all feel in our spirits. Of course, we want to acknowledge women veterans. Of course, I don't think anybody here doesn't want to do that. But I want to honor what a woman veteran told me what she needed without telling her she's wrong about her feelings. I am not a part of a building that would say to someone, just tolerate it. I personally cannot say things like that. And I think many of us, we are in a room where the majority of which are women. And I think deep down we all understand what it took as a matter of our journeys to be leaders here. And all that we're asking is for an acceptance of what it is that people have put down terms that are affected so that we can get to that place where we truly feel equal. And I have to even be humbled because as I say we, it's not a we. I'm not a veteran, and I don't want to claim that. I don't want to discount the experiences of those who have literally put their lives on the line for our safety and freedom. But I'm just asking that it be respected and acknowledged. And I'm asking that we build an awareness around it when it's actually happening so that we can come to a fair conclusion. So again, I have not decided, but I do believe a vote no isn't a no on the support for women. And I'm thinking about how do I show my support for women to be believed and received in what it is that they need. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of Veterans Appreciation Day as an observed state holiday. I do kind of wish we could change the short title of the bill for one particular female veteran. I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity in your life to meet someone who's a true American hero. I certainly had that occasion happen in 2014 when I participated in the Colorado Capitol Conference in Washington, D.C., which is supported by Colorado Mesa University and the University of Colorado. And they had highlighted there Admiral Michelle Howard, a native of Aurora, Colorado, the first female and the first African-American female ever to achieve the rank of a 4-star admiral. She was also the first female ever to achieve the rank of Vice Chief of Naval Operations. She was the first female ever to be in command of a strike group, first female ever to lead the United States naval forces in Europe. She also led the Allied Joint Naval Forces out of Africa, which is from Naples. The list actually continues to go on and on. But I had become aware of her from my work in counter-maritime piracy. And she's the one that came up with the innovative approach to how the Navy could respond to maritime piracy attacks. And it was her policies that she was able to put into force of really trying to use the Navy as a deterrence, not necessarily as an arresting force, but just a presence within the Indian Ocean, just to be seen to have much more of our military engagement practices being done there, so that there was just a show of force, that actually had an effect to seeing piracy decrease.
Representative Soper, can you please bring that back to the bill?
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm talking about a very, very famous female veteran who's a native of Colorado and continues to have a residence here in Colorado. The importance of recognizing our female veterans, I think, is real. It's only been within my lifetime that we've ever allowed females to be on submarines, for example. And it's that recognition that times have changed and times are changing is why this is a very important bill and one that's very important to recognize. And that's why it is appropriate. I mean, many people say, well, why have an observed day? We can, give everyone a day. I can tell you from having done, for example, Lunar New Year, that it's that recognition in such a way that you wouldn't normally be able to give such a recognition. Whether it's to a particular class or group of individuals, we're not saying that it's going to be a day off from work, but we are saying that we are going to put this on the official calendar. And it is going to be a moment in which our state will say, we appreciate and respect the work of our female veterans serving our great nation and state. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf, and then we'll make sure that you get the last word, Representative Parenti.
Is that enough?
Co-sponsors.
So, Madam Chair, fellow colleagues, we have taken a long but important journey in this conversation. difficult journey. But I think the expression of women's veterans issues, my colleagues' sentiment and concerns do have merit. But I'm here to celebrate the accomplishment of women. I want to tell you that I had the pleasure and privilege of sitting at the Women Veterans of Colorado annual meeting, 113 women. And they were proud of their service as women veterans of every service. And I was proud to sit with them. When we spoke of the legislation that we were bringing forward, they were very excited. Now, we had the privilege of Colonel Nicole, I'm going to pronounce her name wrong, Malachowski, thank you, to give us a presentation. She was the first female Thunderbird pilot in the Air Force ever, and the only one. Not the only now? There's one more? Okay, well, she's in the Air Force, so she would know. But her presentation was amazing. Her journey as an Air Force cadet, and then a pilot, and then to have the opportunity to compete and try out for a position on the Thunderbirds. And she actually made the statement that if it wasn't for her commander, a male, in her wing, that she may have never had that accomplishment, because he continued to uplift and support her, because he knew what her potential was. Now, I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to say that women are breaking barriers in so many ways. And we need to uplift our women veterans, and we need to show appreciation for their contribution. And this bill does that. This is a positive thing. Despite the journey that we've had tonight and the many, many emotions that we've expressed here and our concerns, the journey for veterans will continue beyond today for all veterans. And that's okay. That's a journey we need to take so we can better serve all of us. And I stand here with my colleagues shoulder to shoulder because I've had the privilege of flying in a helicopter in a cockpit with a fellow female aviator, and we looked at each other as brothers and sisters in arms. We didn't think about gender, sexuality. We didn't think about any of that. All we thought about was that we are on a mission and we are crew members. Also, many of you know Major General Laura Cleland. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've known her probably longer than all of you because we served in the Army National Guard together way back before 9/11. We've taken a journey of service together, and she is now the Adjutant General of the Colorado Army National Guard. And she's a woman of great accomplishment. That is one of the reasons when the department talked about this, I said, you know what, we need to do this. So I'm here asking for your yes vote, and I thank you for the time and the journey we've had, but let's support and uplift women veterans by supporting this Women's Veterans Appreciation Day. Thank you.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank my co-sponsor again for the grace and the space to have this very important conversation about what it means to support women's veterans. I think this is an important conversation for us to be having. I want to make it clear that I'm not asking any member of this assembly or any member of my caucus to vote against this bill. I am asking you to vote for it, though, because you think it will make a difference and improve the lives of women veterans in our state. And with that,
thank you.
We're done. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1236, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1236. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. All right, House Bill 1236 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. The committee will rise and report. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1034 as amended, 1063 as amended, 1075 as amended, 1236, 1322 as amended, 1331 as amended, 1350 as amended, 1440 as amended, 1441, 1443 as amended, and 1450 as amended. Passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bills 19 as amended and 125 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Wilford. Members, you have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. The motion before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Clifford Joseph Lynch. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, our next order of business is third reading. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1270.
House Bill 1270 by Representatives Woodrow and Judah, also Senator Hansen, concerning requirement that firearm owners maintain liability insurance and in connection therewith requiring insurers to make coverage available in homeowners and renters insurance policies for damages resulting from accidental or unintentional discharge of a firearm.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1270 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask you all to vote no on this bill. We've belabored these bills. We've talked about these bills over and over again. We've talked about protecting our Second Amendment right. And I do not believe it is fair to require another cost on an unalienable God-given right to you, given to you by the United States Constitution. I just can't get with that. I just never thought we'd be having discussions about taxing rights afforded to us by the founders. So with that, I urge a no vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. General Assembly 74. Moving to this country, I would never think I would ever be in this room discussing such a topic. I'm deeply concerned that this will be used as an advantage to do other insidious things. When we get in this room and we set precedents for what might actually occur for the future, of a future registry, I get concerned. My constituents in the city of Loveland have contacted me in droves. I have received not one email, not one phone call, not one text in support of this bill. And with that, it is my duty to stand before you and tell you that my constituents do not want this, and that you should vote no. As legislators in this building, there's one thing we have to do, and I've learned that from last year, is stop going down rabbit holes. Once we put one thing in order, there's many to follow. One of the greatest reasons this country exists as it does today is because of law and order and the Second Amendment. And if we start chipping away at any of those, with small things such as this, we will find ourselves in a difficult spot. Things like this should always go to the ballot, and the people of this good state should always be able to decide. People who are appointments, such as myself, should not be able to make these decisions without the 80 to 90,000 people that we represent backing us. This in no way, shape, or form is a hard decision for me to urge a no vote on. And with a legislature, such as this chamber itself, being upwards of 25% appointment, such as myself, should take that seriously. I truly believe this will be challenged in every way, and I will commit, with the backing of my constituents, to bring this one to a halt in the courts. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm reminded of when I initially started getting involved in this and going out and talking in forums and things like that during campaigning, and having people ask me questions that were of different party line, ask me questions about what I thought I would be defending. And this was one of those things I told them I would be defending. And a question gets brought up, do you really think they're going to try to take our guns? Do you really think they're going to really go after our guns? In kind of a tongue-in-cheek manner, like it was a pointless effort. And this year and last year, I really see, even I'm surprised. I had no idea there would be this on a daily basis. You can look at this screen behind us up here, and you can see an all-out assault on law-abiding gun owners, an all-out assault on businesses.
Representative Armagost, I do want to make sure we're focused on House Bill 1270, which is the liability insurance requirement. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is exactly pertaining to this bill.
Great, thank you.
This is another thing that is further restricting and further putting that burden on law-abiding gun owners to make it harder to be a gun owner in Colorado so that we can either get people to disobey, get people to leave, or get people to part with their firearms. This is an all-out assault on gun owners. This is not going to impact in a positive way what I perceive as the guise that this is under of protecting people from gun violence and things like that. This is, I can't see how people can put those two things together. This to me is wrong. This one in particular, this bill in particular is just, why? I don't get it. When it's already there in homeowners insurance, when it's already there in other ways for criminal and civil action that can be taken, why? So this is just another thing to add on to the list of things that gun owners, like myself, have to deal with simply as a hindrance. Because I'm not like somebody else. I'm different than somebody else because I like to carry a firearm to protect myself and other people. And that's shameful. This is all shameful. I encourage a no vote.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we've had much conversation around this bill, and we're going to have more tonight, and more on the other two bills that we heard. Gosh, was it only yesterday? You know, people have firearms, they possess firearms, they own firearms, they acquire firearms for lots of different reasons. Typically, they revolve around safety, security, or sport. Or maybe they just like to collect guns. It's not up to us in this chamber to make judgments about the reasons why people own firearms. It's not up to us at all, because that is part of our God-given Second Amendment rights to do what we want with them. The thing about this particular bill that I find deeply disturbing, well, there's many things, all right, but one of the things that I find very deeply disturbing is how it punishes people who are not homeowners, because most people who own homes have homeowners insurance, and this bill is actually kind of maybe not as big a deal for them. It's a big deal because it's a government requirement on a certain possession that they own, but the people that are really being targeted by this and the people who are going to really have problems with this bill are people who don't own a home, who are supposedly the people that we keep talking about how we're going to help them. We're going to help them make their lives more affordable. We're going to make their housing more affordable. We're going to help them because that's why we're here. And yet we pass this that is doing exactly the opposite. It's going after their pocketbook in a way that I haven't seen us approach. I think that's a problem. I never heard a really good answer for it from the bill sponsors. What we did hear from them is that this is no big deal. You know, you have to have insurance that acknowledges that you have a swimming pool or a trampoline at your house because that creates additional risk, that creates additional liability. And I get that. But the state government doesn't mandate that you have to have additional insurance for pools or trampolines or whatever it is. We don't mandate that here. That's something that the insurance company takes into account. Last time I checked, I don't think the insurance companies were asking for this legislation. I didn't hear that. Did any of you? One thing that I said yesterday about this bill, and I'm going to say it for every single one of these firearms-related bills that we hear, I'm going to ask you to ask yourself, have you talked to your constituents and have they said, I think it's an absolutely dandy idea that we impose additional insurance requirements on people who own firearms. I think it's a great idea. We should do that. Because I don't know that you would actually hear that from a majority of your constituents. You might hear it from the specific ones who are all about getting rid of all firearms in the state of Colorado, because those folks are out there. But I think if you actually took a broad survey of the people you represent, you would not find that legislation such as this as a priority at all, because they have many other concerns, like how they're going to put food on the table, keep a roof over their head. How are they going to pay the increases in their car insurance, because our car insurance rates have gone up so significantly in the state because we don't prosecute criminals who steal our vehicles? Our citizens have a lot of priorities. They have a lot of things that they want us to do down here. This is absolutely not at the top of the list. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's third reading. Keep it simple. Bad bill. Vote no.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we walk out of the Capitol tonight, there will be people, not only in the chamber, but outside of the chamber, who will be very happy about tonight's vote. And I just fear what's going to happen in the next year in terms of these decisions. I would urge a no vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you every day, Representative Catlin.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Members, I'm here to say please vote no. That's the first thing. I'll get that out of the road. In my district right now, I've got insurance companies that are leaving because the risk there is too high. Whether or not it's about fire or whatever it is, that's what causing them to leave. I've got people calling me and telling me, what do I do? Where do I go get homeowners insurance? Now, the state legislature comes and says, oh, on top of that, we're going to require to cover these guns too. We're having a hard time in the state right now trying to figure out how we're going to be affordable and how we're going to do the things that we're trying to do. I don't understand why we are going about it this way. The people that are searching for homeowners insurance are certainly not thinking about whether or not they're going to cover the guns that are in that house. They're just right now trying to figure out how they're going to cover that life investment that they still owe money on. And the insurance company said, we're canceling you. So we come along and say, well, we're going to require it in these homeowners policies. I don't know what that'll do to the price. But I think we need to stop and think some about what are we doing for the average Coloradoan. Not somebody who's a special interest, not someone who's got an axe to grind, so to speak, in regards to an issue that they have a hang-up on. But just average folks, people that are trying to get that kid through school, get him grown up over Fool's Hill and out onto his own. It's not so much about, hadn't been thinking about the guns they've got in their house because they've had them all along. They haven't caused them a problem. They haven't caused them any trouble. Nobody in their house has had a struggle with it. And all of a sudden now it's in the headlines. You got to have insurance on your house because you have guns. Well, Wouldn't be surprised your insurance will go up. How much, I can't say, I can't tell you. I'm not an agent, don't sell insurance, and all I do is pay for it. But I can tell you that every time we take some of these actions, the price goes up. Have we done anything to help people? No. We've put a marker on the wall that says we did this. Purpose, I'm not sure. Effect, I probably can tell. But you know, I came up here to represent the people in my district, the average guys and gals and families. We've tried very hard to do that. You know, none of them have called me and asked me for this kind of insurance. None of them have said, we got to do something about that. So I'm pretty much just one of those average guys. I'm a guy they trust enough to send up here, which means that I'm going to do everything that I can for them. Ladies and gentlemen, we could be spending time on things that really matter. We could be taking care of things that influence our lives, each and every one of us. We could be putting that effort in. Yet, we're spending the 10 minutes each on a bill like this. Please vote no.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I rise in opposition to this bill. It requires mandatory insurance for liability concerning firearms. In 2001, the most recent year in which I could find data for, there were almost 300,000 accidents, 1,230 accidental deaths in a single year, all from bicycles. Colorado doesn't have a mandatory insurance for homes with bicycles. There were 648 people in the U.S. were killed in accidents on boats in 2001, yet Colorado doesn't have mandatory boat insurance. 549 people were killed nationwide in firearms accidents in 2001. That's what this bill targets. According to the CDC, alcohol contributed to 178,307 deaths in 2001, yet Colorado doesn't require special insurance for houses with beer in the fridge. That's because the existing products on the market are meeting the needs. You don't need to mandate a new product to meet demand that isn't there. I'm concerned that the changing the what you carry probably meets the need. Standard liability coverage in these policies meeting the demand of legislation that needs to be more clear. To be clear, I oppose this bill not that it is new insurance related to intentional use of a gun. That's totally different. It is offered because of what this bill is asking for. Another issue that I have with this bill is there needs to be some change for grace. We offered an amendment during second reading to have that first offense be lowered. But $500 is not grace at all. If the point is to encourage Coloradans to have insurance in this particular area, then you've got to lower that threshold. Plus, we can't predict the future. I fear that any insurance coverage that is mandated, that has to be maintained, is unreasonable, especially when people don't plan their schedules. They don't plan to be homeless. If you happen to fall into homelessness, and it happens twice in a 5-year period, this bill will hand you an automatic $1,500 penalty. If you are a homeowner, have a job, and therefore paying a mortgage, you don't need to worry about this, you are covered. To be clear, the law doesn't apply to members with FFLs, it doesn't apply to someone willing to plan ahead, go to the courts and ask permission to keep a gun. If you have money, own a nice home, are comfortable with the courts, or pay for renter's insurance, this probably won't affect you. Gun-related accidents, this bill is about accidents. They occur so infrequently that it doesn't merit its own special category of insurance, especially in light of the fact that at the beginning of my speech here, I mentioned accidents that are a whole lot more frequent that we don't even contemplate having a special class of insurance for those at all. This is literally on par with being struck by lightning in Colorado. That might surprise you, but there is no requirement in Colorado that golf courses carry lightning insurance. but yet the odds of the accident that is being anticipated within this bill is on the same par as a lightning strike at a golf course. This is a bad precedent, and I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colorado is following in the footsteps of many other states and making it increasingly costly and burdensome to be a safe and responsible firearm owner. Disguised as a gun registration bill, statistics show that gun registration and gun owner licensing will not prevent or solve crimes. Data from the Bureau of Justice Statistics reveal that a majority of people sent to prison for gun crimes acquire guns from theft, the black market, or acquaintances. Thus, firearm insurance requirements are then void if the firearm was obtained illegally. A study by the Department of Justice showed that half of illegally trafficked firearms originate with straw purchasers who buy guns for criminals. This demonstrates that criminals wouldn't register guns or bother acquiring gun licenses. Therefore, this bill only targets law-abiding citizens like myself. The Supreme Court ruled that people who are prohibited by law from possessing firearms, felons, mentally incompetent, domestic violence abusers, are not required to register firearms, as doing so would violate their Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. More evidence that the target is on law-abiding citizens and not criminals with this type of legislation. A Library of Congress study of gun control in 27 countries concluded it is difficult to find a correlation between the existence of strict firearms regulations and a lower incidence of gun-related crimes. In Canada, a dramatic increase in the percentage of handguns used in all homicides was reported during a period in which handguns were most strictly regulated. And in strictly regulated Germany, gun-related crime is much higher than in countries such as Switzerland and Israel that have simpler and or less restrictive legislation. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention reviewed studies of gun registration and gun owner licensing and found them insufficient for determining the restrictions' effectiveness against firearm violence. In a recent study, the Pew Research Center revealed that an overwhelmingly majority of gun owners said that protection is a major reason they own a gun. This is why I own a gun, to protect myself and my family. 72% of gun owners say that protection is a major reason they own it, 72%. Furthermore, approximately 61% of firearm owners in the U.S. have received formal training on firearm safety and use. We aren't people that are going and buying guns and then just sticking them under our mattress. We train, we shoot, we protect. We teach our children safety of firearms. The bill is not going after the people that are criminals. It's going after me. It's going after women. This is the only defense we have. And I come up here and I say it time and time again. According to the provisional mortality statistics from 2021, a total of 224,000 people died in accidents in the United States, 549 of them in unintentional firearm discharges. This is less than 0.5% of all accidental deaths in the U.S., demonstrating that accidental death by firearm is extremely rare. So why do we need a bill to tax or to have restrictions against law-abiding citizens? It's rare. My kid's probably more amped to fall off a trampoline. A 2021 study showed that while the rate of overall gun deaths in the U.S. has increased, the rate of accidental shooting deaths has dropped in the last 25 years. I mean, are we looking at research or statistics? Are we just legislating on feelings? Because I bear the consequences. My constituents bear the consequences of legislating like this. We aren't the people committing the crimes. We aren't the people that you're after. Failure to maintain coverage is a civil infraction punishable by a fine of $500. It's been amended so much, I'm sorry if I got those numbers wrong, half of which may be suspended if coverage is obtained. We now have the Division of Insurance in the Department of Regulatory Agencies authorized to promulgate rules regarding the bill's requirement for insurance. So when does a state government have the right to force gun owners to self-identify themselves to insurance companies or the state government? It's kind of like show me your papers. That worked out really well. Since when does the state government have the right to force people to purchase something as a condition of exercising their constitutional rights? It does not say that in the Second Amendment. It does not say you have the right to bear arms only if you have firearm liability insurance. It does not say that. Since when does the state government have the right to impose outsized fines on someone for the great crime of not increasing their home liability insurance? This bill is a barely civilized attempt to deprive people of their rights in the guise of legality. It won't protect children, it won't make life more affordable, it won't deter criminals, and it will only hurt the poor and the middle class. All this lawmaking, all these policies, were a barely civilized attempt to deprive people of their rights. This House has considered over half a dozen gun bills this year alone, and many more over the past 4 years, always under the guise of making us safer and protecting the children. But we're not safer. And now we're discussing another bill regarding liability insurance for homeowners. And I will tell you in the last 4 years, again, what has changed, because it's not the minority. We keep going down. And what continues to happen is that crime continues to go up in Colorado. Number 1 in auto theft, number 1 in bank robberies, number 5 in package theft. Denver is beating us in number 1 in that category, number 1 in road rage, number 6 in rape and sexually violent crimes. And we're now the 4th least safe state in the nation. And you know why that is? It's not because you keep restricting our Second Amendment rights, because if it was, we would see these going down. It's because we're protecting criminals. Because we refuse to bring up the crimes for stealing cars and all the different thefts, property theft. We keep lowering those and we keep raising the crimes on law-abiding citizens. And guess what? It's not working. You know, it's funny, I don't even remember when this was, but we debated a bill about medical liability for people delivering your babies. You don't even have to have a nursing background, but you can have training. You can deliver a baby, and you don't even have to have malpractice. And you know why? Because we said it wasn't affordable or attainable, that insurance companies weren't prepared for it, and that it would disproportionately impact underserved communities. And we said as a body, no to that. But now we bring back a bill that mandates insurance and guarantees to disproportionately impact underserved communities. I say a lot of times my head is spinning. This is the key. We say we won't mandate because it's unaffordable, but we will mandate on my ability to protect my family in a state that is ridden with crime. I don't know how I go back to my constituents and tell them that. I don't know how I go back to my rural district where people are struggling to pay groceries, property taxes, medicine, and now, guess what? You're gonna have another bill in order for you to protect yourself. It's egregious to me. It's egregious to tell people that you can have the right to bear arms only if you pay more to do so. I will say again, this bill won't protect women, especially single women that are barely scraping by. It'll make them victims, though. It won't protect children. It won't make life more affordable. And it will hurt the poor and the middle class who you come up here and say you are here to support and make life equitable. It won't deter criminals, and that is the biggest takeaway. It will protect them, though, because they will continue to have access to guns, and they will continue to commit crimes, and now they don't have to pay the extra.
Representative Bradley, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun. They will continue to commit crimes, and they will do it easier because we continue to tie the hands of law-abiding citizens in this state. The Second Amendment was not written with stipulations. It is the right to bear arms, period. It is not the right to bear arms only if you can afford liability. Remember that when you vote on this, because all of our constituents deserve to be able to protect themselves and their families. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask you to vote no on this infringement, this constitutional violation, the violation of your oath, again. Before I get started, I want to read a letter from Carly. Make sure I have enough time to get that in. Good morning, my name is Carly, and I'm here to testify against House Bill 1270, the firearm liability insurance requirement. This would require all firearms owners to maintain a liability insurance policy to cover losses and damages in the event of an accidental or unintentional discharge of a firearm. This insurance policy would mainly cover losses and damages to another person, while the other than the policyholder in the event of a misfire. In other words, you might intentionally hurt someone with this possession of yours, so it is now your responsibility to pay for damage insurance for all those around you. I believe this bill is unnecessary and unreasonable. Buying and maintaining an insurance policy for the purpose of another security is not the gun owner's responsibility. It's the duty of the firearm owner to be responsible for his or her possessions, but he should not be the responsibility for another one's well-being before the unintentional misfire even happens. You could easily injure someone with a kitchen knife, intentionally or unintentionally, but we do require insurance policies. We do not require insurance policies for all knife owners and the possibility of an accident. The same could be said about a bookshelf, a pencil, and even your own hands. If the logic of this bill were carried out farther, it would imply that every person should be required to pay for an insurance policy to cover the losses and damage to another resulting in their own two hands. This would be seen as outrageous for sure, yet you are a little more control of your hands. Again, clearly at the heart of this issue is the imperfection of human nature. According to the Colorado DMV website, approximately 2% of injuries and deaths caused by firearms are unintentional. It is just for the totality of the gun owners to pay loads of money because the third party believes they will make the same mistake as a whopping 2%. Do you really believe it's reasonable to punish all gun owners for a handful of accidents the others have accounted for a mere 2%? Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that 2% is unimportant. It is devastating, but people die each year more from toasters than they do from accidental gunfire. In my opinion, this bill presents a sickening lack of reasoning and understanding. The ninth grader gets it. Firearms are nothing special. They are simply a tool, and that tool can be used for both good and evil, just like any other tool. However, this bill does not seem to be aimed at discouragement of owning firearms, which is against your rights that it is clearly stated in the Second Amendment of the Constitution of this free country. Sort of. The rights which shall not be infringed, in other words, the American citizen's right to own firearms, shall not be encroached upon, transgressed, violated, neglected, nor hindered. My knowledge and discernment tell me that this bill would do just that. Again, the rights which shall not be infringed, in other words, the American citizen's rights to own firearms shall not be encroached upon, transgressed, violated, neglected, nor hindered. My knowledge and discernment tell me this bill would do just this. It is my humble yet passionate opinion that no one should ever be forced to pay for a mistake they have not yet made and very possibly never will make. I strongly urge you representatives to reconsider this bill and weigh the potential benefits against the unavoidable injustices that would come with passing this bill. Thank you for your time and willingness to fight for what is right and protect the rights of the citizens of this country. We don't have a gun problem, we have a culture problem. We have a blue state, we have a Democrat problem, and this is where
Representative DeGraff, I don't believe there's any need to disparage the Democrats in our state. Please focus on the policy. Thank you.
Ma'am, we're trying to solve a problem that is not a problem for the majority of the state. It is a problem in certain areas and certain cultures that embrace death. I'm not saying a culture in terms of no, I'm not. I'm saying a culture in terms of blue. I'm not talking about you.
Representative DeGraff, audience, members, the person in the well has the floor.
So this is why I needed to make the cultural point, because it is a blue culture that is causing this, that does not value life. This is a gun confiscation. Legislation 101. What it says it is, it ain't. This is about registering guns. This is about registering firearms, registering the means to defense. And it wraps it up in this idea that sounds like it's reasonable, just asking for insurance. But we've already noticed in the state that policies are driving insurance companies out of the state. So this has this idea of, well, we'll just require everybody to get insurance. And everybody getting insurance then means their guns are registered in some way, shape, or form. They're photographed, they're turned in. And we already have quite a problem with the collusion between government and industry. I mean, shoot. We have problems with representatives threatening citizens of Colorado for exercising their First Amendment right. I don't think I would trust those. We're basing our evidence here on a think tank that is dedicated to disarming law-abiding citizens, and then suddenly finds that disarming law-abiding citizens is the way we need to go. My colleague said that we're going down the road of different states, and I think we're going down the road of different cultures. And if you look at, even if you go back to Aristotle, who our founding fathers would have been very well versed, as he highlights and he gives advice to oligarchs and tyrants. That comes out of the history. Both oligarch and tyrant mistrust the people and therefore deprive them of their arms. Now, in this case, he wasn't advocating that they don't. He was advocating to oligarchs and tyrants that they should not trust their people with their arms. Highlights the tendency of both our oligarchs and tyrants to be wary of the populace. It is also in the interest of a tyrant to make his subjects poor through taxation, through extra fees, that he may not be able to afford the cost. So while the people are so occupied with their daily tasks that they have no time for plotting. Subjects are best kept poor by the payment of taxes. If we look at Alexander Hamilton, the best we can hope for concerning the people at large is that they be properly armed. Now, there are examples throughout, and it says, oh, well, at this point in history, this judge infringed on the rights of the Second Amendment. So therefore, we can do it again and again and again. Because every single reasonable measure is just an incremental step to the next. Both oligarch and tyrant mistrust the people and therefore deprive them of their arms. The strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is, at a last resort, to protect themselves against the tyranny in government. That's Thomas Jefferson. What is the tyranny of government? History is full of examples. 1911, citizens disarmed in Turkey, 1.5 Armenians slaughtered. 1929.
Representative DeGraff, I'll ask that you bring it back to the content of the bill. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The content of the bill is gun registration.
No, Representative DeGraff, it's firearm liability insurance requirements.
In order to have firearm liability insurance, you require everybody to go register their firearm with a private company, which has then records that are accessible either by warrant or, as we've looked, we have them sharing critical records with the federal government just because they have an ideological alignment. Now, the ideological alignment and the collusion or the binding between the federal government, between government and industry, is a very troubling event.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Russia, 20 million. China, 20 million. Germany, 6 million. Cambodia, 1 million. Guatemala, 100,000. Uganda.
Representative DeGraff, I'll ask you to get back to the bill. Thank you.
Ma'am, those are all, I contend that this policy is primarily about registering a firearm. History, a warning from the future, is written by the victors, remembered by the vanquished, erased by those looking to repeat it. So we cover these things because we don't want to repeat history. It's not the intent of I'm sure it's not the intent. It wasn't the intent in 1911, but then several years later, that's what it turned into. You learn from history so you don't have to repeat it.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired.
Vote no. Save the Constitution.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you this fine evening on a Saturday.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I can't think of any other place I'd rather be than with all my friends in this chamber. I'm not going to take my full 10 minutes. So I might get close, but I'm not. I was unable to be here on Friday because I was a pallbearer at a funeral service in my hometown for one of my best friend's father who passed away. But I did hear about the long oration and discussion about the many gun bills that we have before us tonight and those concerns. I do want to share something that my late stepfather told me that I'll never forget. And he said that more laws make criminals out of all of us, even good men. And oftentimes, as I've grown older, and he's been gone now for 17 years, going on 18 years. It's hard to believe he's been gone that long. As I get older, I realize that he was so wise in his words. And this is one of those bills that in House District 63, his words truly do echo in my head. You see, in my 7 counties in northeast Colorado, nobody is asking for this. Nobody even sees a need for this type of legislation. In a time in our state where our cost of living has gone up, the cost to maintain our families, our homes, our vehicles continues to rise, and our expenses and fees continue to go up. Now through this legislation, for those individuals that own firearms, now they're going to have an additional expense. I have no idea what this insurance is going to cost. I think that's to be determined. But I do know, ladies and gentlemen, that many of my constituents will not sign up for this insurance. Now, allow me to explain why. It's been alluded to earlier. There is a strong sentiment in the rural communities that I represent and across this state that people against Second Amendment rights and people that are against ownership of firearms are wanting to do a backdoor to identify who has firearms. And I'm not saying this bill does this directly, but I know it does it indirectly. Because everybody that now, according to this legislation, owns a firearm now has to get insurance. Just like everybody that owns a vehicle is supposed to have vehicle insurance to operate their motor vehicle. Even though we know that doesn't happen, and there are many motor vehicles that are uninsured. And unfortunately, those that are the population that is most uninsured are the very poorest of our population, who truly just can't afford the vehicle insurance. Now, there will be gun owners that fall in this category. You know, the poor folk out there in the country, you never hear about them. They're so far out, they're so remote. They live in small homes, trailer houses out in the middle of nowhere. But they and this is one of my concerns with this, they now, if they don't sign up for this insurance, maybe they can't afford it, and they're still going to probably keep their firearms. But let's say they didn't. They wanted to abide by the law, and they just forfeited firearms because they didn't want to break the law, which is unlikely, but possible. Now they can't protect or defend themselves. And everybody, in my humble opinion, should have the inherent right of self-defense, particularly in their homes, in their castles, in their safe spaces, or their apartments, or their condominiums. And this particular piece of legislation, I feel, as my colleague from El Paso County said, it could be a backdoor to identifying who owns firearms. Now, it is, in my humble opinion, an incremental approach to your infringement of Second Amendment rights. And that probably will be a case for the courts to be litigated. I don't know how it'll turn out. I do know that this particular legislative session, there is vast and far overreach against an infringement on Second Amendment rights through the vast number of gun bills. And Colorado is watching. And many Coloradans are not happy with what we're doing here in the state capitol. Whether that's a concern or not, I will tell you that House District 63, most of my constituents in House District 63 wholeheartedly reject this legislation, and many of them I know will not comply. And now we will make more criminals out of what I would consider good, honest, red-blooded American patriots just wanting to live their lives in the country and be left alone. The enforcement of this, I don't know how that's going to work either. Number one, law enforcement has so many more things to be doing, and we're already short law enforcement officers. And on the flip side of that, Madam Speaker, not to get off the point, but there's a lot of people with other bills that we're going to look at that are leaving
Representative Holtorf,
law
back
enforcement.
to the bill.
Thank you. I knew you'd say that. That's why I wanted to preface my comments so you could help guide me in this very difficult conversation about liability insurance and the requirement. So on behalf of House District 63 and all of my constituents, I will be voting no. And I will tell you, my fellow colleagues, that the red-blooded American patriots that I represent reject this and all the other bills. Many of them will not comply. They will refuse. And I will actually say, if it's not constitutional, it violates your constitutional rights in this country, I would even tell the law enforcement personnel, every sheriff in every county in my district, to reject unconstitutional laws promulgated by any entity, including the state, under their posse comitatus, I don't know if that's the right word, provisions that they have as sheriffs in this country. And they do have enormous constitutional authority that many sheriffs don't even realize they have. But I will tell you that I can't vote for this and any of the other bills this evening. So I just wanted everybody to know the dangers, the direction, and what we're doing in this state that is so contentious and divisive. So please vote no, because I will be.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Speaker.
Good evening.
Liability insurance covers just about everything we have aside from health and life. It covers our autos, homes, household goods, expensive items. Now we want it to cover firearms. So most insurance companies, at least the last time I had to renew or get our liability for our homeowners insurance, sent me a mile-long questionnaire, filled it out online, and then I had to send a video in. And here's some of the things that they asked that I had to video. Refrigerators and appliances, heating systems, plumbing systems. I had to send in pictures of the toilets and the lines to make sure that the right lines. All of this to get liability insurance for the homeowners. When they asked about the appliances, I had to provide make and models so they can have the right coverage. When you get automobile insurance for the liability, you have to provide make, model, and the VIN number so they can verify what it is and how much it will cost. So if this requires, and it states it does, not only that the consumer has this, but we're putting a new mandate on insurance companies that we're requiring insurers to make coverage available. So if they make coverage available, what are they going to have to do? In order to see, one would assume, what they're going to insure, you're going to have to provide make, model, and serial number. It's the only way to figure out what a firearm is. If you just say, I have a rifle or a pistol, you have no idea of the caliber of the rifle, you have no idea of the expense of the rifle, the scopes that are on it. The stock that's there, all of these things contribute significantly. If you say you have a 30-06, depends on who makes it, depends on the stock and the scope. It can go from $1,000 to several $1,000s. So the only way that an insurance company can provide liability insurance is for you to disclose all of this information. Just like for auto insurance, homeowners insurance, and everything else. They can't insure something that they don't know what it is. They can't insure something unless they can inspect it. There will be significant concern out there that that information will be used against homeowners. Because then what gets into the risk? Oh, if you have too many guns or too many of a certain type, are you then considered a high risk or a high threat? What does that translate to? We have these discussions all the time about healthcare insurance, auto insurance. If you buy the fire engine red Ferrari, your insurance is going to be pretty high because those cars go really fast. Not so much on trucks or Volkswagen Bugs. So there's not going to be any way for the insurance company to provide the coverage that is mandated unless they know exactly what it is you own, the quantity you own, and everything else. And then we get into how is it stored? What is it stored in? What kind of containers? What do they say about lock boxes, fireproof containers, fireproof safes? Different safes have different fire ratings, storage of ammunition, et cetera. I mean, all of these things, we're just saying, hey, insurance industry, do this. And nobody's thought about the second, third order effects. That is what people are concerned about. Not to mention the cost, and then most importantly, the infringement on the Second Amendment. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. When describing the problem that this bill seeks to solve, the bill sponsors informed us that there were 500 individuals who died as a result of an unintentional or accidental firearm discharge. I've since learned that that 500 number is likely from 2020's stats of the CDC, and it applies to the entirety of the United States. So dividing that 500 by 50, we're likely to have approximately 10 deaths here in Colorado, which aligns well with another number that I found, which is that between the years 2016 to 2021, Colorado experienced or saw 43 of its citizens die as a result of an unintentional firearm discharge. That's approximately 7 per year. It has been noted previously from my colleagues from Delta and Douglas counties about whether policy should be drafted for such numbers and mandated upon 36% of our population who own firearms, or who at least were willing to publicly state on a poll that they own firearms. What is curious to me, though, is whether those 7 individuals per year died as a result of their own accidental discharge, their own action, or whether they died as a result of someone else's action. Why is that significant? Well, we were told that this policy is to help those who are harmed by an accidental discharge cover all the costs involved with such a thing, whether death or injury. But the bill itself states that the insurance policy does not actually have to cover the insured, the person who owns that weapon. The insurance policy only covers harm to another person who is harmed as a result of that discharge. I dare say that most of the people who are harmed during accidental discharges are harmed by themselves. I've heard of a number of instances where it's somebody who's cleaning their gun, or otherwise not realizing that it's loaded, but they themselves are the gun owner, they themselves would, under this policy, be the insured. And yet, this requirement doesn't cover them. So who are we actually protecting by this bill? I asked the question, why the disparate treatment for the indigent in our society, in our community, in our state? And I was informed that the Supreme Court or court precedent requires that the Second Amendment not be infringed as a result of cost burden. You can't overly burden someone by a cost, and so we have to exempt the indigent. But again, if the problem we're trying to solve is the harm, the financial harm that is caused as a result of these unintentional discharges, isn't that the very population that would be most positioned to not be able to cover any of those costs associated with that discharge? Now they don't have any of this protection, and anyone that they end up hurting doesn't have this protection? But the most concerning aspect to this policy, for me, reminds me of when I lived and traveled abroad. I found myself in a variety of settings where I heard from law enforcement of foreign nations the phrase, "Papers? Papers, please?" which can be a very intimidating experience, especially when you're not necessarily fluent in the language and no one necessarily knows where you are, because I had a tendency of traveling with my roommate and not telling anyone particularly where we were. And yet on page 4, the section from lines 5 through 8, section 3 of this bill, it talks about how, well, let me just read it. The testimony of the failure of a firearm owner to present evidence of a complying policy in full force and effect when requested to do so by a peace officer is prima facie evidence that the firearm owner has violated this bill. In my district, open carry is a very common thing. And for some in the Denver metro area, it might be intimidating and awkward. I picture some faces being like the movie Crocodile Dundee when he comes into New York City and people are like, whoa, you don't, this is strange. But that is the normal course in my district of people at county fairs or school events, at church events, wherever, open carrying. And I wonder, and I asked the bill sponsors about this, and I hope that this will be tightened up at some point, but I asked both the bill sponsors and the bill drafter, could a police officer go up to someone who is open carrying and demand to see proof that they carry this liability insurance? And I was told either we don't know for sure, or yes, it's possible. And if they fail to present it, if they fail to present their papers, they would prima facie have proof against them that they were in violation of this and be issued a citation. They would be given probable cause just simply for open carrying. That's not the country that I grew up in. That's not a phrase I ever thought that I would hear, especially in my district. The other point worth noting is that it's been my understanding for over a decade, ever since marijuana was legalized in Colorado, that insurance companies cannot insure for illegal activity, which is why some homeowners, some businesses struggled because they couldn't take out a federal insurance policy. They couldn't take out insurance because it was regulated federally. There was all these things, right? And so their properties were put into risk because at the federal level it was a crime, and at the state level it was no longer a crime. And so there was all of these struggles, and so people were seeing their properties damaged as a result of that and not being able to insure it. And it impacted affordable housing. And yet in this bill, on the last page, we note in this that an insurer actually has to provide coverage and has to pay out a claim even for criminal activity when they violate our Safe Storage Act, when the person insured violates the Safe Storage Act. There are just a lot of points in this bill that I struggle with, just as basic policy. And I don't have to reiterate it for very long, but I will say those are just policy points that we would have on a normal policy conversation. This isn't a normal policy conversation. This is an unalienable right that's being impacted, the right to life, the right to preserve life. And so I dare say that we shouldn't even be discussing the nuance of this policy, because we shouldn't be discussing this policy at all. It is an infringement.
Representative Luck, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It does muddy the waters. It will make people more fearful, more unsure, more intimidated to take the steps necessary to protect themselves, to purchase the tools necessary to protect themselves, to maintain the tools necessary to protect themselves. I find that unfortunate.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I held a lot of town halls over the last 6 months and talked to my constituents, and they are, the ones that I've talked to are opposed to this. And the common theme, which I think you've heard from our caucus, is they feel like all of these restrictions are making them into criminals, and they don't want to be. They want to be law-abiding citizens. They want to go on with their life. They want to exercise their Second Amendment right, and they don't want to be criminalized for that. And the part of the bill, as I understand it, that stuck out to me in this regard was the portion that said if 2 insurance companies deny you coverage, you can go to court and have a judge override it or exempt you. And I was thinking about my constituents having to go to court, taking time out of their day, out of their lives, out of their businesses, out of their families to go to court in order to exercise their right. And I just think that's wrong. I think we're criminalizing the wrong people and not penalizing those that should be. And with that, I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1270 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Epps, Garcia, Hartsook, Joseph. Representatives Epps and Hartsook, that'll be a $10 fine. Garcia, that'll be a $10 fine. Please close the machine. With 33 aye, 29 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1270 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, Representative Lindsay, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1372.
House Bill 1372 by Representatives Woodrow and Harrod, also Senators Fields and Gonzalez, concerning regulating the use of prone restraint by law enforcement.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1372 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, folks, some of you probably noticed that I was a little emotional about this particular piece of legislation last night when we were discussing it. And so I'm going to tell why that was the case with regards to this particular bill. And so to tell you that story, I have to tell you about a friend of mine named Gordon Beasley. And so I'm going to read some excerpts from an article in the Denver Post. When Emily Beck needed help with her son, she called Arvada police officer Gordon Beasley. Her 13-year-old son, Max, attends Oberon Middle School and loved spending time in Beasley's office, where the school resource officer would show Max how to play classic rock on an old record player. Max, who has autism, looked forward to spending time with Beasley. Beasley was an important male role model for Max, said Beck, who is a single mom. As Max became a teen, Beck invited Beasley to their home to talk to Max about how to be a respectful and kind man. She trusted Beasley to know how to de-escalate Max should he become agitated. As a single mom, you need a village, Beck said. Gordon was a willing and fantastic member of my village, and I'm sure he was for many others. I worked with Gordon for 10 years at the Arvada Police Department. On June 21st, 2021, I was actually off duty. I was at home with my younger son. He was turning 5 in a few days, and he had been asking for a puppy for a year straight. I don't know many other 4-year-olds that could pick one thing and hold on to it for a year as the sole thing that they wanted for their birthday. We had just come home with that tiny little puppy, and my phone rang. And the voice on the other end of the line said, "We've had an LODD." And for a police officer, that means line of duty death. Gordon Beasley was shot and killed in Arvada on June 21st, 2021. And when I say shot and killed, I mean he was assassinated. Fox 31 obtained excerpts of a disturbing letter that the murderer who killed my friend penned prior to his murder of Officer Beasley. It was found inside the murderer's home. The individual who shot Gordon Beasley wrote this: "My goal today is to kill Arvada PD officers. Hundreds of you pigs should be killed daily. I just hope I don't die without killing any of you pigs." The letter continues, "Today I will kill as many Arvada officers as I possibly can. This is what you get. You are the people who are expendable." I responded to that scene. We worked that scene for, I don't even know. To this day, I don't know. It's that blur of waking and sleeping that started when Gordon was killed and ended when we had the funeral. One of my duties at the Arvada Police Department was on the honor guard. The honor guard is who buries fallen officers. We render the final honors. We are the pallbearers. I carried Gordon. I carried his casket. In a law enforcement funeral, we physically carry the casket. We feel the weight of our fallen brother or sister as we walk them down the aisle in a sea of police officers who have come from around the country. Officers came from as far as New Jersey to pay their respects when Gordon Beasley died. And we carried him back out. And in every law enforcement funeral, we make a sacred promise. We promise that we will never forget the ultimate sacrifice that was paid by our brother or sister. We make a promise that we will have the watch, that they are to rest easy because we have the watch from here. And so these were the emotions that were evoked when we had this conversation around this bill. Because, as I talked about, whenever conversations around law enforcement, you can all sit, whenever these conversations around law enforcement happen in this building, we have to be so careful about how those conversations are had. Because of the hatred that I just expressed to you in the letter of the man who shot and killed Gordon. There are folks who vehemently and ardently hate the police and who have said that they will do anything and everything in order to kill them.
Representative Evans, I am deeply sorry for your loss, and I just want to guide you back to the subject of the bill. Thank you.
The amended version of the bill is much better. The original version of the bill said, and I'll read from the bill, "A peace officer shall not use prone restraint, including any physical or mechanical restraint upon a person who is in a prone position, unless the peace officer is also justified in using deadly physical force pursuant to the subsections of this section." I'll translate what that means to police officers. As I talked about on seconds, police officers often have to grab people by the wrist and the elbow to guide them away from a situation. They're trained that if somebody turns around and swings on them, you push them to the ground to protect yourself. When a police officer reads this piece of legislation is introduced, what they're reading is something that says that they can never again grab somebody by the wrist and the elbow to escort them away from a dangerous situation or to try to de-escalate a conflict, because if that individual swings on them and they put them on the ground, they've now violated this law. The penalties for violating the law as originally drafted. A party injured by a peace officer or guard in Colorado has a private right of action against an individual peace officer or guard who has been trained on a written policy adopted pursuant to this subsection of 1 of this section and who under color of law violates the policy. Private right of action means they can be personally sued. Moving on to page 7. Statutory immunities and statutory limitations on liabilities, damage, or attorney fees do not apply to claims brought pursuant to this section. If you're a police officer and you grab somebody by the wrist and the elbow to escort them away from a dangerous situation or to attempt to de-escalate a situation, and something goes wrong, you can lose your house. That's what police officers read when they read legislation like this. The amended version is much better, but I just urge us all to be conscious of the words, because those words are weighty. And so I will be a no vote on this, even though the strike below made it a much better policy. And I just ask us all to be cognizant of how we engage in these conversations, and that we honor and respect and remember the good work of officers like Gordon Beasley, and that is not lost in these conversations. I'll be a no.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is another policy that strikes a nerve with me, this bill in particular. There's a long... This is something I think the only thing I can refer to, like my colleague did, is going from a profession where you are scrutinized on every single thing that you do. You go through rigorous training based on case law. You go through rigorous training based sometimes even on statute, sometimes on legislation, federal and state. Usually it's on case law and evolution of defensive tactics and effective measures of apprehending somebody safely and effectively with minimal potential for injury to the subject and to the officers and the public. With this, as introduced, this brought more punitive opportunities which are already in place for officers that are doing their job. I left law enforcement in 2020 thinking that I was getting an early retirement after 10 years on something that was, at the time, the most thankless job that I could imagine. Not only do you face people that are adamantly anti-authority, anti-law enforcement, but you're dealing, in many cases, with public that, although they are supportive, you're interrupting their day with something that they might have slipped upon, they might have had a mistake that they're being held accountable for. And in that, I think one of the big things in anyone in law enforcement's job knowing is if you aren't named in a lawsuit, you probably weren't doing your job. Because people don't like being held accountable in a lot of cases, and people feel like they're being treated improperly or unfairly, and will oftentimes frivolously name law enforcement officers and agencies in lawsuits, litigation, criminal, and civil. This legislation and legislation like this further enables that. For our protectors that are out there, it's a job. I don't care what you think about law enforcement. It's a job. I can guarantee you there are people that look at us in the same way some of the people in this room look at law enforcement. Some people might not trust law enforcement. A lot of people don't trust the people in this building. It's a job. I left law enforcement and got into this work and found out this is the most thankless job. And I hear the chuckles because, I'm right. And the super minority in this chamber, that's what it is. But getting back to the bill. When you are looking at legislation where you, whether intentionally or unintentionally, are tying the hands of law enforcement and keeping them from doing their job effectively, all you're doing is hurting our law enforcement. You're getting good people, effective law enforcement officers, to leave, and the hiring standards have to drop because nobody wants to stay in a profession where they're constantly on the grill. They're constantly getting legislation thrown at them where they're more and more liable for things that they are trained to do that work 99.9% of the time. The same thing in any profession, medical, doctors, anything. And we're making legislation that makes people even more and more liable for doing what they are trained to do, what they're taught to do. Are there bad actors in any profession? Absolutely. You can't prevent that. We're humans. But you can't, I'm not going to stand by and watch this kind of stuff happen. In the 3 different professions that I chose, swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution, those are the people that are doing the same thing. And we're doing things to hinder them. We're doing things to harm them, whether it's emotional, whether it's financial. A simple slip in a job like that, the liability that we've put on them, like my colleague said, a simple slip, you can lose your house. You can lose your livelihood. Nobody deserves that. To sign up for something that you want to do honorably, to protect and defend, to serve and protect the community. And in doing your job, you make a mistake and lose everything. Your family loses everything. You lose your family. It's not okay. We have to, as a collective, hold each other more accountable in communicating with the proper people before we're making legislation like this that harms good people. Again, don't care what you think about law enforcement. I know them. I too served on honor guard. I too was a pallbearer at way too many funerals, and that's, full disclosure, a big reason why I left. I never should have done honor guard. That destroyed me. Too many funerals. And this is not the way we treat those that are survivors in that, honoring those that have passed. This is not how we do that. Legislation like this, not how we do that. If we're not standing, like you are right now, for those that are protecting us on a day-to-day basis as their job, my opinion, but you're wrong. This is not the way we treat them. I encourage a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The sins of the few should not be punished by many. Could you imagine if one makes a mistake and then all are punished in anything? In any society, in any life? Now, my brother's in law enforcement. He can't wait to retire. His retirement date cannot come fast enough. And there are so many just like him in this state. And the reason are the things we're doing right here in this chamber. I don't think you realize, based on what you have here and what your intentions are here, what the implications and consequences will be. You know not what you do, in my opinion. I have had people in my district in law enforcement say that they will leave this state. If this bill passes, this careless piece of legislation that puts law enforcement officers in danger when they cannot use an important tool to protect themselves, when they are trying to protect all of you. So when you call 911 and want help, you may not get it. Because there may not be law enforcement out there to come help you. because they've left. The backdoor loss is coming. Keep doing this type of legislation and you only expedite that, and good law enforcement officers will leave this state. They already are. Now, what you don't know about my district is it is bordered by Wyoming and Nebraska, and even parts of Kansas. And these young professionals who are trying to do right can very easily move to another state and apply there and acquire employment in a much more law enforcement friendly environment. Whether the perception is real or perceived,